Chapter 51-56. Roar. Rumble. Raising his head and roaring, Yixian didn't say a single word of nonsense. He instantly moved and charged towards the demonic blood-flying bear in front of him. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he punched out. In an instant, rumbling sounds of thunder could be heard. Wherever the huge fist passed, space would rapidly collapse. The strength of this punch was too violent. Even a peak heavenly Dao at the perfection stage of the ninth order would have a change in expression upon seeing it. But the demonic blood-flying bear did not do so. He was no ordinary ninth order great perfection heavenly Dao. As a terrifying existence ranked fifth on the left bank's heavenly Dao ferocious beast list, typical peak heavenly Dao experts were nothing in his eyes. Darn violent bear, how dare you take the initiative to attack this supremacy? Yixian's initiative to attack infuriated him. The demonic blood-flying bear looked up and roared incessantly, "This is a blatant provocation and disregard. Today you will pay the price for this." Roar, boom. Flap. Before the angry roar faded, the demonic blood-flying bear had already charged forward. The pair of gigantic bone wings on its back flapped crazily. Its speed was so fast that even Yixian was caught off guard. All he saw was a blur as his right chest instantly felt a burning sensation. He did not dodge the strike. The demonic blood-flying bear had arrived in front of him at a speed that left him flabbergasted. The punch struck Yixian's right chest, causing his lifeblood to churn as he flew hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Void realm experts could traverse the void, much less heavenly Dao realm experts. For existences at this level, the so-called wings were superfluous. This was because they could still fly without wings. Therefore, if a heavenly Dao ferocious beast at this level were to grow a pair of wings on its back, the effect of the wings would definitely not be as simple as flight. Demon the might of the bone wings on the demonic blood-flying bear's back was as such. Without the bone wings, he could still fly. However, due to the existence of the bone wings, his advantage in terms of speed allowed him to exceed most experts at the same realm. With this kind of speed, even Yixian would have to use the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle to be able to match it. What's more, the demonic blood-flying bear's bony wings were incomparably sharp and clearly had the ability to break through defenses. Once the demonic blood-flying bear flapped its bony wings in front of Yixian, the demonic blood-flying bear would most likely end up with his skin and flesh lacerated. I have to say, I seem to have underestimated you. At the very least, in terms of speed, you far exceeded my expectations. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian steadied himself and a cold light flashed through his eyes. He spoke with his divine sense. However, this still won't change the fact that you will be killed. Because the same extreme. This sovereign also has it. Phew. Before he finished speaking, Yixian had already waved his hand. In an instant, a ray of light shot out and arrived at his feet before disappearing in a flash. What he summoned was the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle, but Yixian did not let it show its form. Instead, it turned into a ray of light and merged into his feet. He would need to divide a part of his divine sense to activate the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle in his feet, but it didn't matter. As long as his speed could be increased, Yixian's cultivation strength would be enough to kill this demonic blood-flying bear. A ray of light can increase your speed by 30% and reach the same level as this sovereign? What a joke! Rumble! Phew! Seeing this scene, the demonic blood-flying bear immediately curled its lips. Obviously, it did not believe it at all. A look of disdain appeared at the corner of its mouth. Before it finished speaking, its figure had already rushed out again, turning into a ray of light that was much faster than lightning. Along the way, the demonic blood-flying bear caused the space in front of Yixian to collapse rapidly. Whether it's a joke or not, you will soon know. Yixian sneered and immediately activated the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle in his feet. The power of the domain was stimulated to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, his figure had already disappeared from the void. It was not teleportation, but an extremely low speed display. This kind of speed was actually not any weaker than the demonic blood-flying bear, and was even slightly faster. Bam! After arriving at the side of the demonic blood-flying bear, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he immediately punched out, smashing directly below the opponent's right side. This attack was heavy and fierce, and it hit the target squarely. In addition, the demonic blood-flying bear had never thought that Yi Xian could have such a terrifying speed, so it did not use its strength to defend. Under such circumstances, the lethality of Yi Xian's full-strength attack was immediately displayed to the extreme. At the same time as the loud bang, a muffled puffing sound was heard. The demonic blood-black bear could not withstand it at all. Its body shook violently as it opened its mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. This speed, this power. Who exactly are you? As the arrow of blood spurted out of its mouth, it transformed into a majestic black river that stretched across the void. The demonic blood-black bear's expression changed as it cried out involuntarily. He had always been extremely confident in his speed, but now he had encountered Yi Xian, who was just a nobody on the left bank, who had actually surpassed his speed in an instant. Only just this point alone was already inconceivable, and he simply could not accept it. However, he had previously struck Yi Xian's body head-on, and although Yi Xian had retreated hundreds of millions of miles away, he was not injured at all. And now Yi Xian had also struck his body with a punch, but it had instantly broken half of his ribs, and caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood essence like a river. Just based on this point alone, it could be seen that the gap between him and Yi Xian was not small. Not only was his strength inferior, but even the toughness of his body was also inferior. This was absolutely something that he could not believe, and was even more unwilling to accept. After all, he was in existence ranked 5th on the left bank's Heavenly Law Ferocious Beast ranking, and had been famous for hundreds of thousands of years. Just like this, today, he had encountered an unknown starry sky berserk ape, yet he had been suppressed in all aspects, such as speed, strength, and toughness of his body. How could he endure this? The primordial void is vast and boundless, ancient and mysterious. In this place, nothing is impossible. Faced with the demonic blood-flying bear's shock and horror, a cold smile appeared on Yi Xian's face. The voice of his divine sense was transmitted, but it was calm and casual, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Shio. Rumble. Bang. Pooh. In the next instant, he once again activated the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle that had fused into his feet. His entire body instantly turned into a flash of light, and in a fraction of a second, he was already on the other side of the demonic blood-flying bear's body. Without hesitation, Yi Xian once again activated the strength in his body to the extreme, and with a punch, the demonic blood-flying bear's ribs on the other side were instantly broken. At the same time, a shockingly loud sound was heard. He opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow, which merged with the blood he had spat out before, transforming into a large black river, spanning across the void. So you were once the embodiment of the heavenly law of a large world. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand, compressing the large black river and storing it into his body. I didn't expect to unexpectedly obtain a portion of the heavenly law's origin liquid. Anyway, thank you. So you were once the embodiment of the heavenly law of a large world. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand, compressing the large black river and storing it into his body. I didn't expect to unexpectedly obtain a portion of the heavenly law's origin liquid. Anyway, thank you. When Yi Xian heavily injured the demonic blood-flying bear with his previous attack, causing it to spit out a blood arrow, he already knew that he was once the embodiment of the heavenly law's origin liquid. This was because the blood essence he spat out at that time clearly revealed an extremely dense aura of the heavenly law's origin liquid. No, after that first canopy of blood essence, Yi Xian still didn't have enough, so he didn't immediately store it. Now that he made another move, causing the demonic blood-flying bear to spit out a second blood arrow, the two canopies of blood essence converged together, finally forming a portion of the heavenly law's origin liquid. Only then did he store it. Wait, by the time the demonic blood-flying bear reacted, the canopy of heavenly law's origin liquid formed by the two blood arrows he spat out consecutively had already been compressed by Yi Xian and stored into his body. The old fellow was furious. This was his heavenly law's blood essence. as a powerful existence ranked 5th on the Heavenly Law's ferocious beast list on the left bank. His Heavenly Law's blood essence had never been collected by anyone before. This was because although there were experts who could severely injure him, they basically wouldn't fight until they were able to injure him to the point of causing him to spit out Heavenly Law's blood essence. Therefore, in the entire left bank of the Milky Way, no one had ever collected his Heavenly Law's blood essence and compressed it into Heavenly Law's origin liquid. Who would have thought that the first portion after countless years would actually be taken away by this unknown violent starry sky bear before him? This was definitely something he couldn't tolerate. It was simply unacceptable, and it made him so angry that he was about to go crazy. Screech? Brain. All of this flashed through the demonic blood-flying bear's mind. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar, revealing endless grief and indignation. At this moment, his killing intent was extremely fierce, unprecedentedly blazing. Swish, rumble, screech. Before the roar fell, an incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The demonic blood-flying bear had pushed the power in his body to the extreme, and his entire body turned into a fine ray of light. His speed was so fast that he overtook the first attack. Blink. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached Yi Xian's side and pretended to throw a punch. A cold light flashed across Yi Xian's eyes as he suddenly dodged to the side. However, the demonic blood-flying bear's battle experience was also extraordinary. He took advantage of this moment to flick the pair of sharp bone wings on his back. Rip, rip. The sound of a piece of cloth rang out as the bone wing on his left side cut across the violent bear's body. The flesh below his left rib was torn open, and blood rained down from the sky. Yi Xian was injured. Fortunately, it was only a flesh wound and wouldn't affect him much. Your reaction is not bad. No wonder you are ranked 5th on the Heavenly Law's ferocious beast list on the left bank. The violent bear glanced down at the wound below his rib that was rapidly healing. He nodded, and Yi Xian's divine sense voice rang out. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared. He circled around and appeared behind the demonic blood-flying bear in the blink of an eye. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he grabbed the violent bear's wing with his left hand and smashed down with his right fist. Unfortunately, you are still going to fall here today. Thunderous rumbles rang out in the void as an explosion rang out. A huge blood-red lightning bolt appeared above the demonic blood-flying bear's head. It had a diameter of millions of miles, and the lightning enveloped the demonic blood-flying bear's body. His consciousness also entered a temporary state of unconsciousness. Although it was only a short time, it was enough to change everything. The violent bear's huge iron fist smashed into the demonic blood-flying bear's back one after another. The demonic blood-flying bear could not take it anymore. With just a dozen punches, the demonic blood-flying bear's huge body exploded into a cloud of blood mist that filled the void. Soon, a figure walked out from the dense and majestic blood mist. His eyes emitted a cold light, and his killing intent overflowed into the heavens. His body was 50 million kilometers long, and he was like a small star. Shockingly, it was Yi Xian in his bear form. Whoosh! As the figure appeared, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and the whistling sound of the wind immediately rang out. An incomparably majestic invisible force whizzed out and swept up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out. It was directly sent to the bottom of the central region's volcano in the space inside the cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. At the same time, after the demonic blood-flying bear's body exploded, over 10 fine lights shot out from within his body and descended into the violent bear's hand. Shockingly, it was over 10 portions of compressed Heavenly Dao quintessence liquid. At this moment, 6 of the top 10 beasts on the left bank's Heavenly Dao ferocious beast rankings had fallen, and only 4 of them remained. The rest had been destroyed at the hands of Yi Xian alone. I never expected that I would actually encounter this demonic blood-flying bear as soon as I left my closed-door cultivation. After the battle ended, Yi Xian waved his hand and put away the Crimson Lotus Voidbreaker shuttle, and then a dim light flashed in his eyes as he muttered. In this way, it seems like there's no need to head to the demonic bear forbidden area. whereas the remaining fellows that are ranked in the top 4 of the left bank's Heavenly Dao Ferocious Beast rankings are all at the middle area of the left bank. When he spoke up to here, he didn't speak any further as he pondered the pros and cons of this. In the end, he made a decision and instinctively clenched his fists. Even though there are 7 seniors of primordial chaos at the middle area of the left bank, so long as I'm careful, I ought to not alarm them. In that case, the next target is the middle area of the left bank, the poisonous python forbidden area. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian suddenly made his move. An incomparably clear sound of tearing cloth rang out, and a spatial crack appeared in front of him. He stepped into it and disappeared in an instant, rushing towards the poisonous python forbidden area in the middle area of the left bank. The middle area of the left bank? The poisonous python forbidden area. The poisonous python forbidden area was very powerful, and its overall strength was ranked 4th in the vicious beast forbidden area of the left bank. There were more than 30 Heavenly Dao old monsters in the entire forbidden area, but of course, these Heavenly Dao old monsters were not always in the Forbidden Star field. Some went out, while others cultivated in seclusion in the parallel void. No matter how powerful the vicious beast forbidden area was, there was no need for more than 30 Heavenly Dao beasts to guard it at all times. Among the more than 30 Heavenly Dao beasts guarding the poisonous python forbidden area, the strongest one was the starry sky venomous python. In fact, among the more than 30 Heavenly Dao beasts, there were 3 or 4 who were at the peak of the 9th step of the Heavenly Dao realm like the starry sky venomous python. However, even if they were at the peak of the 9th step of the Heavenly Dao realm, there were differences in their true battle strength. Star the poisonous void python's battle strength was undoubtedly one of the best among all the peak of the 9th step of the Heavenly Dao realm. Otherwise, it would not be ranked 4th on the left bank's Heavenly Dao beasts list. At this time, the news of the violent starry sky bear's appearance and wreaking havoc in the left bank had not yet reached the middle area of the left bank, so the poisonous python forbidden area of the poisonous python forbidden area was still unaware of this matter. It completely did not expect that the violent starry sky bear had already rushed to the middle area of the left bank and was heading towards the poisonous python forbidden area, wanting to kill it and steal its treasures. Hiss! The sound of tearing cloth rang out, and a spatial crack appeared at the edge of the poisonous python forbidden area. A figure rushed out from it, and it was Xian. Hiss! With the sound of tearing cloth, a spatial crack appeared at the edge of the poisonous python forbidden area. A figure rushed out from it, and it was Xian. At this time, Xian was still in the form of the violent starry sky bear. He was only about 10 feet tall, but the moment his figure rushed out of the spatial crack, he had already activated the Blood Sea Mystic technique. In half a breath, he was already 50 million kilometers wide. Like a meteor, with a shake of his shoulders, he charged straight into the poisonous python forbidden area. Roar! Poisonous starry sky python, come out and die! Just as he entered the poisonous python forbidden area, the violent starry sky bear had already raised its head and let out a shocking roar. The power of its divine sense extended out, enveloping the entire poisonous python forbidden area. Soon, the general situation in the forbidden area was understood by him. He could not be bothered to pay attention to the ferocious beasts in the forbidden area, including mighty figures and desolate supremes. As for the upper echelons of the Heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts, there were a total of 12 of them presiding over the poisonous python forbidden area. Among the 12 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts, there were 2 at the peak of the Heavenly Dao realm at the 9th stage of perfection. One of them was the poisonous starry sky python. At this time, Xian suddenly appeared in the form of the violent starry sky bear. As soon as he rushed into the forbidden area, he immediately roared, clamoring for the strongest poisonous starry sky python to come out and die. After being stunned for a moment, the 12 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts immediately roared, roar. Am I hallucinating? A ferocious beast actually came to the poisonous python forbidden area and clamored for venerable python to come out and die? Peak of the Heavenly Dao realm at the 9th stage of perfection? His cultivation is not weak. But there are differences in combat strength between those at the peak of the Heavenly Dao realm. Venerable Python is ranked 4th on the left bank's Heavenly Dao ferocious beast list. Where does this violent starry sky bear's confidence come from? Violent starry sky bear, you actually dare to challenge me? That's interesting. If that's the case, I'll accompany you in a battle. It just so happens that this period of time is a little boring. However, you have to think carefully. This is a battle of life and death. Once the battle begins, there is no turning back. You and I shall each leave it to fate. Whoosh, rumble. The last 2 sentences were obviously from the mouth of this poisonous starry sky python. As the voice fell, in the depths of the forbidden area in front of them, a ray of light shot out from some giant abandoned stars. It carried a powerful aura that could destroy the heavens and earth as it rumbled towards Yixian. The other 11 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts guarding the poisonous python forbidden area did not appear. Their original bodies were guarding their respective cave stars, and they only extended their divine sense to watch the battle. In their opinion, even if the violent starry sky bear that came to provoke them was a peak Heavenly Dao realm at the 9th stage of perfection, the poisonous starry sky python alone was enough to suppress and kill it. The final result was without any suspense. Don't you have 12 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts? Why don't you all come together? I will fight all of you alone. Seeing this scene, Yixian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the cold and domineering voice of his divine sense rang out. Penetrating. There was a trace of provocation that was so thick that it could not be dispersed. In any case, after killing you in a while, they will rush over together. Why don't we join forces now, so as to avoid missing out on the strongest battle strength? Roar. You are too arrogant. Even the sky suppression holy ape that is ranked 1st on the Heavenly Dao ferocious beast list on the left bank doesn't dare to say such words to me. The poisonous starry sky python that rumbled over was furious. It felt that it had been insulted, and it raised its head and roared madly, replying with the same words, "But violent bear, are you feeling guilty? Are you deliberately using such words to provoke me? Don't worry, even if I fall in this battle, the other Heavenly Dao of my poisonous python forbidden area will definitely not swarm over to kill you. In a head-on battle, who can you blame if you lose? This is the purpose of your provocation, right? I will satisfy you, but the prerequisite is, you have to have the strength to kill me." Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the poisonous starry sky python that was 50 million kilometers in size had already arrived in front of him. Without saying anything else, it opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of poisonous mist. It expanded without wind and spread out in the blink of an eye, enveloping a vast expanse of space that was 10 billion kilometers in size. In an instant, as the poisonous mist spread out, Yixian and the poisonous starry sky python in the form of a violent bear disappeared, and they were enveloped by the blood-green poisonous mist. When they saw this scene, wild roars and vicious howls sounded from the abandoned stars in the surroundings, and all of them revealed a sense of joy. In their opinion, this arrogant violent bear was definitely going to die. The poisonous starry sky python's blood-green poisonous mist was no small matter, and it was one of its bloodline abilities. Otherwise, there was no need for it to open its mouth and spit out such a vast and majestic blood-green poisonous mist. However, as long as one was enveloped by this blood-green poisonous mist, any existence, even if it was a peak Heavenly Dao like the poisonous starry sky python, would have no chance of survival and was destined to be suppressed and killed. Boom! Rumble! Bang bang bang! Within the vast and boundless blood-green poisonous fog, earth-shattering booms could be heard. The fog was rolling, and the battle inside could not be seen. However, just by listening to these sounds, one could guess a thing or two. Poison the fierce beasts in the forbidden areas of the poisonous python forbidden land had been roaring madly, and their auras were shocking, as if they were supporting the battle. In their opinion, this battle would soon end, and that arrogant violent starry sky bear would die here. In fact, the situation was the opposite. In the blood-green poisonous mist, the poisonous starry sky python was being beaten. Violent the bear's incomparably huge iron fist blasted on its back, one punch after another. In just 5 or 6 punches, the poisonous starry sky python could not bear it anymore. His python was smacked with huge blood blisters, and they were arranged in a circle above his head. At a glance, it was as if there was a flesh crown growing under his head, which was simply shocking. These 6 or 7 punches all smashed on his head, and the poisonous starry sky python's consciousness had long been dizzy, and he did not have the consciousness to defend himself. In this situation, it was only a dozen or so punches, and the poisonous starry sky python's incomparably huge body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, diffusing in the void. The fight ended here, and a figure walked out of this blood-green mist. His eyes were cold, and his murderous aura was monstrous. His body was 50 million miles long, like a small star. It was Yi Xian in the form of a violent bear. Whoosh! As soon as the figure appeared, Yi Xian had already waved his hand. The whistling of the wind suddenly resounded, and an incomparably majestic invisible force whistled out, sweeping away the majestic blood mist that was spreading out. It was directly sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, and began the blood essence condensation. At the same time, after the poisonous starry sky python's body exploded, a dozen or so fine rays of light shot out and also fell into the violent bear's hand. It was a dozen or so compressed heavenly Dao origin liquid. At this time, 7 of the top 10 beasts on the left bank's heavenly Dao beast list had already fallen, and all of them were destroyed by Yi Xian alone. Only 3 of the top 10 beasts on the left bank remained. Roar! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian collected the blood mist and heavenly Dao origin liquid into his body. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his gaze immediately swept across the heavenly Dao old monster's cave stars in the distance. The poisonous starry sky python has been killed. All of you can attack together now. With the death of the poisonous starry sky python, only 3 of the top 10 beasts on the left bank's heavenly Dao beast list remained. Roar! After collecting the blood mist and heavenly Dao origin liquid into his body, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly, and his gaze instantly swept across the heavenly Dao old monster's cave stars in the distance. The poisonous starry sky python has been killed. All of you can attack together now. A deathly silence. At this moment, the entire poisonous starry sky python forbidden land was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. On the abandoned stars in the Forbidden Land star region, all the beasts in the Forbidden Land were stunned. Oh my God! Even the mighty figures, desolate venerables, and even the other 11 heavenly Dao beasts who happened to be guarding the Forbidden Land star region were no exception. They were completely stunned by the scene in front of them, as if they had been struck by lightning. They had originally thought that this battle would not last for too long, and that it would end soon. However, the result after the battle ended was completely out of their expectations. It was the exact opposite of what they had expected. The poisonous starry sky python had been defeated and killed. Its entire huge body had exploded into a blood mist and was taken away. Not even a single hair was left. This was a powerful existence that was ranked 4th on the heavenly Dao beast list on the left bank. Except for the top 3 and those supreme beasts of the primordial realm that had appeared in the past year, the other beasts on the left bank were not its match at all. Yet this unknown violent starry sky bear had actually blasted him to death in a short period of time, and the strength of its combat strength was simply inconceivable. This, even if the other 11 heavenly law ferocious beasts guarding the Forbidden Star Zone fought together, they would definitely not be a match for such a terrifying existence. The most, in the end, they would definitely be killed one by one. Brain. With these thoughts flashing through their minds, the 11 heavenly Dao beasts suddenly trembled violently. Their expressions changed as they gasped. Then, with a slight trembling, they each sent out a voice to express their position. Fellow Daoist violent bear's combat strength is really shocking. With this kind of cultivation, you shouldn't be unknown. Yes, presumably after this battle, fellow Daoist will soon be famous on the left bank. The 4th on the heavenly Dao beast list will change hands from then on, becoming the starry sky violent bear. But what does fellow Daoist mean now? Do you think we are such untrustworthy people? Just now, Venerable Python had said that this battle was between the 2 of you. Even if Venerable Python was defeated and died, the 11 fellow Daoists of the poisonous Python Forbidden Land can't swarm up and attack fellow Daoist. That's right, fellow Daoist doesn't need to test anymore. Just leave at ease. This matter has passed, and the poisonous Python Forbidden Land will not pursue this matter. It really made people speechless. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. Originally, he thought that these 11 guys would swarm up after the poisonous python of Starry Sky fell, but he didn't expect them to be a bunch of cowards. But this was also good. Although he was confident that he could kill all the remaining 11 Heavenly Dao old monsters in the poisonous Python Forbidden Land, once the battle started, it would probably not end in a short time. In this way, it was very likely to attract the attention of those outside the Forbidden Land. There were a total of 7 Grand Mist Realm ferocious beasts and old monsters in the middle section of the left bank. If one of them was attracted, today's matter would probably be difficult to resolve. That is, even Yi Xian would have a headache. What's more, after the end of this battle, he had completely digested the gains from the previous breakthrough. In other words, the opportunity to break through again was basically almost there. At most, he would swallow a few more Heavenly Dao blood essences at that time, and he would definitely be able to break through smoothly. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, he immediately made a decision. No longer entangled with the remaining 11 Heavenly Dao old monsters in the poisonous Python Forbidden Land, he would leave first and find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Hiss! With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate anymore. He immediately waved his hand and tore open a crack in the void. With a flash of his body, he rushed into it and disappeared. When he left, the originally silent void of the Forbidden Land instantly rang out with shocking roars. It was the voices of the 11 Heavenly Dao old monsters. Roar! Damn it, the venerable python has fallen just like that. There is something fishy about this matter. The origin of that ferocious bear is suspicious, and it must have used some unknown vicious means. Otherwise, how could the venerable python on the left bank's Heavenly Dao list be so vulnerable and be blown into a bloody mist in such a short time? We must spread this news. Don't forget, the top 3 Heavenly Dao old monsters on the left bank's Heavenly Dao old monster list are all in the middle section of the left bank. As long as one of them makes a move, this ferocious bear will definitely die. Hiss! Hiss! In the middle section of the left bank in front of the vast and boundless dark area, after leaving the poisonous Python Forbidden Land, Yi Xian immediately rushed over here. For example, 4 days had passed, and he had already left the left bank of the Milky Way and entered the depths of this vast dark area. Another half a day passed, and an abandoned planet appeared in front of him. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he extended his divine sense to investigate. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he flew over and directly entered the core of this abandoned planet. After some hesitation, he immediately took out the Shenong treasured cauldron. In order to shrink its form, it was only 10,000 feet long. It hung in the middle of the core and then stepped into the cauldron's mouth that was filled with dense 9-colored fog. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out and hovered in front of Yi Xian. These were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. Among them were a few Heavenly Dao blood essences. These were the resources that he had to consume for this closed-door cultivation. With a flash of light, the Shenong cauldron's domain was activated by him. Some of the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist. Then, with a wave of his hand, they were swallowed into his stomach. The moment they entered his mouth, they melted, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a majestic river of energy that slowly flowed out of Yi Xian's body. Willis expected, the clanging sound of the chains covered the sky and earth. This time, there was still only one shackle that appeared. As long as it was torn apart, he would be able to successfully break through. Very quickly, Yi Xian fully activated the huge river of energy that had just formed in his body. It began to circulate in the hundreds of meridians in his body. In just half a month, the great river of energy formed in the meridians in his body had been completely refined. With just a single impact, The incomparably thick shackles had already been broken. The anticipated system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, 7th level of the heavenly Tao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's qi and blood. Current realm, 7th level of the heavenly Tao. In an instant, Yi Xian opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, a trace of excitement quietly flashed. After this breakthrough, the suppression of the primordial Tao still existed. Under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, his cultivation was still at the peak of the 9th stage great perfection of the heavenly Tao. However, his true combat strength had clearly increased by a large margin. More importantly, he was only 2 small stages away from the 9th stage great perfection of the heavenly Tao required to consume the level 31 primordial pill. Chapter 51-57. Without any suspense, Yi Xian successfully broke through once again. Although the primordial chaos great Tao's suppression still existed, causing his cultivation to remain at the peak of the perfected 9th stage of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. However, his actual combat strength had clearly increased by a large margin. More importantly, he was now only 2 small stages away from the perfected 9th stage of the heavenly Tao required to consume the level 31 primordial chaos pill. Although these 2 small breakthroughs wouldn't take much time under normal circumstances, Yi Xian couldn't wait any longer. He had to raise his cultivation to the peak of the perfected 9th stage of the heavenly Tao as soon as possible. Then he would immediately begin refining the level 31 primordial chaos pill. This time, he had first wreaked havoc in the left bank's left section. Now, he was in the middle section of the left bank, killing many heavenly Tao old monsters in succession. Even the top 10 old monsters on the left bank's heavenly Tao list were now down to only 3. The news of the violent astral bear's appearance and wreaking havoc must have spread in the left bank's left section. For example, today, following the deaths of the demonic blood-flying bear and the cosmic venomous python, the old monsters in the Forbidden Grounds and Star Domain in the middle section of the left bank would also receive the news. This time, after leaving the poisonous python forbidden area, he had been in seclusion for half a month. If there were no accidents, most of the news about what he did after returning in the form of a violent bear would have spread throughout the entire left bank of the Milky Way. This was no small matter. After all, the beasts that had been hunted were all in the top 10 of the left bank's heavenly Tao savage beast list. Yi Xian had a very strong intuition that the primordial chaos old monsters were already paying attention to this matter. Therefore, he didn't have much time left. He had to raise his cultivation to the perfected 9th stage of the heavenly Tao as soon as possible and refine the level 31 primordial chaos pill. Only with the level 31 primordial chaos pill in hand, he would be confident. Heavens afraid that he would encounter Patriarch Primordial Chaos in the middle section of the left bank, he had no choice but to conjure the 10 colored flames to protect himself. However, he was not allowed to leave and enter a predicament. While in a predicament, Yi Xian could immediately consume a level 31 primordial chaos treasure pill at any time. It would only take him about a year to successfully break through the heavenly Tao realm and enter the primordial chaos great Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. Once he stepped into the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao, the suppression of the primordial chaos Tao that had always existed to him would no longer exist. Once he activated the 9 transformations Devil Ape's bloodline ability, he would be able to display its might once again. Once he activated the 9 transformations Devil Ape's 9th transformation, his cultivation would instantly reach the peak of the Grand Mist realm. After the Heaven Tao was the primordial chaos Tao realm. It would be fine if Yi Xian did not break through. However, once he successfully broke through, he would become the strongest person in the primordial chaos Tao realm. At that time, he would have nothing to fear even if he retracted the 10 colored flames. Even if he was surrounded by more than 10 Patriarch Primordial Chaos old monsters, he would be able to easily beat them into a pulp. Although 2 small breakthroughs are not much, I cannot let my guard down. During this period, I must not be targeted by any Patriarch Primordial Chaos old monsters. A dark light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he fell into deep thought. He muttered softly, "The first two breakthroughs were completely reliant on consuming the heavenly Tao blood essence. The second breakthrough was made after I digested the benefits of the previous breakthrough and consumed a few more heavenly Tao blood essences. For the next breakthrough, I cannot consume the heavenly Tao blood essence to forcefully break through. Otherwise, my realm will definitely be unstable. In other words, before I break through this time, I will have to go through a fierce battle and completely digest the benefits of the breakthrough. Only then can I enter seclusion again. If there are no accidents, I will have to kill 2 of the top 3 beasts on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list in order to usher in this normal opportunity to break through. And after that breakthrough, there is only one small stage left. For this last small stage breakthrough, I only need to go through a fierce battle and consume the heavenly Tao blood essence to forcefully break through. Then, the next 2 targets are the ferocious beast on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list and the old tortoise that is ranked second. These 2 fellows must be continuously fought and killed in order to have the opportunity to break through. At this point, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, his figure flashed and instantly rushed out of the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he stored the cauldron into his body and directly rushed out of the abandoned planet where he was in seclusion. An incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out. Yi Xian waved his hand and tore open a void crack. With a slight shake of his shoulders, he rushed into it. This time, his destination was the forbidden land of the owls in the right area of the middle section of the left bank. The forbidden land of the owls was located in the right area of the middle section of the left bank. The strongest person guarding the forbidden land of the owls was a devil-eyed owls. Although its cultivation strength was the same as Yi Xian's, which was also at the peak of the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list, it was a supreme ferocious beast that was ranked 3rd on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. Left bank, although there was only 1 rank difference between the 3rd on the left bank and the 4th on the left bank, the devil-eyed owl's combat strength was definitely not comparable to the venomous starry sky python that was ranked 4th on the left bank. After all, the top 3 were already in the top 3. Although the 3rd was the lowest of the top 3 on the left bank, it was definitely not comparable to the so-called 4th on the left bank. Its significance was completely different. There were at least 30 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of the owls. After all, it was ranked 3rd on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. However, there were probably not many heavenly Tao ferocious beasts guarding the forbidden land. This time was different from when they went to the venomous python forbidden land. At that time, the news of the violent bear wreaking havoc on the left bank had not spread in the middle section of the left bank. Even if Yi Xian had killed the venomous starry sky python and fought with more than a dozen other heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in the forbidden land, the possibility of attracting the attention of the old monster of primordial chaos was not high. But now, it was different. After Yi Xian killed the demonic blood-flying bear and the venomous starry sky python, the entire left bank must have known that he was hunting the top 10 on the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. This was no small matter. It was very likely that it had already attracted the attention of a certain old monster of primordial chaos. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian had to use thunderous methods to kill this devil-eyed owls as soon as possible when he arrived at the forbidden land of the owls. Then he could immediately escape. Otherwise, once he started a battle with the other heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of the owls, the possibility of attracting a certain old monster of primordial chaos would be greatly increased. Then it would be completely unnecessary. Now, Yi Xian was only 2 small stages away from the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. There was no need for him to be entangled with the old monster of primordial chaos who was in the heavenly Tao realm at this time. With these thoughts in mind, he quickly arrived at the forbidden land of the owls on the right side of the middle section of the left bank. However, he did not directly enter the forbidden land like before. Instead, he used the secret technique of perfect oscillation of spiritual power to conceal his body, restrained his aura, and quietly and patiently waited outside the forbidden land. after leaving the abandoned planet where he was in seclusion, Yixian quickly arrived at the forbidden land of the owls on the right side of the middle section of the left bank. However, this time, he didn't directly enter the forbidden star zone like before. Instead, he concealed himself with a secret technique that perfectly vibrated his spiritual power and concealed his aura. He quietly and patiently lay in wait outside the forbidden star zone. This was something that could not be helped. Now, his cultivation realm was only 2 small stages away from the peak of the heavenly Dao realm. There was no need for him to be entangled with the old monster of primordial chaos who was in the heavenly Dao realm at this time. The news of the violent starry sky bear appearing out of nowhere and wreaking havoc on the left bank, specifically looking for the powerful existences ranked in the top 10 of the left bank's heavenly Dao ferocious beast list, had long spread throughout the entire left bank of the Milky Way. Perhaps, it might have already attracted the attention of a certain old monster of primordial chaos. Under such circumstances, if he directly rushed into the forbidden land of the owls, it was very likely that he would be ambushed. Therefore, it was best to wait for the devil-eyed owls to leave the forbidden land before making a move in the dark void outside the forbidden land. At that time, as long as he was a little faster and launched a thunderous attack, he would immediately escape after the successful ambush. There was not much possibility of accidents. Under normal circumstances, this kind of waiting method might not be appropriate because no one could predict when the target would walk out of the forbidden land. If the target was in seclusion, who knew if it would be hundreds or thousands of years? That would make people speechless. However, the situation in the entire left bank of the Milky Way was no longer the same as before. Ever since the appearance of the nether wolf and the black blood fiend crocodile, in the past year or so, more than a dozen old monsters of primordial chaos had appeared in the entire left bank. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the old monsters of the heavenly Dao in the ferocious beast forbidden lands and the remnant star domain to be able to calm down and enter seclusion for a long time. They were at the peak of the heavenly Dao whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th stage. They would definitely not be able to sit still. As long as they had the chance, they would travel to the forbidden lands and star domains where the old monsters of primordial chaos were stationed to visit and seek advice. Demon the Devil-Eyed Owls was a powerful existence ranked 3rd on the left bank's heavenly Dao ferocious beast list. They had been in this realm for countless years, so they were naturally more eager and passionate than anyone else about the primordial chaos Dao realm after the heavenly Dao. Therefore, they would definitely think of ways to contact the old monsters of the heavenly Dao in the forbidden lands and star domains where the old monsters of primordial chaos were stationed. They would ask them to recommend them, hoping to meet these old monsters of primordial chaos and humbly ask for advice on the key to breaking through the heavenly Dao realm and stepping into primordial chaos. As expected, Yixian only waited for 7 days before a ray of light shot out from the devil-eyed owl's forbidden land 50 billion kilometers away. It was a ferocious bird that was about 50 million kilometers in size. Its entire body was pitch black, and its body was shaped like an owl. However, it had a cat's head and only one eye. It emitted a faint blue light, and the cultivation aura that emanated from its body was at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. Furthermore, it was extremely condensed and heavy. It was the devil-eyed owls. Hiss! This old fellow was extremely cautious. This was probably because the news of the violent starry sky bear appearing out of nowhere and wreaking havoc on the left bank, specifically looking for the top 10 experts on the left bank's heavenly Dao ferocious beast list, had already spread. Charge, outside the forbidden star zone, his single eye glowed with a faint blue light as he scanned the surrounding void. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he tore open a void rift with his claw and charged into it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The devil-eyed owl's single eye was extremely extraordinary. It was also an eye technique. The faint blue light that suffused his eye was to scan the void 50 billion kilometers around him. It was to see if anyone was lurking in the dark, so as to prevent them from being ambushed. Unfortunately, although his devil-eyed owls was also an eye technique with extraordinary might, it was still inferior to Yi Xian's demon soul pupil. Currently, not only had Yi Xian activated the perfect oscillation mental energy secret technique, Even his strongest eye technique, the demon soul pupil, had been fully activated. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him, who was completely concealed and had completely restrained his aura, to reveal the slightest trace of himself. Not to mention the devil-eyed owls, who were also in the heavenly Dao realm. Even the dozen or so heavenly Dao freaks of primordial chaos that had appeared on the left bank would find it difficult to find any clues. After all, they had just broken through to the early stage primordial chaos realm. If they had a terrifying cultivation level above the mid-stage primordial chaos realm, it would be hard to say. Whoosh! Xianxia did not reveal himself, but the power in his body was pushed to the limit. He had already shrunk under the blood sea mystic technique. His body, which was only about 10 feet tall, instantly transformed into an invisible beam of light that shot out silently. Taking advantage of the void rift that had yet to completely close up, Xian, who was in his bare form, followed closely behind the devil-eyed owls. He had planned this all along. He had already predicted that if the devil-eyed owls were to leave the Forbidden Star Domain and visit other forbidden lands or star domains, they would definitely tear open a void rift and rush there. As far as Xian was concerned, this was obviously what he wanted. No one would have thought that he would actually possess such a mysterious aura concealment technique, as well as the strongest eye technique like the demon soul eye. He was actually able to hide it from even the magic-eyed owl and follow it into the same spatial rift, following it and waiting for an opportunity to kill it. In front of the middle section of the left bank, in the vast dark zone. Rip! A crisp ripping sound could be heard as a void rift appeared in the originally quiet void. Following that, a figure rushed out. It was extremely large, more than 50 million kilometers in size. It was a black owl, but it had a blood-colored cat head. It was none other than the devil-eyed owls that had just left the owl's forbidden land. He was heading to a ferocious beast forbidden land on the right side of the middle section of the left bank. A heavenly Dao ferocious beast in that ferocious beast forbidden land had recommended him, and freak of primordial chaos, who presided over that forbidden land, had agreed to meet him. Thinking at this point, the devil-eyed owl's heart immediately revealed a look of excitement. With a wave of its hand, it instantly tore open another void rift and continued on its way. But it was also at this moment that a strange change suddenly befell. "I've already followed you here, and it's been a hard journey. Why are you in a hurry? It's not too late to leave after the battle." Shio. It was at this moment that an extremely cold voice sounded, and then the figure of Xian appeared. At this time, he was still in the form of the violent star bear. Originally, he was only about 10 feet tall, but as he activated the power in his body to the extreme, he expanded like a balloon in the blink of an eye. In less than half a breath, he was already 50 million kilometers in size. Separated by hundreds of billions of miles of void, he confronted the devil-eyed owls in front of him. "Violent star bear, it's actually you?" Xian fully activated his cultivation, turning into an invisible pressure that spread out, instantly locking down the devil-eyed owl's aura. The latter's body trembled slightly and immediately turned to look. When it saw Xian's figure, its eyes narrowed, and its voice instantly turned sharp. "You were hiding outside the forbidden land of the owls and followed me all the way here, but I didn't notice at all. Violent star bear, it's actually you?" When Xian appeared, the devil-eyed owl's body trembled slightly and immediately turned to look. When it saw Xian's figure, its eyes narrowed, and its voice instantly turned sharp. "You were hiding outside the forbidden land of the owls and followed me all the way here, but I didn't notice at all. How did you do it?" It was no wonder that it had such a question. After all, it was a powerful existence ranked third on the left bank's heavenly beast list. Even if Xian's cultivation was stronger than it, it was probably not that much stronger. And he still had the demonic eye technique. No matter what, this kind of situation shouldn't have happened. He was actually followed by Xian into the void crack and silently arrived here, but he didn't notice at all. The reason why he asked such a question at this time was obviously to test Xian's tone. This way, he could be prepared in the upcoming battle. Although, the violent star bear that Xian had transformed into was unknown on the left bank, but after all, he had just killed the demonic blood-flying bear, ranked 5th on the left bank's heavenly beast list, and the poisonous star python, ranked 4th, one after another. Just these two battles were enough to prove his strength. Even the devil-eyed owls, who had squeezed into the top 3 on the left bank's heavenly beast list, did not dare to be careless. Hiss! Before he finished speaking, an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. A blue beam of light shot out from the devil-eyed owl's huge single eye, and as it rumbled, the void in its path rapidly collapsed. After using the demonic eye technique, his speed was too fast. Once it enveloped Yi Xian's body, it would probably cause a certain amount of damage. This was because although this eye technique was offensive, it was too domineering and powerful. One it took a long time to describe, but in fact, only 1/10 of an instant had passed by the time this pillar of light arrived in front of him. 1,000 distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers was traversed in just 1/10 of an instant. If it were anyone else, even if it was a peak heavenly Dao at the 9th stage, they would not be able to dodge. They would definitely be hit, and the result would most likely be a hole in their body. After all, when this dark blue pillar of light shot out, even the void was collapsing. But Yi Xian dodged. First in the previous battle with the demonic blood-flying bear, ranked 4th on the left bank's heavenly beast list, Yi Xian had almost fallen into a disadvantage in terms of speed. In the end, he had taken out the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle and fused it into his feet to reverse the situation. This was something that left a deep impression on him. Now that he was ambushing this devil-eyed cat owl, he would naturally be vigilant. The devil-eyed cat owl's position on the left bank's heavenly Dao list was even higher than the demonic blood-flying bear. Its strength was stronger, and it was a ferocious bird. Generally speaking, ferocious birds had a more obvious advantage in terms of speed compared to ferocious beasts. Yi Xian had already expected that his speed might be faster than the demonic blood-flying bear, so before he rushed out of the void crack, he had already taken out the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle and fused it into his feet. This proved that this kind of caution was necessary. Otherwise, Yi Xian would definitely not be able to dodge this dark blue light. It was very likely that he would be seriously injured because of it. Swish! With a shake of his shoulders, his figure disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the left side, only tens of billions of kilometers away from the devil-eyed cat owl. He clenched his iron fist and immediately punched out. Rumble! The power of this attack was too violent, and an earth-shattering rumble sounded out. The iron fist rumbled out, and the void along the way collapsed. If it really hit the devil-eyed cat owl's body, it would definitely break his bones and tendons. Your reaction is not bad, and your speed is not bad. Unfortunately, if that's all you have, then you are destined to die here in this battle. Screech! At the same time, the devil-eyed cat owl's voice sounded out. He raised his head and let out a sky-shattering screech. The pair of wings on his back flapped wildly, and his incomparably huge body instantly became agile. In the void, he was like a butterfly flying through flowers, dazzling everyone's eyes. Light he easily dodged Yi Xian's punch, and even appeared behind Yi Xian in a flash. He stretched out his right claw and instantly pressed down. Hiss! The sound of cloth tearing could be heard. The devil-eyed cat owl's right claw slashed across Yi Xian's back, tearing open the flesh on his back. At this moment, Yi Xian only felt a burning pain on his back. A huge wound had been torn open, and blood rained down from the sky. Still, fortunately, it was only his back, and not his chest or abdomen. Otherwise, this attack would have torn open Yi Xian's chest and abdomen, and his internal organs might have fallen out. That would definitely have been the result of serious injuries. This devil-eyed cat owl's strength was not very strong, but its speed was too fast. As a ferocious bird, this was what it was supposed to be, so Yi Xian was not too surprised. The top 3 of the left bank, you really live up to your reputation. Unfortunately, you are only good at speed. Enduring the pain, Wild Bear's eyes flashed with a cold light. Yi Xian's voice sounded out again, revealing an even more intense chill. You should be proud. This noble one originally planned to only end this battle with a pair of bare fists, but because of your speed, this noble one was forced to use other methods. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already made his move. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot out. It was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already behind the devil-eyed cat owl. This ray of light expanded explosively, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a sea of flames that spanned 10 billion kilometers. Moreover, this was not an ordinary strange flame, but a 10-colored flame that had never appeared even in the primordial chaos void. The 10-colored flame sea filled the sky, and in an instant, it spread out and blocked the devil-eyed cat owl's back, sides, and even the top of its head was sealed. This old fellow's speed was too fast, and Yi Xian could only use this method to restrict its range of movement. Otherwise, who knew how long this battle would have lasted? Once the old fellow realized that it was not a match for Yi Xian, it would very likely escape, and Yi Xian might not be able to catch up to it. 10-colored flame? That's impossible. The devil-eyed cat owl's movement was suddenly restricted, and its body shook violently. It was originally extremely agile, but now it came to an abrupt halt in the void. It gasped in shock and exclaimed, "You are the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian?" The old fellow reacted and guessed the origin of the 10-colored flame. It was formed by the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, after fusing the Shenong 9-colored flame with the red lotus karmic fire. But, unfortunately, it was all too late. Rumble, bang bang bang, as his body stopped, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Without hesitation, he flashed to the devil-eyed cat owl's side, reached out with his left hand, and pressed down on the base of its wings. His right hand clenched into a fist, and in an instant, he launched a barrage of punches. Without any suspense, the old fellow's body exploded after a dozen or so punches. The majestic blood mist was absorbed by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand, and at the same time, he collected nearly 20 portions of Heavenly Dao origin liquid. Fruit. No wonder he was ranked third on the left bank's Heavenly Dao ferocious beast list. He was extremely rich, and even Yi Xian was excited. At this point, more than half of the powerful beasts ranked in the top 10 on the left bank's Heavenly Dao ferocious beast list had been killed by Yi Xian. The dragon whale ranked 10th. The frost blood blue crocodile ranked 9th. The demon blood heavenly bull ranked 8th. The phoenix-tailed blood fox ranked 7th. The bloodthirsty silver wolf ranked 6th. The demon blood flying bear ranked 7th. Platoon the venomous starry sky python ranked 4th. And the devil-eyed cat owl ranked 3rd, which had squeezed into the top 3. Yi Xian was very satisfied with the result of this battle. Although Yi Xian was also quite surprised by the devil-eyed cat owl's speed, he was somewhat surprised that he was forced to use the 10-colored flame. Because of this, the devil-eyed cat owl recognized his origin at a glance. Fortunately, the two of them had fought in the vast and endless dark area in front of the middle section of the left bank. Within a radius of 1 trillion miles, there was no other existence besides Yi Xian and this devil-eyed cat owl. Therefore, even if the devil-eyed cat owl recognized his identity, it was still not important. The devil-eyed cat owl had already fallen. Even if he had seen some clues before he died, it was meaningless. Now that the devil-eyed cat owl had been killed, more than half of the powerful beasts ranked in the top 10 on the left bank's Heavenly Dao ferocious beast list had been killed by Yi Xian. Of the top 10 beasts on the left bank, only the top 2 beasts were still alive. These two old fellows were obviously stronger than the devil-eyed cat owl. One was the primordial octopus turtle, and the other was the heaven-suppressing sacred ape. The primordial octopus turtle was ranked 2nd on the left bank's Heavenly Dao ferocious beast list. If the devil-eyed cat owl was said to be strong in speed, then the primordial octopus turtle was strong in defense. On the other hand, the heaven-suppressing sacred ape was strong in attack. Its combat strength was so strong that it was terrifying. It was said to be able to suppress all Heavenly Dao existences. That was how the name of the heaven-suppressing sacred ape came about. As for the former, it was named the primordial octopus turtle because its lifespan was too long. It was said that this old turtle had been born at the beginning of the primordial era. The first generation of living beings born at the beginning of the primordial era were the 3,000 chaos demon gods. After that, the descendants of these 3,000 chaos demon gods became connate ferocious beasts. While it was said that this primordial octopus turtle was the first living being to be born after the 3,000 chaos demon gods. It was even before the first generation of connate ferocious beasts. It was almost as old as the primordial era, so the name of the primordial octopus turtle was well-deserved. Hong the primordial octopus turtle was guarding the ferocious beast Forbidden Land. The primordial octopus turtle was the strongest person guarding the Forbidden Land star region. The primordial octopus Forbidden Land was ranked second on the left bank's ferocious beast Forbidden Land list. Its overall strength was stronger than that of the owl Forbidden Land. There were more than 40 heavenly Dao old monsters guarding this ferocious beast Forbidden Land. However, in the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land, there was only one ferocious beast with the turtle bloodline. The other 40 heavenly Dao ferocious beasts were all ferocious beasts of the starry sky with other bloodlines. Also, in other words, although the primordial octopus turtle was the strongest person guarding the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land and the ferocious beast Forbidden Land was named after him, in fact, the primordial octopus turtle was a loner. He did not have any bloodline descendants. Such a powerful existence had lived for such a long time, practically as long as this primordial era, yet he didn't leave behind any bloodline descendants. This matter was indeed a bit unusual, a bit strange. Butaz, for the specific reason, the outside world did not know at all. This was because the primordial octopus turtle had almost no contact with the outside world. Although he had appeared a few times over the endless years, he was almost always reticent and unwilling to communicate with others. He was very lazy and, for endless years, he had been sleeping on a huge planet in the depths of the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land. Perhaps this was also related to his turtle bloodline. This race had always been like this. In other words, if Yi Xian wanted to fight the primordial octopus turtle, the method of waiting for the devil-eyed owl vulture to come was no longer possible. This old fellow was hibernating on a huge abandoned planet in the depths of the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land. He did not come out at all, as if he was not interested in anything in the outside world and only liked to bury his head in sleep. Under such circumstances, if Yi Xian waited outside, who knew how many years he might not be able to see him even once? He could only take the initiative to attack and find him himself. This was naturally risky, but he had just arrived at the middle section of the left bank. Although he had killed the devil-eyed owl vulture, this battle had taken place in the vast dark area in front of the middle section of the left bank. It had not been leaked, so the news could not spread in a short time. While Yi Xian estimated that it should not be a big problem to rush to the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land at this time. According to the order he had killed, the venomous starry sky python, ranked 4th on the left bank, had just been killed. The outside world would definitely think that his next target was the devil-eyed owl vulture, ranked 3rd on the left bank. Before the news of the devil-eyed owl vulture's death spread, no one would deliberately pay attention to the primordial octopus turtle, ranked 2nd on the left bank. For Yi Xian, if he wanted to kill this primordial octopus turtle, he did not have much time left. He had to rush to the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land immediately. Otherwise, once the news of the devil-eyed owl vulture's death spread, the old fellows in the middle section of the left bank who were interested in him would immediately turn their attention to the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land. At this time, if Yi Xian took the initiative to rush to the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land and entered the depths of the Forbidden Land star area, the risk would undoubtedly increase exponentially. After all this flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately felt a strong sense of urgency. Without hesitation, after a cold light flashed in his eyes, he immediately waved his hand and directly tore open a void crack in front of him. Then, after shrinking his body to a height of about 10 feet, with a shake of his shoulders, he immediately rushed into the void crack and disappeared, rushing toward the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land. The old tortoise forbidden area was also located in the middle section of the left bank. Yi Xian left the vast and boundless darkness in front of the middle section of the left bank and directly tore through the void to teleport forward. It only took him 5 days to reach his destination. When the last void crack ended, the node was in the void 1 trillion miles away from the edge of the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land. Yi Xian's figure rushed out of the void crack and directly rushed toward the primordial octopus turtle Forbidden Land 1 trillion miles away. Here at this time, he was still in the form of a violent starry sky bear, but his body had shrunk to a height of about 10 feet. Moreover, he had already activated the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique to the extreme. Therefore, his body was hidden, and his chi was completely restrained. Even the dozen or so primordial chaos old monsters who had appeared out of nowhere in the past year or so on the left bank could not find any clues. In this state, Yixian moved forward at full speed and soon left the distance of 1,000,000,000,000 miles behind him. He quietly entered the edge of the primordial octopus turtle forbidden land and made his way to the depths of the star domain. He was not in a hurry to immediately extend his divine sense to investigate the situation in the Forbidden Land star domain. This was because although the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique could perfectly hide his body and chi, this state as if nothing existed was very fragile. As long as Yixian made a move or fully extended his divine sense, the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique would immediately lose its effect. At that time, as soon as his body appeared and his chi was exposed, the Heavenly Way old monsters who were guarding the primordial octopus turtle forbidden land would immediately sense it. But that was clearly not what Yixian wanted. This time, he entered the primordial octopus turtle forbidden land to fight the primordial octopus turtle, so he had to do his best to end the battle. Therefore, he could only confirm the primordial octopus turtle's location and even see him in person before he revealed himself. Chapter 51-58. Whoosh! An imperceptible sound of breaking through the air rang out. Yixian, who had completely restrained his aura, moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, he left the distance of 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers behind him and silently entered the edge of the old tortoise forbidden area, heading towards the depths of the star region. As the second most powerful forbidden ground on the left bank, the old tortoise forbidden ground naturally had many forbidden ground ferocious beasts. According to what Yixian knew, there were more than 40 heavenly law ferocious beasts here. However, it was impossible for all of these heavenly law ferocious beasts to stay in the star domain. Some must have gone out or entered the parallel void to cultivate in seclusion. But as for the exact situation, since Yixian didn't extend his spiritual sense to investigate, he didn't know what was going on. A forbidden ground of this level obviously had many abandoned planets. After Yixian entered the star domain of the old tortoise forbidden ground, he went all the way into the depths of the star domain and saw many abandoned planets along the way. Every single one of them. There were many forbidden ground ferocious beasts in different forms and bloodlines on an abandoned planet, but none of them noticed his arrival. The old tortoise forbidden ground was very vast. Yixian walked for an entire day in the void before the abandoned planets in the star domain gradually decreased. As mentioned earlier, this primordial tortoise had a rather strange temperament and was extremely lazy. It had lived as long as this primordial tortoise, but it had not walked out of the old tortoise forbidden ground more than a few times in countless years. Usually, it slept in its cave-dwelling planet. Therefore, the surroundings of the primordial tortoise's cave-dwelling planet must be very secluded. Otherwise, if there were many other abandoned planets around, wouldn't it be a nuisance to it, who liked to sleep? To Yixian, this was obviously good news because the more secluded it was, the longer it would take to attract the attention of the other heavenly law ferocious beasts in the old tortoise forbidden ground. At this time, he had already reached the depths of the star domain of the old tortoise forbidden ground. Looking around, there was not a single abandoned planet to be seen. The void was quiet, giving people the feeling that they had arrived at the vast and boundless dark void beyond the two sides of the Milky Way. After flying for another day, a huge abandoned planet finally appeared in the dark void 1,000,000,000,000 miles ahead of them. It was the cave abode of the primordial age turtle. He was sleeping soundly inside the planet, and no one knew how long he would sleep every time he fell asleep. With Yixian's current terrifying cultivation, after entering the depths of the old tortoise forbidden area, it took him more than 2 days to reach this place. From this, it could be seen how deep the primordial old tortoise's cave was in the void. This place could be said to be extremely secluded. It was too far away. Even with Yixian's incomparably powerful divine sense, he was still unable to detect the other abandoned stars in the old tortoise forbidden land with his full strength. Also, in other words, if he fought with the primordial tortoise here, as long as he didn't cause too much of a commotion, or if the other heavenly law ferocious beasts in the old tortoise forbidden ground came to investigate on a whim, the other heavenly law ferocious beasts in the old tortoise forbidden ground would not notice anything that happened here. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian's tensed heart immediately relaxed. Such a long distance was enough for him because, in his opinion, as long as he found the primordial tortoise and attacked with his full strength, it would only take the time to eat a meal at most. In such a short time, even with his full strength, he was still more than a day's journey into the depths of the old tortoise forbidden ground. Even if the other heavenly law ferocious beasts noticed something was wrong, they would not be able to rush over in time. By the time they arrived, Yixian would have already drifted away. Xiao. With a flash of light, Yixian didn't hesitate any longer. With a shake of his shoulder, he charged into the enormous abandoned star in front of him. Very quickly. Soon he arrived on the planet. A vast and boundless ocean that occupied more than 80% of the surface of the planet appeared in his field of vision. There was no doubt that the primordial tortoise was hibernating in this vast and boundless ocean for a long time. I will seal this planet and fight it inside. With the pressure of the field of Xianxia's treasured cauldron, the possibility of this battle alarming others is even lower. Xiao. As he muttered to himself, Yixian waved his hand. In an instant, a ray of light shot out and expanded into an incomparably enormous cauldron. It floated above the star and emitted an invisible pressure that completely sealed the entire star. Xiao. At the same time, with Yixian's move, the perfect vibration of spiritual power was also broken. His figure was revealed. He was still only about 10 meters tall, but he expanded with the wind and was 50 million miles tall in the blink of an eye. His figure fell into the vast sea below. Walala! Thin as his huge body fell, the vast sea below immediately stirred up endless waves. The movement was terrifying, but it did not spread out. This was because the Xianxia's cauldron, which was hidden in the void, poured out the power of the field and isolated everything inside the star. Xiao. There was no abnormality at all from the outside. Everything was as usual. Even the field of Xianxia's treasured cauldron suspended above the planet could not see it. It had been invisibly hidden by the power of its field. Who is it? How dare you disturb my sleep? As soon as Yixian's figure disappeared into the sea, a low and indifferent murmur came from a deep trench in the deepest part of the sea, revealing dissatisfaction. It was clearly the primordial tortoise. He was originally sleeping, but at this moment he was awakened and was angry. Rumble? Then, as the voice of this divine sense resounded, a shocking rumbling of thunder resounded from the deepest part of the ocean, the deep sea trench. An incomparably enormous black tortoise floated out from the depths of the trench. Its entire body was pitch black like ink, and its body was over 5 million kilometers in size. The aura of cultivation that emanated from its body was shockingly that of a peak heaven's way that had attained perfection in the 9th step. But it was incomparably solid and heavy. Obviously, it was even stronger than the devil-eyed cat owl that Yixian had just killed. This battle could not last too long. Otherwise, the possibility of being discovered would be greatly increased. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yixian no longer hesitated. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, his incomparably huge figure instantly rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he was beside the giant black tortoise. No, with some hesitation, he clenched his right fist and immediately punched toward the tortoise's head. Where did this bear cub come from? Did I step on your ancestral grave? You beat me up without saying anything. Are you crazy? Screech. Seeing an incomparably huge fist coming toward his tortoise head, the primordial old tortoise was so scared that his body trembled. At the same time the voice of the divine sense sounded, he actually retracted his head and limbs into the incomparably huge black tortoise shell. Faintly, he seemed to be able to hear his slightly embarrassed muttering to himself, "A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. This old man is a tortoise. It is not embarrassing for a tortoise to shrink its head. As Yi Xian made his move, the primordial old tortoise was so scared that his body trembled. At the same time the voice of the divine sense sounded, he actually directly retracted his head and limbs into the incomparably huge black tortoise shell. A slightly embarrassed muttering to himself could be faintly heard, "A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. This old man is a tortoise. It is not embarrassing for a tortoise to shrink its head." Boom! Rumble. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian's fist had already landed on his tortoise shell. An earth-shattering boom sounded, and the tortoise shell shook a little, but it was not damaged in the slightest. Instead, the seabed below shattered, and countless gravel of different sizes rolled in the sea like the roar of a raging river. "It's so hard?" Yi Xian was a little dumbfounded. He had used all his strength just now, so one could imagine the power of this punch. However, when it landed on the tortoise's shell, not a single crack appeared. It was simply so hard that it made one's hair stand on end. As he frowned, Yi Xian's mind raced. Only then did he remember that this primordial black tortoise was good at defense. Presumably, this tortoise's shell was so hard, which was one of the reasons for its astonishing defense. He did not continue to punch. Instead, he flipped his right hand and took out the big-headed black rod. If Yi Xian did not plan to use the big-headed black rod outside, because once he used it, his identity would be exposed. However, the entire planet had been sealed by the domain of the Shenong treasure cauldron that was hidden in the void. Standing in the void outside the planet and looking inside, one would not be able to see anything unusual at all. And he had to kill this primordial black tortoise, so he naturally did not have to worry about this. "This sovereign does not believe that I cannot break through your broken shell." Rumble! With the black rod in hand, Yi Xian's eyes instantly flashed with a cold light. As he muttered softly, he raised his right arm high and swung it in a circle, ruthlessly smashing it towards the huge tortoise's shell in front of him. A thunderous boom shook the heavens. After the previous strike, the black shell of the primordial black turtle still remained unmoved. Instead, cracks the size of a spider web appeared at the bottom of the sea. If it weren't for the restraining power of the domain, the seawater would have probably flowed in. This result made Yi Xian dumbfounded again. He was a little caught off guard. Even when the big-headed black rod smashed down, there was no reaction at all. The old fellow's tortoise shell did not even have a white mark on it. This was simply heaven-defying. "This is impossible." Boom! Bang! As if he was unwilling to give up, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and muttered. He swung his right arm again and smashed the big-headed black rod down again. Obviously, the result was no different. The tortoise's shell was still the same, but the seabed below was even more severely damaged. It was covered with spider web cracks of varying sizes. They were densely packed and looked shocking. This time, he was truly speechless. If this continued, the tortoise's shell would be fine, but the entire planet would be shaken into a pile of rubble. At that time, the power of the farmer god's treasure cauldron would not be able to restrain it anymore. Once the planet collapsed and scattered, the energy fluctuations produced here would instantly spread out. If that was the case, the heavenly Dao old monsters in the star domain in front of the old tortoise forbidden land would soon notice the abnormality. And if by that time, Yi Xian was still unable to break through this incredibly hard tortoise shell, he would probably have no choice but to run away. After all, the farmer god's treasure cauldron and the big-headed black rod had already been used. It would be strange if the other party did not know. In this situation, once Yi Xian retreated, the news that the violent starry sky bear that had recently appeared and wreaked havoc on the left bank was the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, would spread in an instant. At this time, he could only stop here and find a place to hide, because the dozen or so grandmist old monsters on the left bank would definitely not let him go and would search everywhere for traces of him. So Yi Xian hid very well. However, if there was a certain shameless old man who did not care about grandmist old monster's face and turned to attack the forbidden land of the magic hall on the left bank of the right bank, forcing him to show himself, then he would be in big trouble. It was simply impossible to resolve. Old man, to think that you're ranked second on the Heavenly Dao Savage Beast list on the left bank. When faced with an enemy attack, you only know how to hide like a tortoise. Don't you find it too embarrassing? Yi Xian unwillingly transmitted his divine sense. He was clearly provoking the old man, using his reputation as the second on the left bank to provoke him. Generally speaking, a powerhouse of his level would not be able to tolerate such words. If he wanted to stick his head out of the tortoise shell, Yi Xian would have a way to deal with him. He did not believe that this old tortoise's head was as hard as his tortoise shell. Stinking brat, don't give me that. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, the primordial black tortoise's voice came from the huge black tortoise shell. The old man was not angry at all. It was obvious that he was not going to listen to anything. This old man is a tortoise to begin with. If a tortoise does not shrink its head, then wouldn't it be a joke? This is this old man's freedom. This is this old man's right. I'm a tortoise, so I shrink my head. It's only right and proper. This was awkward. He thought that it would be of some use, but who would have thought that it would be so righteous? Instead, it made Yi Xian feel embarrassed and angry. He felt that he had been overthinking things. It was simply the heart of a petty person. Fine, this is the last strike. If you still don't come out and fight with this sovereign, don't blame this sovereign for being impolite at that time. In anger, Yi Xian spoke again. He raised his right arm high and smashed down with the big-headed black tortoise's staff with all his strength. Bang! Rumble! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the cracks in the spider web on the seabed below became even denser. It seemed that if the staff struck again, the entire planet would shatter. However, the black tortoise shell in front of him was still the same as before. It did not move at all, and not a single white mark was left on it. Similarly, the primordial black tortoise that had shrunk into its tortoise shell was still as stubborn as before. It had no intention of coming out at all, and it did not even have the intention to make a sound. Do you think you can escape today's calamity like this? What a joke! Since this sovereign has come, it is impossible for me to return empty-handed. Furthermore, you have already seen through this sovereign's identity, so I definitely cannot let you live today. No matter what, I must kill you. Swish. As he spoke, Yi Xian flipped his hand and put away the big-headed black tortoise's staff. Then, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and an incomparably dazzling light shot out from his hand. As it expanded in the wind, it instantly turned into a boundless sea of 10-colored flames. It surrounded the primordial black turtle's huge turtle shell and was about to close in and incinerate it. Although this tortoise shell was hard, it was obviously unable to withstand the terrifying power of the 10-colored flame. If nothing unexpected happened, as soon as the 10-colored flame sea closed in, this primordial black tortoise and his tortoise shell would be incinerated into ashes. 10-colored flames? Damned little bastard, you King? Sensing the aura of the 10-colored flames outside, the old man in the tortoise shell finally lost his composure. After a soft cry, he actually begged for mercy on the spot. Forget it, this old man admits defeat today. Little bastard, don't be impulsive, just give this old man some face, okay? 10-colored flames? Damned little bastard, you King? Sensing the aura of the 10-colored flames outside, the old man in the tortoise shell finally lost his composure. After a soft cry, he actually begged for mercy on the spot. Forget it, this old man admits defeat today. Little bastard, don't be impulsive, just give this old man some face, okay? With the terrifying power of the 10-colored flames here, Yi Xian was not surprised that the old man begged for mercy, but what he said at this moment, asking Yi Xian to give this old man some face, was really puzzling. Hearing this, Yi Xian was completely confused and stunned on the spot. Yi Xian, after being stunned for a few seconds, he finally reacted. His eyes turned cold and he snorted softly. What? You're scared after seeing the 10-colored flames? How dare you say such words? What does it have to do with me, who your grandson is? Do I need to give him face and spare your life? Little bastard, you're shameless, too shameless. You're simply turning against me. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the primordial octoturtle was so angry that his tortoise shell trembled. He roared loudly, "This old man's grandson is at least in cahoots with you, but you won't even let his grandfather go. Can you be any more heartless?" "In cahoots with me?" Yi Xian asked. The more Yi Xian listened, the more confused he became. His brows furrowed even tighter, but the curiosity in his heart was also aroused. He subconsciously asked, "Old man, who exactly is your grandson?" "Void Giant Tortoise, you dare say you don't know him?" Within the tortoise shell, the primordial octoturtle's muffled voice sounded, as if he was gnashing his teeth, revealing his resentment. When the chaos world was just created, this old man entered once and left behind that bloodline. If he's not my grandson, then what is he? It's actually that guy? This result was too unexpected. Yi Xian cried out involuntarily on the spot. "You old bastard, you're actually the Void Giant Tortoise's grandfather?" "It's the truth." Seeing that Yi Xian did not seem to know about this matter, which meant that his previous words could not be considered heartless, the old man's tone softened a little, and he continued in a muffled voice. "Kid, you're also a peak heavenly Dao at the peak of the 9th stage. Sense the aura of this old man's bloodline and compare it with his. Can't you see it?" After being reminded, Yi Xian really did see through the clues. Previously, he had not thought about it at all, but now that he knew the truth, with his cultivation, especially the supreme power of the demon soul pupil, he naturally saw that the old man was not lying at all. He was indeed the bloodline ancestor of the Void Giant Tortoise. "I didn't expect that today, the Dragon King Temple would be washed away by the flood, and we don't recognize each other anymore." Phew, whoosh. However, in a moment of enlightenment, Yi Xian directly waved his hand, and the 10-colored sea of flames that he had just summoned turned into a ray of light, entered between his eyebrows, and disappeared. At the same time, his body also shrank, turning into the size of about 10 feet. Even the Shengnong treasured cauldron that was suspended in the sky above the star, but had been hidden in the void, was directly absorbed into his body. After all this, Yi Xian spoke again, and waved at the primordial black tortoise. "Brother old tortoise, please don't take the misunderstanding from before to heart. But then again, the strength of your defense is really something this little brother has never seen before, and I really admire it. Why don't you become sworn brothers with this little brother, and become sworn brothers with different surnames?" If it was anyone else, Yi Xian naturally would not have such thoughts, but this old man was the Void Giant Tortoise's grandfather, so it was a different story. The Void Giant Tortoise and Yi Xian were indeed considered partners, but the old man didn't treat Yi Xian very well in the beginning. Of course, he had likely stepped into the Heavenly Dao realm by now, but he was definitely not Yi Xian's match. Perhaps it was for this reason that the old man and the primordial Yixia had never appeared again. They probably felt that they would lose face in front of the powerful Yi Xian. And this time, Yi Xian had accidentally encountered his bloodline patriarch, a figure from his grandfather's generation. He naturally couldn't miss such an opportunity. Only if he could become sworn brothers with the primordial black tortoise, then the next time he saw the Void Giant Tortoise, he could show off in front of him as an elder. Just the thought of the old man's expression when that happened left Yi Xian extremely excited. It could be said that he was extremely eager to become sworn brothers with the primordial black tortoise. He felt like he had been injected with steroids, and he was excited and agitated. Become sworn brothers? Yi Xian's words left the primordial black tortoise taken aback, but when it saw Yi Xian put away the 10-colored sea of flames, including the farmer god's treasure cauldron floating above the star, it was no longer on guard. It immediately shrunk its body to the size of 10 feet, just like Yi Xian. Together with Yi Xian. At the same time, it extended its head and limbs from its original turtle shell. It stared at Yi Xian with narrowed eyes and sized him up. It asked suspiciously, "Rascal, you were talking about killing me a moment ago, but now you suddenly want to become sworn brothers with me. What are you scheming?" "Scheming? Do I need to scheme against you?" Yi Xian was unhappy to hear that. His expression darkened as he continued, "Don't be fooled by your turtle shell. If I really wanted to deal with you, my 10-colored sea of flames would be enough to turn you into ashes in an instant. Not to mention you, I don't even care about that Saint Ape who is ranked first on the left bank's heavenly beast list. Once I leave here, I will go to his Saint Ape forbidden land and kill him." At this point, Yi Xian snorted coldly and curled his lips in disdain. "Do I need to scheme against such a peerless and supreme existence? You want to go to the Saint Ape Forbidden Land to find that Saint Ape? The old turtle was shocked and his tone was full of disbelief. That Saint Ape is an ancient existence from the same era as this old one. He is also almost as old as this primordial era. His combat strength is incomparably powerful and he is known as the Saint Ape. He can suppress the will of heaven and earth. Since he was born, he has never tasted defeat. Even this old one feels guilty when facing him. If it weren't for this turtle shell, I wouldn't have the qualifications to fight him head-on. After saying that, he paused for a moment and glanced at Yi Xian before continuing, "It's not that this old man is looking down on you, brat. Although your battle prowess is also heaven-defying, if you want to fight this heaven-suppressing Saint Ape head-on, unless you use the 10-colored flames, there's no way you can win. In fact, if you're not careful, you'll be suppressed by him. So you better think twice about this matter. Don't be impulsive, roar, damned old man, you're looking at me through the crack in the door. You're looking down on me." Hearing the words of the primordial octopus turtle, Yi Xian raised his head and roared, "Isn't it just a Saint Ape? If this old one makes a move, I will definitely suppress him." "Oh, you're still in the mood?" Old Tortoise Meng rolled his eyes, as if he was going to fight with Yi Xian. "If you insist, then up to you. This old man will throw his words here. Without using the 10-colored flames, if you can avoid being suppressed by him, this old man will become sworn brothers with you. What's the harm in that?" As soon as the primordial octopus turtle finished speaking, Yi Xian raised his head and let out a shocking roar, revealing endless anger. He was furious. He was truly infuriated. It wasn't because he wanted to become sworn brothers with the primordial octoturtle, but the primordial octoturtle had proposed a condition instead. Instead, it was because the primordial octoturtle's condition was that he wouldn't be suppressed by the primordial octoturtle's divine ape. This was blatant contempt and even disregard. It was as if Yi Xian was destined to be suppressed by the Saint Ape. There was absolutely no suspense. "Old man, you're really looking down on me. I won't use the 10-colored flame in this battle. I'll just use my bare fists to suppress that heaven-suppressing holy ape," Mao said. As Yi Xian spoke, he had already turned to the primordial octopus turtle and said in a deep voice, "But you also know that this old one's identity is a little sensitive right now. It will be troublesome if the primordial octopus, a descendant of the heavenly Dao, sets his sights on me, so this battle cannot be fought in the Saint Ape Forbidden Land. You have to be responsible for attracting that Saint Ape. We will fight in the vast dark void in front of the left bank." This is not a problem. This old one knows that old monkey's temper. If he hears that a violent bear is clamoring to suppress him with a pair of bare fists, that old monkey will definitely not be able to stop it. Not to mention the dark void in front of the left bank, even if it is the right bank, he will immediately rush over. At this point, the primordial octopus turtle paused for a moment, then continued, "Moreover, this old one and he can be considered to have some friendship. This old one will pass on this matter, so he will definitely not suspect anything. You just have to choose the place of the battle and then wait for his arrival. In that case, this old one will wait and see." Whoosh! As he spoke, Yi Xian waved his hand, and in an instant, a ray of light shot out and was collected by the primordial octopus turtle. This ray of light was an interstellar coordinate. The location was in the depths of the vast dark void in front of the left bank. It could be said to be extremely secluded. If a battle were to unfold there, the great beast forbidden lands and the remnant star fields on the left bank of the Milky Way would definitely not sense it. Even the primordial octopus turtle would not be able to sense it. Hiss! After all of this, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately waved his hand again, and a spatial crack appeared in front of him. He stepped into it, and his figure disappeared in an instant. As for the primordial octopus turtle, his mission was to go to the sacred ape forbidden land and lure over the sacred ape, who was known as the number one on the left bank, invincible in the heavenly Dao realm, and the strongest under the primordial octopus turtle. In front of the left bank, in the depths of the vast dark void, Yi Xian had already arrived. Xian had arrived here 2 days ago. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. He was in his best condition, ready to fight at any moment. Although his figure was only about 10 feet tall, he was already in the 9th transformation state of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. The cultivation aura that emanated from his body was at the peak of the heavenly Dao realm at the peak of the 9th stage, and it was extremely condensed and heavy. No, because the perfect oscillation spiritual power mystic technique had long been fully activated, his body in the form of the violent star bear was hidden. His aura was completely restrained, and the void looked empty. Heavens, even if the primordial octopus, who was a descendant of the heavenly Dao, was here and carefully investigated, he would definitely not notice anything amiss. After waiting for 3 days, there was finally movement in the void in front of him. Yixian, who was sitting cross-legged and waiting, opened his eyes. Hiss! The crisp sound of ripping cloth sounded as a huge void rift appeared. Following that, 2 figures emerged from it. The 2 figures were about 50 million kilometers in size. The first to emerge from the void rift was the primordial octopus turtle, followed closely by the sacred ape suppression. This old monkey was standing on its hind legs. Its eyes were like lightning, and its entire body was covered in golden fur. Not a single strand of its fur was impure. At this moment, it walked out of the crack in the void with large strides. At first glance, it looked like a human-shaped scorching sun slowly approaching, giving people a very heavy feeling of pressure. "You're that violent star bear?" As soon as he arrived, Yixian's figure appeared. The sacred ape suppression's gaze locked onto him, and the voice of his divine sense was transmitted. There was an invisible sense of majesty in the low voice. This venerable one just received news that even the devil-eyed cat owl, who was ranked 3rd on the left bank, has fallen. It should be because of you, right? Apart from the devil-eyed cat owl, this bastard was originally going to fall as well. However, it was discovered that he had a relationship with this venerable one, so this matter was dropped. Yixian nodded, his face full of disdain. As he stood up, he replied with his divine sense, "Excluding him, you're the only one left in the top 10 of the heavenly Dao ferocious beast list on the left bank. And in today's battle, you will also be suppressed." As soon as he finished speaking, Yixian in his bear form raised his head and let out a shocking roar. At this moment, he activated the Blood Sea secret technique. His figure, which was originally only around 3 meters tall, had become 50 million kilometers tall in half a breath's time. He stood facing the sacred ape suppression from a distance of 100 billion kilometers in the void, and the atmosphere in the void became oppressive. A smell of gunpowder that was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed spread out invisibly. A shocking battle was about to happen. "You stinking brat, you said you wanted to become sworn brothers with this old man, but now you don't give this old man any face in front of outsiders. You're really too much." It was because he felt that Yixian's words just now had embarrassed him. The primordial black turtle's expression turned awkward as it muttered a few words in a muffled voice. Then, with a sway of its body, it directly retreated 1 trillion kilometers away. This battle had nothing to do with him. He was just a witness, so there was naturally no need for him to stay in the battlefield. Here, after arriving 1 trillion kilometers away in the distant void, the primordial octopus turtle immediately turned around and floated in the dark void. His eyes were sharp as he watched with great interest. Even he was looking forward to this battle. There was no need to say much about the sacred ape suppression strength. On the left bank of the Milky Way, putting aside those ancient existences who had retreated from the world millions of years ago to break through to the primordial chaos Dao realm, the sacred ape suppression was known as the strongest among all the heavenly beasts. It was the strongest of the heavenly Dao, the strongest person below the primordial chaos Dao. And now, the master of the magic hall, Yixian, who was about to battle with him, was also in existence of this level. He had already killed 8 of the top 10 heavenly beasts on the left bank's heavenly Dao beast list, and excluding himself, this sacred ape suppression was the only one left. Such a shocking battle record had never been seen even on the left bank of the Milky Way for countless years. But, therefore, this upcoming battle would definitely be recorded in the left bank's history books. It was rare to see in countless years, and even an ancient existence like the primordial octopus turtle who had lived for countless years couldn't help but be fascinated You want to become sworn brothers with this old bastard? That's a good idea. As the primordial octopus turtle retreated into the distance, the sacred ape suppression's divine sense voice rang out again. Speaking of which, I have known him for countless years. In today's battle, if you can survive my iron fist, I will join you. So what if we become sworn brothers? Roar. Chapter 51-59. Speaking of which, this supremacy has known him for countless years. If you can survive this supremacy's iron fist today, this supremacy will join you. So what if we become sworn brothers? Roar, rumble. As the voice of the divine sense faded, the heaven-suppressing sacred ape raised his head and roared angrily. Without wasting any more words, his figure flickered, and he immediately threw a punch at Xian. The amount of power was too violent. Wherever the punch passed, the void would rapidly collapse. This was a shocking scene. The heaven-suppressing sacred ape had already arrived in front of Xian in the blink of an eye. He was only 10 billion kilometers away from Xian in his bare form. Heaven-suppressing sacred ape, you really live up to your reputation. Once the punch was thrown, the scene was so shocking that even Xian could not help but sigh. But at the same time, it also aroused his fighting spirit. Before he finished speaking, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He immediately rushed forward and threw a punch at the heaven-suppressing sacred ape. Bang! Rumble! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The punch of Xian and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape collided in the void. A huge area of 10 billion kilometers in size collapsed. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc. This attack almost tore apart the deeper layer of the primordial void, but, in the end, it did not. That was something that could only be done by a primordial realm expert. More than a year ago, outside the Chaos Lac star field, the two powerful primordial realm experts, Dark Wolf and Dark Blood Demon Crocodile, easily tore apart the deeper layer of the primordial void. A primordial realm black hole appeared, and it was filled with primordial chaos void turbulence formed by primordial realm energy. Today, Xian and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape could definitely be considered the strongest experts under the primordial realm. However, they had not reached the primordial realm and did not possess primordial realm energy. Even if the terrifying energy of their full-strength collision was not enough to tear apart the deeper layer of the primordial void, however, Xian and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape were sent tumbling backward when the earth-shattering explosion rang out. They were both hundreds of billions of kilometers away. When they finally stabilized themselves, their breathing was rapid and their chests were heaving up and down. Their blood and chi were surging. They were evenly matched in one strike. No one was injured, and no one had the slightest advantage. It's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying battle. I didn't expect that on the left bank of the Milky Way, there would be someone who could fight me head-on and not be at a disadvantage. The heaven-suppressing sacred ape's eyes flickered with a dark light as he spoke with excitement. He sized Xian up from head to toe with admiration. You're not bad either. All these years, when I throw out a punch with all my strength, the only one who can come out unscathed besides that old bastard is you. However, that doesn't count. He's just a coward who hides in his shell. Xian nodded as well. He was extremely impressed by the astonishing battle prowess of this heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. At this moment, when their gazes met, a feeling of mutual appreciation arose in their hearts. Although the primordial chaos void was vast, the two sides of the Milky Way were vast, and there were countless experts in the starry sky, but for the current Xian and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape, not counting the old monster of primordial chaos after the heavenly Tao, it was already extremely difficult to find someone who could fight them head-on. Roar! In the void billions of kilometers away, the invisible primordial black turtle roared wildly, expressing his dissatisfaction. You can fight all you want. Why are you talking about this old man? What's wrong with being a coward? It's not embarrassing for a turtle to shrink its head. Bang! Rumble! Xian and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape did not pay attention to him at all. With a cold flash in their eyes, the two of them shot forward and clashed again in the void. This time, the two of them did not collide with each other with their fists. Instead, they both punched each other's bodies. This was intentional. because in that head-on clash of fists, they had already competed in strength. In terms of strength, the two of them were evenly matched. Now, in the second clash, the two of them did not dodge each other's giant fists and allowed each other to hit their own bodies. What they wanted to compete was the strength of each other's bodies. An explosion resounded in the sky, followed by continuous rumbling of thunder. Another black hole that was 10 billion miles wide was blasted open in the void. The violent energy wreaked havoc, and nothing could be seen within 100 billion miles. The only thing that could be seen was two figures shooting out of this chaotic area. These two figures were Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. This clash was different from the first one. The first clash was a clash of fists, and neither of them was injured. However, this clash of fists hit each other's bodies, and it was incomparably tough. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying 100 billion kilometers away. He was slightly injured. The heaven-suppressing Saint Ape was the same. He was sent flying 100 billion kilometers away and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he had been injured in countless years. Although it was also only a light injury, it was enough to shock the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. "You're only lightly injured?" However, he was not shocked by his own injuries because he had already tested Yi Xian's strength. He had already expected that this punch would cause him a light injury and cause him to spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, from his words, it was clear that the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape was shocked because Yi Xian was the same as him. He only spat out a mouthful of blood and was only lightly injured. Just this point alone was enough to prove how powerful Yi Xian's physical body was. Just like him, it was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder. There was no difference in strength at all. Their strength was on par, and the strength of their bodies was also on par. This battle was clearly a tie, and neither could do anything to the other. Whether it was the heaven-suppressing sacred ape or Yi Xian, both of them were incomparably proud of their own combat strength before they met each other. They never thought that at the same cultivation level, they would actually meet an existence that was not inferior to them in terms of strength or physical strength in a direct battle of this level. Of course, Yi Xian still had the 10-colored flame, fallen bow, and spiritual force secret techniques that he had not used yet. However, the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape was the supreme existence ranked first on the left bank's heavenly beast list. He obviously had many secret techniques, divine abilities, and various supreme treasures in his hands. If the battle escalated, both sides would be able to use their own methods, and the final result would be a tie. Even though Yi Xian had a higher chance of winning because he had the 10-colored flame that even Grand Mystic Centric was wary of, it could not erase the shock brought to him by the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. Without the use of secret techniques or supreme treasures, just a head-on battle of fists could truly answer the most basic question. The heaven-suppressing Saint Ape's strength had undoubtedly received Yi Xian's acknowledgement. In fact, the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape had also acknowledged Yi Xian's strength. This was the true meaning of no discord, no concord. There is no need to continue this battle. For countless years, you are the only opponent this sovereign has ever encountered that can make this sovereign sigh in admiration. As he withdrew his hand, the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape's voice rang out. This sovereign cannot miss an opponent like this. This sovereign wants to become sworn brothers with you so that we will have the opportunity to spar frequently in the future. There is no need to continue this battle. For countless years, you are the only opponent this sovereign has ever encountered that can make this sovereign sigh in admiration. As he withdrew his hand, the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape's voice rang out again. This sovereign cannot miss an opponent like this. This sovereign wants to become sworn brothers with you so that we will have the opportunity to spar frequently in the future. The heaven-suppressing Saint Ape said that he wanted to become sworn brothers with Yi Xian, but his purpose was so that they would have the opportunity to spar frequently in the future. This, in truth, Yi Xian also had the same idea. This kind of opponent was too difficult to find, so he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Even more so, not to mention that there was no enmity between him and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape, and they even appreciated each other. The so-called oath of brotherhood was only natural. This old man thought that he would be able to witness an earth-shattering battle, but I didn't expect the two of you to be so boring. seeing that both Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape had stopped fighting and had no intention of continuing the battle. The primordial black tortoise, who had retreated 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers away, immediately rolled his eyes. Same as with a flash, he also rushed over, muttering to himself as if he was extremely dissatisfied. A battle of this level might not even occur once in many years, but I didn't expect you two to be all bark and no bite. What a waste of this old man's effort. It's simply too disappointing. In other words, the reason he had rushed to the sacred ape forbidden land and lured the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape here was only to watch the battle between Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. Such words were naturally infuriating, so both Yi Xian and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape turned to him and glared at him. From the looks of it, it was clear that if the old man said a few more words of nonsense, they would immediately join forces and beat him up together. Whether it was Yi Xian or the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape, the old man couldn't win. If the two of them really joined forces, it was easy to imagine how miserable his end would be. Realizing this, the primordial black tortoise immediately shrunk his neck and wisely shut his mouth, but he could still faintly murmur to himself, "What kind of world is this? This is too violent, too disrespectful of the elders. Even if we want to become sworn brothers, this old man is the oldest, so I'm still the eldest. How dare the younger one look at the older one? How unreasonable!" The three of them naturally couldn't be ranked by combat strength, because that would change the meaning. The reason why they became sworn brothers was because they appreciated each other and appreciated each other. If they were to be ranked by combat strength, it would lose its meaning. Very soon, the three of them became sworn brothers in the primordial void. Just as the primordial old tortoise had said, he was the oldest and was slightly older than the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape, so he was naturally the eldest. The second was the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape, and as for Yi Xian, he was too young, so he could only be ranked third. To be honest, the cosmic violin ape is just one of my identities. In fact, I am the master of the magic hall. Yi Xian. Since they had become sworn brothers, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't hide his true identity. The primordial black tortoise already knew this, so he took the initiative to reveal it to the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. "It should have been you. Second brother, I have already guessed it." The heaven-suppressing Saint Ape had an, as expected, expression on his face. It seemed that he had been wondering about this for a long time. Now that he heard Yi Xian admit it, he wasn't surprised. After exchanging pleasantries, the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape suddenly changed the topic and asked, "Third brother, why did you hunt the top 10 beasts on the left bank's heavenly beast list? What's the deep meaning behind this?" He wasn't the only one. Even the primordial black tortoise had been wondering about this for a long time. Now that the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape asked, he immediately looked over with interest. "My true cultivation is only at the 7th level of the heavenly Tao. I've been searching for the top 10 beasts on the left bank's heavenly beast list because I want to temper myself through battles and seek an opportunity to break through." Yi Xian didn't hide much about this, but he didn't reveal anything deeper either. After a brief explanation, he immediately cupped his fists and bowed to the primordial black tortoise and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape before continuing, "I've been through 3 battles recently, and the opportunity to break through has arrived. Therefore, I can't stay any longer. I'm about to break through in seclusion, so we'll meet again in the future." Hiss. After saying that, he didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately waved his hand and tore open a crack in the void. After nodding to the primordial black tortoise and the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape, he stepped into it and disappeared. Whoosh! A weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out as Yi Xian's figure walked out of a spatial rift that suddenly appeared. This was still the vast dark void in front of the left bank, but it wasn't the void where he had fought the heaven-suppressing Saint Ape. Yi Xian came to the place where he had been in seclusion before an abandoned planet appeared. Not long ago, he broke through to the 7th level of the heavenly Tao here. Well, now Yi Xian came here again. His purpose was to break through to the 8th level of the heavenly Tao, and even reach the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly Tao. The dim light flashed as he extended his divine sense to investigate. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he swept over and directly entered the core of this abandoned planet. Following then, he took out the Shen Nong treasured cauldron. In order to reduce its size, it was only 10,000 feet long. It hung in the middle of the core and then stepped into the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Between his hands, a weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out and floated in front of Yixian. They were all cultivation resources used to launch this breakthrough. Very quickly. Soon, a dim light flashed in his eyes. The power of the Shinnong Cauldron's domain was activated by him. All the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul's fist. Then, with a wave of his hand, they were swallowed into his stomach. All the cultivation resources melted in Yixian's mouth. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a majestic river of energy that slowly flowed in his body. The expected sound of the chains immediately came. This time, there was only one shackle that appeared. As long as it was torn, he could smoothly break through. Taking a deep breath, Yixian quickly threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. He closed his eyes and immediately urged the river of energy that had just formed in his body with all his strength. It began to circulate in his meridians again and again. Also, after an unknown amount of time, the river of energy that had formed in his meridians was finally completely refined. Then, with just one impact, the incomparably thick shackles had already broken. While the anticipated system prompt soon sounded in Yixian's mind, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 8th level of the heavenly Tao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's qi and blood. Current realm, 8th level of the heavenly Tao." In the next moment, Yixian opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, a trace of excitement quietly flashed. No, there was suspense. After this breakthrough, the suppression of the primordial great Tao still existed. Therefore, under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, his cultivation was still at the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly Tao. However, his true combat strength had once again skyrocketed by a large margin. More importantly, he was now only a small breakthrough away from the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm required to consume the level 31 primordial pellet. With this breakthrough, Yixian's true combat strength had once again soared by a large margin. More importantly, he was now only a small breakthrough away from the 9th level of the heavenly Tao required to consume the level 31 primordial pill. With the completion of the breakthrough, he, who was sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog, suddenly opened his eyes. Pinch calculating the time, he had actually spent a month in seclusion this time, which was twice as long as the last time he had broken through. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yixian immediately fell into deep thought. He was hesitating whether to continue his closed-door cultivation. In one go, he would break through the last small stage before consuming the level 31 primordial pill. Of course, the reason why he was hesitating was because he had just completed a breakthrough. Although this was considered a normal breakthrough, the gains from the previous breakthrough had been completely digested after the great battle. Next, he could forcibly consume the heavenly Tao blood essence, enter closed-door cultivation again, and continue to break through. The next breakthrough was, after all, the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly Tao. It was different from the previous breakthroughs. The difficulty would definitely increase, and it was no small matter. If he failed to break through by consuming the heavenly Tao blood essence, it would obviously be more complicated to break through this small stage in the future. However, after some consideration, he finally decided to break through this last small stage in one go. This was because the news of the death of the devil-eyed owl, who was ranked 3rd on the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list, had spread. Furthermore, the primordial octoturtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape had become sworn brothers with him not long ago. If he wanted to continue using the great battle to train himself and seek the opportunity to break through, it would be difficult to even find an opponent. Among the shore beasts, the ones ranked below the top 10 on the heavenly Tao ferocious beast list could not withstand a single blow from Yixian. If he wanted to challenge them, the effect of using the great battle to train himself was almost negligible. However, there was also a heavenly Tao remnant list on the left bank of the Milky Way. The top 10 powerhouses on this list were comparable to the top 10 powerhouses on the Heavenly Dao Ferocious Beast list. But the composition of the battle power of the remnant powerhouses was quite complicated. The battle power of the fierce beasts reflected the power of the physical body and the power of the bloodline's secret techniques. The comprehensive battle power of the remnant powerhouses also included the support of the magic weapons in their hands and the power of various arrays. Fighting with the fierce beasts was satisfying, but fighting with the remnant powerhouses was far from the same. Sometimes, from the beginning to the end of the battle, or even from the beginning to the end, it was the confrontation between the arrays and the magic weapons. For Yi Xian, it was far less useful than fighting with the fierce beasts. What's more, the Heavenly Dao Ferocious Beast list and the Heavenly Dao Remnant list on the left bank were side by side. The top 10 on the Heavenly Dao Ferocious Beast list were targeted by Yi Xian. It was impossible for the top 10 existences on the Heavenly Dao Remnant list not to be prepared. Speaking, maybe they had already hidden in the parallel void, and he might not be able to find them. That is, then he could find them. If it was a trap and there was an old monster of the Hongmeng realm lurking behind them, the result would undoubtedly be more troublesome. Therefore, after considering all this, Yi Xian was inclined to start seclusion again in the end. He would use the method of swallowing the Heavenly Dao blood essence to forcibly break through to the peak of the 9th stage Great Circle. Swish, swish, swish. After making up his mind, he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and rays of light shot out. They were all the cultivation resources he took out from the undying world in his body to carry out this breakthrough. Among them were 10 Heavenly Dao blood essences, and all of them were of the highest quality. It could be seen that in order to ensure the success of this breakthrough, Yi Xian had put in a lot of effort. After everything was ready, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a faint light. The power of the treasured cauldron's field was activated, and all the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist and swallowed into his stomach. The same was true for the 10 Heavenly Dao blood essences. There was suspense. All the cultivation resources melted in his mouth. A majestic energy river slowly flowed out from Yi Xian's body, and the expected sound of chains rattling could be heard. This time, there was only one shackle that appeared, but it was incomparably thick. After all, what he was breaking through this time was the peak of the 9th stage Great Circle, the last shackle before the primordial Dao. But Yi Xian didn't care. So what if it was thick? In the end, it was just a shackle. As long as he tore it apart, he would be able to smoothly break through and step into the true peak of the Heavenly Dao. Condense. After calming his mind and throwing away the distracting thoughts in his mind, Yi Xian closed his eyes and immediately activated the energy river that had just formed in his body. He started to circulate the energy in his meridians with all his might. Or perhaps it was because he had swallowed 10 Heavenly Dao blood essences, and because this breakthrough was forcefully breaking through the shackles in his body. As the energy circulated, Yi Xian's meridians, limbs, and bones instantly felt an unbearable intense pain. At this moment, his precious body was shining, and there was an endless mist around him. However, his forehead was full of beads of cold sweat. His brows were tightly knitted as he endured the pain. Even so, with his current level of cultivation, it was still so painful. It could be seen how intense it was. It was simply outrageous. In this kind of extreme pain, Yi Xian forgot about everything and had no consciousness of time. Also, after an unknown amount of time, the energy river that had formed in the meridians in his body was finally completely refined. After that, when Yi Xian gathered his strength, with just one final impact, the incomparably thick shackles broke. The anticipated system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm. 9th stage Great Circle of the Heavenly Dao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's qi and blood. Current realm. 9th stage Great Circle of the Heavenly Dao. 9th stage Great Circle of the Heavenly Dao. Heavens! Peak of the Heavenly Dao. He had finally reached it. It was no longer forcefully raised by the power of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline. It was his own true cultivation realm. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian felt incomparably excited. The moment he opened his eyes, there was clearly a trace of intense excitement in the depths of his eyes. It was very obvious that after this breakthrough, the invisible suppression of the primordial Tao still existed. At this moment, after the breakthrough, Yixian tried to activate the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline ability. In the end, in the state of the 9th transformation of the demonic ape, there was no change in his cultivation realm. He was still at the peak of the heavenly Tao great circle of the 9th stage. In other words, the current him was at this realm, but in the state of the 9th transformation of the demonic ape, his cultivation realm was still at this realm. Of course, in the state of the 9th transformation of the demonic ape, his true battle strength could still be increased by a large margin. It was just that his realm remained the same. He had long expected this situation, so he wasn't surprised. In fact, he didn't even feel too disappointed. Because the current him already had the qualifications to consume a grade 31 primordial pill and break through to the primordial Tao realm. Once he entered the primordial Tao realm and became a great Tao expert, he would soar to the heavens. After this breakthrough, Yixian's cultivation realm had already reached the peak of the heavenly Tao great circle of the 9th stage. However, due to the suppression of the primordial Tao, even if he activated the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline ability, his cultivation realm was still at this realm. He had long expected this situation, so he didn't feel disappointed. Because the current him already had the qualifications to consume a grade 31 primordial pill and break through to the primordial Tao realm. Once he entered the primordial Tao realm and became a great Tao expert, the suppression of the primordial Tao would no longer exist. To him, this was truly soaring to the heavens. However, although he was now at the peak of the heavenly Tao great circle of the 9th stage and had the qualifications to consume a grade 31 primordial pill, the pill hadn't been refined yet. Everything was still a little far away. The perfect pill formula for the primordial pill has long been deduced. Furthermore, the main ingredients and various supplementary ingredients required for the refinement have long been prepared. As these flashed through his mind, Yixian's eyes flashed. As he muttered softly, he subconsciously clenched his fists. His tone suddenly became incomparably resolute. Since that's the case, then I'll take this opportunity to refine the grade 31 primordial pill in one go before we talk about it again. In order to refine a level 31 grandmist pellet, there was no need to mention the various top-notch cultivation materials. Yixian had already prepared all of these. As for the main ingredients, apart from the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, each cauldron of primordial pills required 81 heavenly Tao blood essences and 81 different heavenly Tao origin liquids. After deciding on the refinement, Yixian immediately calculated the heavenly Tao blood essences, heavenly Tao origin liquids, and 5 elements medicinal catalyst. The final number delighted him. The main ingredients he had were enough to refine 4 cauldrons. Although each cauldron was destined to produce only one grade 31 primordial pill, it was enough. For there were 4 cauldrons. Apart from the one he used, there were still 3 left. However, the primordial chaos Tao realm was different from the heavenly Tao realm. Although he had many close friends and subordinates under him, there were probably only a few who could reach the primordial chaos Tao realm. The remaining 3 grade 31 primordial chaos pills he had on hand in case of emergencies. It was more than enough. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, all the main ingredients and supplementary ingredients were produced by him as they floated in front of him. Tight following that, Yixian's perception extended into the cauldron through the 9-colored fog and entered the interior of the farmer god cauldron. The farmer god cauldron's interior was at the bottom of the central region's volcano. Phew! With a thought, a beam of light shot out from the farmer god cauldron at the bottom of the central region's volcano. It was extremely dazzling and was none other than the 10-colored flames that had just been fused not long ago. As it shot up, the 10-colored flames split into 4 along the way. They expanded with the wind and in a blink of an eye, they formed 4 cauldrons that were hundreds of thousands of feet long. The cauldrons were formed purely from the 10 colored flames. They floated in midair above the central region's volcano in a row and emitted a heart-palpitating energy aura. Just the farmer god 9 colored flames were enough to refine a grade 31 primordial chaos pill. But now Yixian was using the 10 colored flames that exceeded the 9 colored flames. Furthermore, it wasn't just the cauldron's flames. Instead, the entire cauldron was formed from pure 10 colored flames. The effects were obvious. This kind of extravagant preparation could not only greatly increase the success rate of refining a grade 31 grand mist pellet, but also guarantee the grade and quality of the grade 31 grand mist pellet that came out of the furnace. These are 31 grand mist pellets we're talking about. It's no small matter. Yixian has to do everything perfectly. Otherwise, every cauldron of grand mist pellets will have flaws and accidents, and the losses will be immeasurable. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After everything was completed, the sound of breaking through the air rang out one after another. Dense dark lights of various colors shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the central domain volcano. These dark lights were the various top-grade materials and cultivation resources that Yixian had prepared for the refinement of the grade 31 grand mist pellet. They shot out from the mouth of the cauldron and directly appeared at the bottom of the volcano. They were divided into 4 portions above the 4 10-colored cauldrons that were arranged in a row. Then, they suddenly paused and hovered in midair. Each portion of the materials contained a set of 5 elements guiding herbs, 81 heavenly Dao blood essences, 81 heavenly Dao origin liquids, and various top-grade cultivation resources that were used as supplementary materials. All of them were extremely rare. Only Yixian could gather such a large amount of top-grade materials. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Very quickly, with a thought from Yixian, all the materials that were suspended in midair above the central region's volcano automatically flew up and entered the 4 10-colored cauldrons that were arranged in a row below. From then on, the refinement of the 4 cauldrons of grade 31 grand mist pellets officially began. Just 1 grade 11 grand mist pellet was enough to allow a cultivator at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Dao realm to reach the primordial Dao realm in a short period of time. The primordial Dao realm expert was the strongest existence in the primordial Dao realm. Even the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were born at the beginning of each primordial Dao era were only at the primordial Dao realm. While in this primordial Dao era that was about to end, there were only a dozen or so primordial Dao realm experts that were born. Even they had already reached the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Dao realm a million years ago. Because in order to obtain enough heavenly Dao 9 great Dao elixir from Hong Kei, they had been in seclusion for a million years before successfully coming out and entering the primordial Dao realm. Just this alone allowed one to discern how rare and precious existences at the level of the primordial grand Dao were and how rare they were. This was the first time Yixian had refined this grade 31 grand mist pellet, and 4 cauldrons had been opened at the same time. Therefore, even with Yixian's impressive attainments in alchemy and experience in refining various grades of pellets, he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. From the beginning of the refinement, he had already put his heart and soul into it, ensuring that he controlled everything with incomparable precision. There couldn't be the slightest accident. At this time, Yixian was still sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. As his hands moved, one alchemy technique after another was formed in his hands, turning into extremely obscure and mysterious runes that floated from the mouth of the farmer god cauldron and landed in the 4 10-colored cauldrons that were lined up in a row in the center of the volcano in the central district. Unknowingly, time passed slowly. Boom, 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 boom. 2 hours later, several loud booms sounded above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central district. The 4 cauldrons that were lined up and formed by pure 10-colored flames instantly dispersed. For the sake of the 4 10-colored flames that were like a river, they whistled and rushed back to the farmer god cauldron below and disappeared. While, as these 4 10-colored cauldrons dispersed, 4 pigeon egg-sized purple gold pellets appeared in midair in the center of the volcano in the central district. The grade 31 grand mist pellet had been born. Chapter 5160. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. At the bottom of the volcano, several loud explosions rang out. The 4 cauldrons formed from pure 10-colored flames instantly dispersed, howling as they rushed back to the Shenong flame pool below and disappeared. Left in the void, there were only 4 purple gold pills the size of pigeon eggs left. These 4 pills were violet gold in color, and they were extremely dense. Even though they weren't large in size, all of them emanated extremely dense primordial insight, and their quality were top-notch. They were top-grade pills. At this moment, the level 31 Grand Mist pellet had finally appeared. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately walked out of the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored mist. He knew that as his figure rushed out of the cauldron, the qi of heaven and earth in the outside world would sense it, and there would soon be an unexpected change in the void. Swish! With a wave of his hand, the Shenong cauldron turned into a ray of light and shot over. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed into the space between his eyebrows and disappeared. Boom! Rumble. At the same time that Yixian waved his hand and stored the Shenong treasure cauldron into his body, the sound of rumbling thunder immediately came from the dark void outside the abandoned planet that he was cultivating in. The sound was so fierce that it could be said to be shocking to the ears. This was an expected situation, and Yixian was not surprised at all. His spiritual sense subconsciously extended out from within the star core, and immediately saw that although there was not a single tribulation cloud in the sky outside the star, the sound of thunder was resounding in all directions. It was as if there was an invisible and terrifying destructive force rapidly condensing in the dark void above this star. Its power was so strong and majestic that even Yixian, who was at the peak of the 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Tao, felt his scalp go numb and his heart skip a beat. Clearly, this was a sign that the primordial pill tribulation was about to descend. The so-called primordial pill tribulation referred to the primordial pill lightning tribulation that descended when the primordial pill was refined. The Heavenly Path treasure pill and the primordial treasure pill were no small matter. Back then, even though Yixian had only deduced the perfect pill formulas for these 2 types of treasure pills and had not refined them, he had still attracted the pill tribulation. Now that the grade 31 Grand Mist pellet had appeared and was successfully refined, it would be strange if the Grand Mist pellet tribulation didn't descend. Since it was a pill tribulation, the power of the lightning tribulation naturally could not be compared to the true primordial lightning tribulation. However, it was definitely not comparable to the Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Its power was between the Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation and the primordial lightning tribulation. Its true power was comparable to the power of the primordial heavenly punishment that Yixian had used to scheme against the dragon whale and the primeval heaven's eye. Although it was no small matter, with Yixian's current terrifying cultivation, if there was only one primordial pill tribulation of this power, it would at most cause him to be slightly injured. It was impossible for him to be seriously injured. However, in reality, the primordial pill tribulation that was about to descend was definitely not 1, but 4. This was because he had refined 4 batches of grade 31 primordial pellets, producing 4 pellets. Even in this primordial void, the 4 primordial pellets were considered supreme treasures. They would definitely undergo the baptism of a lightning tribulation before they could transform and advance to the pinnacle. As the refiner of the treasure pill, Yixian would also be targeted by the lightning tribulation and undergo the tribulation together. Boom! Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, Yixian's figure rushed out of the star core and into the dark void outside the star. The primordial pill tribulation, which had already finished accumulating power in the void outside, finally descended at this moment. In an instant, the sound of thunder shook the heavens, but there was not a single tribulation cloud in the sky, nor was there a single thunderbolt exploding, nor was there a single bolt of tribulation lightning striking down. It was as if everything was illusory. It did not seem to exist on the surface. However, in reality, there was an invisible and terrifying force that instantly locked onto Yixian's figure and aura. Of course, It also locked onto the 4 newly refined grade 31 primordial pellets that he had taken out with a wave of his hand. Amidst the shocking rumbling, an invisible primordial tribulation force locked onto one of the 4 primordial pellets. Yixian's figure was also locked onto as well. In the next moment, his figure seemed to have been struck by lightning. He suddenly froze in the void and almost spat out an arrow of blood. However, this primordial tribulation force only attracted one primordial tribulation force. After the first wave of power was released, everything came to a stop. The invisible energy that was wreaking havoc instantly disappeared without a trace. This treasure pill that had withstood the primordial chaos tribulation force instantly became even more resplendent. The dense energy aura made it impossible to look directly at it. Swish, there was some hesitation. Before anyone came, Yixian immediately took action and directly stored this supreme primordial pellet that had already passed the primordial pellet tribulation force into his body. Rumble. In the dark void, there was clearly not a single tribulation cloud enveloping it, but the rumbling sound of thunder rang out once again. Its momentum was so fierce that it could be said to be soul-stirring. The second primordial tribulation force had descended. Yixian frowned, but he did not hesitate. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he shook his shoulders and instantly faced it. This time, he felt something sweet in his throat and almost spat out an arrow of blood. However, he held it back in the end. Then, he waved his hand and stored the supreme primordial pellet that had successfully withstood the primordial tribulation force. Next was the third primordial tribulation force. There was no suspense at all as it successfully withstood the primordial tribulation force that locked onto the primordial pellet. Then, it was absorbed into Yixian's body. Until, at this time, 3 of the 4 primordial pellets had all undergone the baptism of the primordial tribulation force. All of them had reached perfection and were absorbed into Yixian's body. While Yixian's lifeblood was in turmoil as he withstood 3 primordial tribulation forces in a row. His face was somewhat pale. Rip. At this moment, around the star field where Yixian was in seclusion, 66 continuous sounds of silk being torn could be heard from time to time. Without any warning, the sound of silk being torn could be heard. This was the primordial pellet tribulation. Its might was extraordinarily powerful. In an instant, it made countless heavenly Dao experts in the ferocious beast forbidden grounds and the remnant star domain on the left bank sense it. They rushed over immediately and were now arriving one after another. Yixian had long expected this. He frowned slightly and looked over. Void in different spots in the void rifts appeared one after another. Figures walked out from them. They were either primordial survivors or astral beasts. All of them came from the left bank of the Milky Way. These survivors and astral beasts were all existences at the heavenly Dao realm without exception. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of such figures. The scene was astounding. It was as though all of primordial chaos was in an uproar. Various overlords were rushing over and gathering. Following that, with their arrival, these old monsters finally saw Yixian's figure in his bare form, as well as the final level 31. Primordial pellet above his head. After a momentary silence, gasps sounded like a tidal wave. All the heavenly Dao beasts and ferocious beasts trembled violently as they cried out in alarm. The primordial pellet tribulation's aura was astounding, attracting hundreds of old monsters from the left bank. The moment they arrived, they saw Yixian in his bare form and the final level 31 primordial pellet above his head. At the moment the precious pill entered their eyes, all the old monsters in the heavenly Dao shuddered violently. Then, there was a short period of dead silence. Then, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths rose like a tidal wave. The old people's expressions changed, and they cried out involuntarily. Primordial pellet tribulation. This aura is right. It really is the primordial pellet tribulation. Heavens, it's actually not the master of the magic hall, Yixian. This old man thought that he was refining the 9 heavenly Dao elixir again. Who would have thought that the one I see here is a starry sky bear? Although it's not the master of the magic hall, Yixian, this existence is not simple either. His cultivation is also at the peak of the heavenly Tao, at the peak of the 9th stage. Furthermore, it's extremely condensed. It's obvious that he has been in this state for a long time. I remember now. He's that starry sky bear, an existence that recently appeared on the left bank. He continuously challenged the top 10 beasts on the left bank's heavenly Tao beast list. It's said that even the devil-eyed cat owl, who is ranked 3rd on the left bank, has fallen. It should be him. None of this is important. The true key is this primordial pill tribulation. He's not the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, so he naturally wouldn't be refining the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. Doesn't that mean that another supreme pellet that is comparable to the 9 heavenly Tao elixir has appeared on the left bank? There's finally another supreme resource that can help a peak heavenly Tao cultivator break through to the primordial Tao realm. Furthermore, the 9 heavenly Tao elixir that Hong Ke refined back then was in a liquid state, so its medicinal effects were limited. However, the pellet refined by this starry sky bear seems to be in a solid state. No wonder it can attract the primordial pill tribulation. This is clearly a sign that the pellet's effects are stronger, and it's not just a little bit. Look at the purple gold pellet above his head. It's emitting such a dense primordial aura that far surpasses the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. The existence that attracted the primordial pill tribulation must be this pellet. It's just a starry sky bear, yet his attainments in the Tao of alchemy are so formidable that even Hong Ke can't compare to him. I have a very strong premonition that if I can swallow this pellet, I'm afraid it won't be long before I can break through and step into the primordial Tao realm. I'll become a supreme grand Tao cultivator. There's actually such a supreme pellet. Even if I see it with my own eyes, I don't dare believe it. However, the primordial pill tribulation can't be wrong. The aura of this pellet also explains the problem. This is definitely a supreme resource that's at the pinnacle for countless years on both sides of the Milky Way. A pellet that can break through to the primordial Tao realm not long after swallowing it. It can save 1,000,000 years of seclusion required to consume the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. It absolutely can't be missed, damn it. This starry sky bear actually used such a precious pellet to overcome the pill tribulation. What if it's destroyed? Even the words recklessly wasting can't describe it. He's truly daring. Even if he doesn't undergo the pill tribulation, he can still consume the pellet. There's no need for an existence of this level to undergo the baptism of the lightning tribulation. That's too risky. No matter what, we can't let him destroy this supreme pellet. This fellow's brain is damaged. He's really hot-headed. Instead of destroying it, why don't you give it to me? No one is to snatch it from me. Damn it, this fellow has made a move. He's already red-eyed and wants to snatch the pellet by force. We can't let him succeed. Ruthless. 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 Rumble. As cries of surprise rang out, the hundreds of heavenly Tao's old monsters that had gathered in a short period of time seemed to have gone crazy. Their eyes were fixed on the last primordial pellet hanging above Yi Xian's head. Their eyes were red, and their breathing was rapid. Among them, there were even a dozen old fellows who were too impatient. When they suddenly saw a supreme pellet that was even more shocking than the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, they could not hold it in any longer. As they raised their heads and roared, they immediately rushed towards Yi Xian. It was obvious that they had already made a move and wanted to forcefully seize the pellet. Among these dozen figures, there were heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and remnants of the heavenly Tao. Although Yi Xian's cultivation was extraordinary and was at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao, the people who made a move at this moment were all in this realm. In addition, the pellet moved people's hearts, and there were so many of them, so they were not afraid at all. At this moment, they surrounded Yi Xian and attacked him. They were too arrogant. You're courting death? Swoosh. Seeing this scene, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. At the same time, the voice of his divine sense rang out, and he waved his hand and kept the last primordial pellet hanging above the treasure into his body. In an instant, as the pellet was put away, the rumbling thunder in the void also stopped. The pill tribulation dissipated. Unless this supreme pellet that had not been baptized by the lightning tribulation was taken out again, it would not descend again. Bang! Rumble. After putting away the pellet, Yixian immediately made a move. After activating the Blood Sea secret technique, his body expanded in half a breath's time, reaching a height of 50 million kilometers. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, he rushed out. As a cold light flashed in his eyes, he threw a punch at a heavenly Dao ferocious beast that was shooting towards him. There was a moment of suspense. This punch landed squarely on the other party's head. Although this heavenly Dao ferocious beast was also at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Dao, the difference in battle strength between him and Yixian was not small. He could not withstand such a terrifying punch at all. No, by the time everyone regained their senses, the old man's incomparably huge body had already exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist that spread out in the void. Who? At the same time, Yixian, who was in his violent bear form, suddenly waved his hand. The sound of a fierce wind immediately rang out, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out and directly sending it to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron. From then on, the blood essence condensation began. At the same time, after this heavenly Dao ferocious beast's body exploded, a few rays of light shot out and landed in the violent bear's hand. They were a few portions of compressed heavenly Dao origin liquid. The attack succeeded and directly killed the other party. This supreme power caused the surrounding void to once again ring out like a tidal wave. Those heavenly Dao old monsters who had been standing in the void and had yet to make a move trembled violently as they cried out in shock. However, Yixian did not hesitate at all. He had just broken through, and it was 2 consecutive breakthroughs. Now, he had already refined a level 31 primordial pill. After swallowing one and going into seclusion, he already had the qualifications to break through to the primordial Dao realm after breaking through to the heavenly Dao realm. However, the primordial Dao was no small matter. In order to ensure a smooth breakthrough and not waste a level 31 primordial pill, Yixian had to digest the benefits of breaking through 2 small stages in succession and integrate them into his body before entering seclusion. And the best and fastest way to digest the benefits of breaking through was obviously an earth-shattering battle. There was clearly no other choice. Therefore, even if these heavenly Dao old monsters did not attack Yixian would definitely not miss this opportunity. Hong 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 hong. The primordial Dao was no small matter. In order to ensure a smooth breakthrough and not waste a level 31 primordial pill, Yixian had to digest the benefits of breaking through 2 small stages in succession and integrate them into his body before entering seclusion. And the best and fastest way to digest the benefits of breaking through was obviously an earth-shattering battle. It could be said that even if these heavenly Dao old monsters did not attack first, Yixian would definitely not miss this opportunity. Roar! Rumble! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the violent star bear, who was 50 million kilometers tall, raised its head and roared angrily. It took large strides forward in the void and arrived beside a remnant of the heavenly Dao in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, it directly threw a punch. Damn it, you actually dared to take the initiative to attack. Aren't you afraid of angering everyone and suppressing you? At this scene, the remnant old monsters' bodies trembled violently. Shock appeared on their faces as they cried out involuntarily, revealing their anger. Bang! Yixian was too lazy to pay attention to him at all. This punch landed on the remnant old monster's body. His body was 50 million kilometers tall, and the surface of his fist was like the collapse of the sky, pressing down on the remnant old monster's body. In an instant, the remnant old monster's body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. With a wave of his hand, this bloody mist was immediately put away by Yixian. Following that was a storage magic treasure. There were some top-notch cultivation resources and a few portions of heavenly Dao origin liquid inside. The harvest was not bad. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a matter of seconds. In less than 3 breaths, Yixian had already attacked twice in succession and killed 2 heavenly Dao old monsters, a ferocious beast, and a remnant. He was too ruthless and decisive. He did not hesitate at all. This kind of method shocked the heavenly Dao's old monsters in the surrounding void. Their bodies trembled violently, and everyone's expressions changed again. Shocked cries filled the sky and earth. What? This violent bear is so violent. Under such circumstances, he actually attacked at lightning speed and killed 2 heavenly Dao old monsters in the blink of an eye. He's simply bold and presumptuous. Even if he can consecutively challenge the top 10 existences on the left bank's heavenly Dao ferocious beast list and has amazing combat power, he's all alone after all. How dare he face hundreds of heavenly Dao old monsters? Here comes another troublemaker. This guy is the same as Yi Xian, the master of the magic hall back then. He's fearless and rampage without restraint. He doesn't even put hundreds of heavenly Dao old monsters in his eyes when he's alone. The key is that he actually put away that supreme treasure pill. This is clearly the rhythm of him wanting to take it for himself. Although he was the one who refined the supreme treasure pill, such a supreme resource should be obtained by the capable. The violent bear took the supreme treasure pill without permission. This is the rhythm of him becoming an enemy of everyone. Suppress him and seize the supreme treasure pill. Although there's only one, since he can refine one, he'll definitely be able to refine more. What happened to Yi Xian, the master of the magic hall, can't happen again. No matter what, we have to capture this violent bear. We'll provide him with the pill materials and let him refine the supreme treasure pill. There's no room for discussion. Either he refine the pill for us, or we kill him. We can't get such a supreme treasure pill, but we can't let him enjoy it alone. Roar. Ruthless. Rumble. Following that, cries of alarm rang out, and even more heavenly Dao old monsters rushed out in a flash. They swarmed toward Yi Xian, who was in his violent bear form, from all directions. The power in their bodies was pushed to the limit. Their auras were fierce, and their eyes were as red as blood, revealing endless greed and brutality. This supreme treasure pill was indeed refined by this supreme one, but don't you think that you're going too far by forcefully seizing it? A cold light flashed, and Yi Xian's incomparably cold words came out of the violent bear's mouth. In this world, the strong are respected. You want to rely on your numbers to suppress this supreme one? Today, this supreme one will let you understand that those who kill should be prepared to be killed in return. Boom! Rumble! Before his voice fell, Yi Xian had already made his move. The violent bear, who was 50 million kilometers in size, directly teleported and appeared behind a heavenly Dao ferocious beast in the void to the right. This heavenly Dao ferocious beast was also at the peak of the heavenly Dao great circle of the 9th stage. Originally, it was shooting over with a murderous aura, wanting to take advantage of Yi Xian's unpreparedness to attack from the right. However, it encountered an inauspicious situation in an instant. Yi Xian punched out, directly blasting its physical body, turning it into a bloody mist that spread out. This was a blatant lesson, a bloody and painful experience. Yi Xian used facts to explain what he had just said. Those who wanted to kill had to be prepared to be killed in return. This was an unavoidable reality, and no one could not be aware of this. Boo! Blood, the mist spread out, and in the next instant, Yi Xian had already waved his hand. Accompanied by the sound of the howling wind, an incomparably majestic invisible force whistled out. The majestic blood mist that was spreading out in the void was immediately swept over and sent directly to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. From there, the blood essence condensation began. Outside, when the heavenly Dao ferocious beast's physical body exploded, a few rays of light shot out and also landed in the violent bear's hands. They were a few portions of compressed heavenly Dao origin liquid. This was the additional benefit he had obtained from tempering himself through the bloody battle and digesting the previous breakthrough. Roar! Ruthless, this violent bear is too arrogant. He's outnumbered, yet he actually dares to say such words. Those who kill must first be prepared to be killed in return? This is truly a supreme domineering aura that looks down on all directions. However, such words can't be said casually. One must have the strength to match it, or else it'll be a joke. He thinks of himself as the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. More than a year ago, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was surrounded by more than 1,000 heavenly Dao old monsters. However, the final result was obvious to all. Even such a ferocious existence could only tuck its tail between its legs and take the initiative to be exiled into the endless primordial chaos, never to return. No matter how monstrous this violent bear is, how can it be compared to the infamous master of the magic hall, Yi Xian? Today, he is so arrogant he is destined to die here. With hundreds of us, we can suppress him in an instant. Boom! Rumble. Following these furious roars and howls, the heavenly Dao old monsters that were gathered in the surrounding space were all enraged. Without any hesitation, even more heavenly Dao beasts and remnant old monsters rushed out, activated the power in their bodies, and used all sorts of methods to continuously attack Yi Xian. In the face of such a dangerous battle situation, any peak heavenly Dao old master of the ninth step would not be able to ignore it. They would definitely be shocked. However, Yi Xian did not put it in his eyes at all. Facing nearly 100 figures that rushed over in an instant from all directions, the violent star bear's eyes flashed with a cold light. It was burning like fire, and there was not the slightest trace of fear. With a shake of its shoulders, its tyrannical figure that was 50 million kilometers long had already rushed into the densest area of the crowd. Those who kill will always be killed. Today, this sovereign will let you deeply understand this truth. As the cold voice sounded, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He clenched his fists and waved them out continuously. Void in the air, terrifying rumbles that shook the heavens and the earth resounded without end. The curtains of a shocking bloody battle in the void had just been drawn. Those who kill will always be killed. Today, this sovereign will let you deeply understand this truth. Facing nearly 100 heavenly Dao old monsters that swarmed over from all directions, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent bear. Its cold and stern voice echoed in the void, and without any hesitation, it clenched its fists and waved Yi Xian continuously. In the void, terrifying rumbles that shook the heavens and the earth resounded without end. The curtains of a great bloody battle in the void had been drawn. Rumble, bang! The aura was too strong, and the scene was too shocking. In the form of a violent bear, Yi Xian, whose body was 50 million kilometers long, flashed to the side of the two surviving heavenly Dao old masters. One of the two old fellows was a peak heavenly Dao old master at the great perfection of the ninth stage, while the other was only at the seventh stage of this realm. They actually did not have the slightest self-awareness. They must have relied on their numbers to clamor for Yi Xian to rush to the peak of the heavenly Dao old master. They were simply courting death. Now, Yi Xian's cultivation realm had already reached the peak of the great perfection of the ninth stage. After activating the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline ability and displaying the 9th transformation, his true combat strength could be considered outstanding even among the group of peak heavenly Dao old masters. There were very few who could be his opponent. The 2 consecutive punches from before had directly blasted 2 peak heavenly Dao old masters to death. This was clear proof. In the face of such a terrifying existence, the so-called late-stage heavenly Dao old master at the 7th stage was simply a joke. No, there was suspense. As violent bear's punch landed, the body of the 7th stage survivor instantly exploded into a bloody mist. The other peak heavenly Dao old master at the great perfection of the 9th stage was not spared either. As the 2 of them exploded, a storage magic treasure fell out of each of them. With a wave of violent bear's hand, they were absorbed into his body along with the bloody mist formed by the explosion of their bodies. The 2 storage magic treasures both contained heavenly Dao origin liquid. One had 2 portions while the other had 4 portions. The harvest was quite satisfactory to Yi Xian. This was only the beginning. The battle continued. Facing more than 300 heavenly Dao old monsters, Yi Xian was completely fearless. With a domineering aura, he charged in and out of the many heavenly Dao old monsters and the remnants of the heavenly Dao old monsters. He was like the reincarnation of the god of slaughter. From beginning to end, he did not meet a single opponent. Often, with a punch, he would immediately take a person's life and cause the heavenly Dao to fall. Hiss, hiss, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, the crisp sound of something tearing through the air could still be heard, accompanied by a series of extremely sharp sounds. Left there were far more than 1,000 heavenly Dao old monsters in the 3 regions of the shore. There were probably close to 10,000 of them. The news was spreading, so there were still heavenly Dao old monsters from various forbidden lands and star regions rushing over after hearing the news. Among them were the figures of the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape. They did not arrive at the same time. One appeared on the left, and the other appeared on the right. They were all at the end of the void and had just walked out of 2 void cracks. When they saw the shocking scene of the bloody battle in front of them, the expressions of the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape changed drastically. They had become sworn brothers with Xian, so they were naturally worried about him. Here at this time, Xian had already stored the last level 31 primordial pill that had yet to be baptized by the lightning tribulation into his body. The outside world had lost its connection to this primordial pill. The original primordial pill tribulation had already dissipated, and the rumbling of thunder could no longer be heard in the void. However, the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape had extraordinary statuses. They were the top 2 existences on the left bank's heavenly Dao ferocious beast list. Naturally, there would be heavenly Dao ferocious beasts who had arrived earlier who had some ties with them. Only with just a stretch of divine sense, the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape had already understood the situation and everything that had happened earlier. At this time, they finally understood why the primordial pill tribulation had descended when Xian was comprehending the refinement manuscript of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir left behind by the ancestor of the remnant people, Hong Ke, more than 2 years ago. At that time, he had clearly not only comprehended the refinement manuscript of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir left behind by Hong Quebec. He must have used this refinement manuscript as a foundation to deduce a more perfect and heaven-defying primordial pill formula. At that time, what had attracted the primordial pill tribulation was not the refinement method of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir, but the primordial pill formula that he had comprehended. Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape looked at each other across the void. As they exchanged glances, their chests rose and fell violently, and their breathing quickened. Both of them were peak heavenly Dao at the peak of the 9th stage. They needed this kind of supreme pill to break through to the primordial Dao realm. Although, however, they didn't see the primordial pellet that Xian had absorbed into his body with a wave of his hand. However, they'd already heard about the general situation of this pellet from the other heavenly Dao old monsters that had arrived a step earlier. With the knowledge of the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape, they could naturally roughly analyze the medicinal effect of this supreme pill. If nothing unexpected happened, once they consumed this pill, it would most likely allow them to break through in a few hundred years. From then on, they would step into the primordial Dao realm after the heavenly Dao and become existences at the great Dao level. However, in reality, their estimations were off by too much. If this treasure pill was really consumed, it would allow the peak of the heavenly Dao realm at the 9th stage to successfully enter the primordial chaos great Dao realm within a few years, becoming a supreme existence above the heavenly Dao. If the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape knew about this, the 2 old fellows would probably faint from happiness on the spot. They were different from the others. Not long ago, they had sworn brotherhood with Xian. Even if Xian only had 1 primordial pill in his hands now, he could still help them refine it in the future. No matter what kind of pill materials were needed, they would do their best to gather them. Right now, the most important thing was to protect Xian and leave this place. Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the primordial octopus turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape were about to make a move, but at this moment, a shocking change suddenly occurred. Boom! Rumble. In the next moment, Xian arrived behind a heavenly Dao ferocious beast. Without any hesitation, he directly attacked. This heavenly Dao ferocious beast was also at the peak of the 9th stage. Originally, it was filled with killing intent, but in an instant, it encountered an ominous event. With a punch from the violent bear, it directly exploded its body, turning into a bloody mist that spread out. Whoosh! Before the bloody mist from the explosion of its body could spread out, Yixian had already waved his hand. Following that, along with the howling of the wind, an incomparably majestic and invisible force whizzed out, sweeping up the boundless blood mist in the air and directly sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, starting the refinement of blood essence, hiss, to be able to instantly kill a peak heavenly Tao of the 9th stage great perfection, violent bear. Your combat strength has already surpassed that of the magic hall's master, Yixian. Unfortunately, this is meaningless. You will still be suppressed here. At the same time, a spatial crack appeared in the distance to the right, and a figure rushed out from within. It was over 50 million kilometers tall, and the cultivation aura that emanated from its body was even more vast. It was the old monster of primordial chaos that had met Yixian once more a year ago, the Nether Wolf. Chapter 5161. Rip. A crack in the void appeared in the distance to the right, and a figure rushed out from it. It was more than 50 million miles long, and the cultivation aura that emanated from its body was even more vast, causing the heavenly Tao's old monsters in the surrounding void to subconsciously look over. This was a powerful space beast, and its entire body was shrouded in a strange black fog. It was the old monster of primordial chaos, the Nether Wolf, that had met Yixian once more than a year ago. Finally, some of the old monsters of primordial chaos were alarmed. With the arrival of the Nether Wolf, the surrounding void instantly fell into silence, and the atmosphere became inexplicably oppressive and tense. Even the hundreds of heavenly Tao beasts and the old monsters of primordial chaos who were originally charging towards Yixian and launching an encirclement stopped. Dark light flashed in their eyes as they looked towards the Nether Wolf with fear and trepidation. Far at the ends of the void on both sides, the primordial chaos old turtle and the sacred ape of primordial chaos, who were originally about to rush out and cover Yixian, were the same. The two of them looked at each other across the distant void and exchanged glances. The expressions on their faces became worried. They naturally understood how powerful and irresistible the old monster of primordial chaos was. At this moment, they began to worry deeply for Yixian. They were even prepared to pay the price and use their strongest techniques. No matter what, they had to fight for a chance of survival for Yixian and escape from this place. As a beast, you actually have such shocking attainments in the Tao of pills. Even the old ancestor of the old monsters, Hong Ke, is probably inferior to you. The Nether Wolf, who had just walked out of the crack in the void, stopped in the dark void more than 100 billion miles away. Its entire body was pitch black, but its pair of huge blood eyes were like two small blood-colored meteors. They flickered with a strange light as they locked onto Yixian. Same as at this moment, the voice of his divine sense rang out again and enveloped the entire void. Although his voice was not loud, it revealed a formless and terrifying pressure, causing the hearts and minds of all the heavenly Tao old monsters in the distant void to tremble. I'll give you a chance. Submit to me, and in the future, refine a supreme treasure pill that will help me in the primordial chaos great Tao realm. I'll guarantee your safety. He was clearly trying to get Yixian to surrender. His goal was to get Yixian to refine pills and treasured medicines that would be beneficial even within the primordial chaos realm. This was expected, and neither Yixian nor the other heavenly Tao old monsters in the surrounding void were surprised. Although Wolf had broken through the heavenly Tao realm and stepped into the primordial chaos realm after the heavenly Tao realm, becoming a great Tao realm expert, he was only at the beginning stages of the primordial chaos realm. Ignoring the few monstrous geniuses like Yixian or existences who had great opportunities, under normal circumstances, it was extremely difficult for even a heavenly Tao realm expert to break through a small realm. It was obvious that the primordial chaos realm after the heavenly Tao realm was even more difficult. The underworld wolf had taken a fancy to Yixian's attainments in the Tao of alchemy and subdued him. His goal was to have Yixian refine a supreme treasure pill that could be used in the primordial Tao realm and increase the speed of his cultivation. Now that he had appeared, as well as those old monsters that had already stepped into the primordial Tao realm, but had yet to appear, he had become one of the best existences. If he really subdued Yixian and made him a special refiner of treasured pills and treasured medicines under his command, Yixian would undoubtedly become his exclusive property. It would be impossible for the other Heavenly Dao old monsters to obtain such primordial chaos great Dao pills from him. Therefore, even though the various old monsters in the surrounding space did not dare to make a sound when they heard Abyss Wolf's words at this moment, displeasure appeared on their faces. All of them frowned. Obviously, they did not welcome Abyss Wolf, but they did not dare to say anything despite being angry. You want to subdue me with just you? Aren't you being a little too whimsical? Yixian also curled his lips. At the same time the voice of his divine sense rang out, his figure flashed and he appeared behind a nearby heavenly Dao beast. Boom! Rumble! In the next moment, an earth-shattering rumble sounded. Yixian did not hesitate at all and directly attacked. This heavenly Dao beast was also at the peak of the heavenly Dao realm at the 9th stage of perfection. Caught off guard, it instantly encountered an inauspicious event. Its body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that spread out. Before the bloody mist from the explosion of its body could spread out, Yixian had already waved his hand at the same time. The howling of the wind resounded, and an incomparably majestic invisible force whistled out. The boundless blood mist in the air swept over and was directly sent to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron, starting the condensation of blood essence. In front of the Dark Wolf, Yixian did not dare to offend him verbally, and even his actions did not put him in his eyes at all. He continued to do as he pleased, shocking everyone. Brat, you're courting death. Roar! As a grand mist old monster after the heavenly Dao, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, how could the Dark Wolf endure such humiliation? He instantly flew into a rage, raised his head and roared, and was about to attack Yixian. Boom! Swish, swish, swish. At this moment Yixian moved. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot out at an extremely fast speed. In a fraction of a second, it had already arrived in the dark void in front of the Dark Wolf. It was the 4th level, 31 primordial pill that he had put away earlier that had yet to experience the pill tribulation. This action was out of everyone's expectations. All the heavenly Dao old monsters in the surrounding void were dumbfounded on the spot. Even the primordial old turtle and the heaven-suppressing sacred ape were stunned. The Dark Wolf, who was about to attack, was confused. He opened his mouth, and his face was full of suspicion. He thought that Yixian was frightened by his roar and gave in on the spot, so he immediately handed over the precious pill. In fact, as Yixian waved his hand and sent out this precious pill, the primordial pill tribulation that had originally dissipated in the void instantly appeared again. Moreover, due to the sudden pause earlier, the moment the primordial pill tribulation appeared, it immediately began to wreak havoc. The speed was too fast, and everything was too sudden. No one, including the Dark Wolf, expected that Yixian would actually do such a thing at this moment. He casually threw out a supreme treasure pill that could allow a peak heavenly Dao Great Perfection 9th stage expert to break through a large realm in a short period of time and step into the primordial chaos after the heavenly Dao Great Dao. It could be said to be incomparably precious. Just like that. In the void, the rumbling of thunder shook the heavens, but there was not a single tribulation cloud in the sky. There was also not a single thunderbolt exploding, and there was no tribulation lightning striking down. Everything was like an illusion, and it did not seem to exist on the surface. But, in fact, there was an invisible and terrifying force that instantly locked onto Yixian's figure and aura. Of course, it also locked onto the level 31 primordial pill that he took out with a wave of his hand. At this moment, Yixian was hundreds of billions of kilometers away from this primordial pill. However, he was the refiner of this pill, so he was also locked onto by the laws of the primordial chaos. It also meant that the terrifying power of the primordial pill tribulation would be split into two. One would be aimed at Yixian, and the other would be aimed at the level 31 primordial pill that was more than 100 billion kilometers away, coincidentally arriving at the level 31 primordial pill in the air 10 billion kilometers in front of the Dark Wolf. When this pill was taken out again, The primordial chaos pill tribulation that had just dissipated not long ago appeared again in an instant. At this time, Yixian was hundreds of billions of kilometers away from this primordial chaos pill. However, he was the refiner of this pill, so he was also locked onto by the laws of the primordial chaos. This also meant that the terrifying force of this primordial chaos pill tribulation would be divided into two parts. One part would strike toward Yixian, while the other part would strike toward the level 31 primordial chaos pill that happened to be in the void 10 billion kilometers in front of the Dark Wolf. If that was really the case, then the primordial pellet that Yixian casually threw away like a calamity would be meaningless. Even the full power of the primordial chaos pill tribulation would not be able to severely injure the Dark Wolf, let alone the power of the pill tribulation being divided into two. Even if he was caught off guard by the primordial chaos tribulation force that was attracted by the level 31 primordial chaos pill in front of him, he would be implicated and split into two. At most, it would only cause him some superficial wounds. And this obviously would not satisfy Yixian. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the corners of the violent starry sky bear's mouth curled into a mysterious smile that could make one ponder. At the same time, Yixian had also activated the power in his body to the limit. The perfect vibration of the mental power secret technique was instantly activated. Buzz, following an incomparably low and weak buzzing sound. After the perfect vibration of the mental power secret technique was activated, Yixian's figure instantly disappeared. No, just like that, even his aura was completely restrained. It was incomparably perfect. Even the primordial chaos tribulation force of this pill tribulation could not sense it. It was intentional. The purpose of doing this was to prevent the power of the level 31 primordial chaos pill from splitting into two. So, today he had done it. As the primordial chaos tribulation force of the pill tribulation lost its ability to sense him, the power of the pill tribulation force this time instantly poured towards the level 31 primordial chaos pill that was already 10 billion kilometers away from the Dark Wolf. This was obviously not all of Yixian's preparations. Before he shot out this treasure pill, he had already left behind a strand of his divine sense in the treasure pill. This strand of divine sense had no other effect. Its only use was to detonate this treasure pill. A level 31 primordial chaos pill was indeed incomparably precious. Any heavenly Dao old monster, whether it was a fierce beast or a remnant, would go crazy for it. However, in Yixian's eyes, this was just something that could be casually refined. As long as he gathered 81 portions of the heavenly Dao blood essence and heavenly Dao origin liquid, and obtained the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, he could immediately start refining. Moreover, he already had 3 in his hands. These 3 level 31 primordial chaos pills had already undergone the baptism of the pill tribulation before the heavenly Dao old monsters gathered in the surrounding void arrived. They were even more perfect and their medicinal effects were even stronger. Moreover, no one in the outside world knew about this. Therefore, to Yixian, although the 4th level 31 primordial chaos pill that he had shot out with a wave of his hand was equally precious, it was not that indispensable. At least in his opinion, if this treasure pill was the price to severely injure a primordial chaos old monster after the heavenly Dao, it was definitely worth it. Of course, Yixian never thought that he would be able to cause the underworld wolf to die on the spot. That was simply impossible. Even if the might of the pill tribulation and the violent energy from the self-destruction of the treasure pill were mixed together, it wouldn't be able to do so. However, as long as he could severely injure the Dark Wolf, his goal would be achieved. This old fellow was a primordial chaos Dao realm expert after the heavenly Dao. Under normal circumstances, even if Yixian used his strongest ability, the heaven-falling Bao, he would not be able to injure him at all. This was because he could not attack the other party at all. However, now, according to Yixian's estimations, the primordial chaos pill tribulation and the violent energy from the self-destruction of the level 31 primordial chaos pill was likely to be able to severely injure the Dark Wolf if the other party was caught off guard. At the very least, it was impossible for him to escape with light injuries. Although his heaven-falling Bao was known as a supreme divine power, Yixian was still a heavenly Dao realm expert after all. He did not possess the power of primordial chaos. Therefore, when he used the heaven-falling bow, the arrow he shot out still had the power of the heavenly Dao realm. However, the primordial chaos pill tribulation had the power of primordial chaos. It was the same for the level 31 primordial chaos pill. Therefore, it was very likely that it would cause damage to the dark wolf. Even if it was only a light injury to the nether wolf, it was enough for Yixian. It was absolutely extraordinary. The fact that a heavenly Dao realm expert could injure an old monster at the level of the primordial chaos great Dao was already shocking enough. Rumble, bang! At that moment, the spiritual perception power Yixian left in the level 31 primordial chaos pill stirred. As the refiner of the pill, this was something he could easily do. It was extremely easy. The pill exploded as boundless energy surged out. Together with the formless primordial chaos pill tribulation powers that came crashing down, the two blended together and drowned the dark wolf's massive body. It was completely enveloped within Wu, roar. In that area, the vast space of 10 billion kilometers was completely enveloped by the violent and devastating energy. It was impossible to see what was happening inside, but the miserable howls of the abyss wolf could be heard instantly. It was slightly mournful, and it was closely followed by a shocking roar. It was a furious roar, and it was filled with endless resentment. Everything sounded long, but in fact, it happened in a matter of seconds. The various heavenly Dao old monsters around the void failed to react in time. They never expected such a situation to happen. Even the primordial chaos old turtle and heaven suppression's sacred ape were petrified. They knew that Yixian was unruly, but they never expected him to take the initiative to scheme against primordial chaos old monster and attack a supreme existence at that level. This wasn't just gutsy. It was practically the rhythm of having guts all over his body. After a brief moment of silence, the heavenly Dao old monsters around the void finally reacted to what had happened. As their bodies trembled, all of them drew a cold gasp. Amidst their shock, they exclaimed like a tidal wave. Immediately, they boomed in an overwhelming manner. The entire endless void was in an uproar. Heavens, what happened? Could it be that this old man is hallucinating? What shot out from the astral bear's hand was that treasure pill from before. The treasure pill's appearance instantly attracted the dissipated primordial chaos pill tribulation. There's no mistake about it, it exploded. The treasure pill exploded. What a reckless waste. Is there something wrong with this astral bear's brain? It was not easy for him to refine such a supreme treasure pill. He is also a peak heavenly Dao at the peak of the 9th stage. He also needs this item, but he actually destroyed the treasure pill so easily. What do you know? This is a truly wise move. After all, it has already alarmed the primordial chaos old monster. This astral bear recognized the situation and used the treasure pill to attract the pill tribulation. In addition to the power of the treasure pill's self-destruction, it's enough to lightly injure this primordial chaos old monster. It's even possible for him to be seriously injured. To the astral bear, this is obviously the best opportunity to break out. Although he destroyed a supreme treasure pill, this pill was refined by him in the first place. As long as there's life, there's hope. What a reckless waste. Is there something wrong with this astral bear's brain? He actually destroyed the treasure pill so easily. This is a truly wise move. The astral bear recognized the situation and used the treasure pill to attract the pill tribulation. In addition to the power of the treasure pill's self-destruction, it's enough to lightly injure this primordial chaos old monster. It's even possible for him to be seriously injured. This is obviously the best opportunity for him to break out. Although he destroyed a supreme treasure pill, this pill was refined by him in the first place. As long as there's life, there's hope. Damn it, the astral bear is escaping. Fellow Daoists, attack. We definitely can't let him escape. Otherwise, the final outcome will be the same as the magic hall master, Yixian. Back then, we missed the 9 heavens great Dao treasure liquid. Today, we definitely can't miss this supreme primordial chaos pill, roar. Ruthless, boom, rumble. As the sudden change occurred, the surrounding void instantly fell into chaos. There was an uproar, and all the heavenly Dao old monsters were anxious. In an instant, more than 100 of them attacked Yixian at the same time to prevent him from escaping, while the abyss wolf old monster was still trapped in the area where the pill tribulation was wreaking havoc and had yet to disperse. Roar! An earth-shattering roar sounded. A heavenly Dao ferocious beast that was the closest to Yixian, just over 2 billion miles away, opened its bloody mouth. Its fangs were dense as it tried to bite Yixian, who was in the form of a violent bear. This was a peak heavenly Dao great perfection 9th stage, but it clearly knew its own limits. It knew that it didn't have the ability to swallow Yixian in one bite. Therefore, at this moment, it opened its bloody mouth to bite Yixian's shoulder. If it wanted to use this method to hold him back and not let him leave, it would be enough to achieve its goal. Are you courting death? That's fine, I'll fulfill your wish as you wish. Rumble, bang. When it saw this scene, an incomparably cold light flashed across the violent bear's eyes. Yixian did not hesitate at all and directly attacked. An earth-shattering roar sounded without any suspense. This heavenly Dao ferocious beast had encountered an ominous situation in an instant. His physical body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that spread out in all directions. Whoosh! When the bloody mist from the explosion of its physical body spread out, Yixian immediately waved his hand. The whistling of the wind resounded, and an incomparably majestic invisible force whistled out. Void, the majestic blood mist that was spreading in the air, was immediately swept over and sent directly to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. From then on, the blood essence condensation began. At the same time, a few portions of compressed heavenly Dao origin liquid shot over. It could be considered an additional gain, and Yixian absorbed them all into his body. Boom! At the same time, a blood-colored battle axe that was as large as a meteor and over 10 million kilometers long descended from the sky and struck Yixian's left shoulder. Although his physical body was incomparably strong, this blood-red battle axe was as heavy as a star, and there was a special light flickering on the axe blade. Obviously, it was extremely sharp. Therefore, when this axe chopped down, Yixian's left shoulder was immediately split open. The flesh was not shallow, and the golden shoulder bone inside could be seen. There was even golden blood sputtering out. It was simply a shocking sight. It was not a serious injury, just a minor injury, but it was not very good. It made Yixian, who was originally overbearing and arrogant, suddenly look extremely embarrassed. This made him extremely angry. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Violent Bear immediately turned to look in the direction where the blood-red giant axe came from. More than 20 billion miles away in that direction, the figure of a remnant powerhouse could be seen. With a ferocious face, he was grinning at Yixian. It was a peak Tian Dao at the great perfection of the 9th stage. Although he was a remnant powerhouse, his figure was tall and muscular, and his vitality was extremely rich. He was obviously an existence that was known for his strength. The blood-red battle axe that was now chopping Yixian's shoulder was his battle weapon. Its power was so strong that it made people look askance. Cha! Rumble! Turn! At the same time, Violent Bear raised his right hand, grabbed the handle of the blood-red battle axe, and directly pulled it off his left shoulder. Without the slightest hesitation, the power in his body was pushed to the extreme, and he directly threw it out with a backhand. A roar shook the sky in the void. The blood-red battle axe that was tens of millions of miles long turned into a blood-red light. Its momentum was faster than when it came, and its aura was more fierce. 20 billion miles away, the remnant Tian Dao, who was grinning at Yixian, had a drastic change in his expression, and his figure was about to retreat in an instant. However, he soon realized that it was too late. His chi was locked, and no matter which direction he retreated in, he could not avoid the blood-red battle axe that was shooting at him. Even more, what made him despair was that the speed of this battle axe was far from what an ordinary peak Tian Dao could compare to. Even if he fully activated the power in his body, he could not compare at all. How can you be so strong as a peak Tian Dao who is also at the peak of the 9th stage? Bang! Under the despair in his heart, the remnant of the heavenly Tao raised his head and let out an unwilling roar. However, before he could finish speaking, Yixian shook his hand and threw the blood-colored battle axe in front of him. The blood-colored battle axe directly exploded into a bloody mist that spread out. This time, because the distance was too far, Yixian was too lazy to collect the majestic bloody mist that was formed after his body exploded. In any case, it was just a remnant Tiandao. No matter how rich his vitality was, he could not refine a Tiandao blood essence, so it was a waste to waste it. Roar! Damn guy, you actually injured this venerable. At practically the exact same moment, a furious roar that shook the heavens suddenly exploded in the space over 100 billion kilometers to the right, and it was closely followed by a roar that was filled with boundless indignation. In just a short while, the majestic energy formed by the explosion of the level 31 primordial pellet had already dissipated. Even the might of the pill tribulation that descended from the primordial void had also dissipated. The chaotic void that originally enveloped an area of 10 billion miles gradually calmed down, and the figure of the nether wolf appeared. It was tens of thousands of miles long, and its originally pitch-black fur without a single strand of mixed hair was clearly nearly half stained with blood, exuding a black-gold aura. The majestic energy formed by the explosion of the level 31 primordial pellet and the pill tribulation contained pure primordial chi. He was caught off guard and was injured. Although he was not seriously injured from the few huge wounds on his body, his injuries were clearly not light. It should be between a serious injury and a light injury. At this moment, as the raging and violent energy dissipated, the figure of the nether wolf appeared and immediately locked onto Yixian's figure and chi. A pair of blood-red eyes revealed endless resentment, and the voice of the divine sense was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. Wild bear, you have successfully angered this venerable. Seeing that you are still useful, I will not kill you today, but you can't escape even if you have wings. Who said that this venerable is going to escape? Yixian sneered and suddenly waved his hand. The voice of the divine sense was filled with endless disdain. Today, fellow Daoists from all over have gathered here. It's a rare occasion. This venerable wants to take this opportunity to charge into the supreme primordial void after the heavenly Tao. Chapter 5162. Who said I'm going to escape? Yixian sneered and suddenly waved his hand. His divine sense voice was filled with endless disdain. It's a rare occasion for all the fellow Daoists to gather here today. I want to take this opportunity to break through to the supreme primordial chaos after the heavenly Tao. Whoosh, walala. As soon as he finished speaking, Yixian immediately made his move. A ray of light shot out. It was incomparably dazzling. As it expanded in the wind, the sound of waves of flames could be heard. This 10-colored ray of light turned into a gorgeous 10-colored sea of flames. And in half a breath, it expanded and shrank, turning into a gigantic 10-colored fireball with a diameter of 100 million kilometers. Yixian, who was in the form of a violent bear, was completely enveloped and disappeared. All of this had been prepared by Yixian. He had long expected that the appearance of the level 31 primordial chaos pill would definitely attract the primordial chaos pill tribulation. The terrifying power of the primordial chaos pill tribulation would definitely attract the heavenly Tao's old monsters and the 13 old monsters of primordial chaos from the left bank. Once the old monsters of primordial chaos arrived, he would no longer be able to escape. Even the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body would not be activated again. Even if the number of heavenly Tao old monsters increased to more than 100, they would still be able to cause complete chaos in the void, causing Yixian to lose the chance to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability that was attached to the system in his body and escape. So, Yixian didn't have the chance to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability within his body. Therefore, after deriving the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial chaos pill, even if Yixian had already gathered all the ingredients needed to refine a primordial chaos pill, he had not started refining it. Well, he was constantly searching for the top 10 beasts on the Heavenly Tao's ferocious beast list on the left bank and fighting with these powerful ferocious beast old monsters. He used this method to seek opportunities to break through as soon as possible. Straight now that his cultivation had finally reached the pinnacle of the heavenly Dao realm, he could consume a grade 31 primordial chaos pellet and break through to the primordial chaos Dao realm. Only then did he begin to refine the primordial chaos pellet. Now, the appearance of the primordial pill was just as Yi Xian had guessed. It had attracted a large number of heavenly Dao old monsters, including the primordial chaos old monsters who came after the heavenly Dao. The nether wolf had only arrived first. The other 12 primordial chaos old monsters would arrive one after another. However, in the face of such a situation, even if he no longer had the opportunity to successfully break out of the encirclement, Yi Xian was not anxious at all. Here when he summoned the 10 colored flames, it turned into a sea of flames and formed a fireball that enveloped himself. In fact, it was a form of protection. Although Yi Xian was trapped here and could not leave, with the 10 colored flames, the heavenly Dao old monsters and primordial chaos old monsters outside could not do anything to him. They could only surround him heavily. Yi Xian, who was inside the 10 colored flames, would immediately consume a level 31 primordial chaos pellet under the protection of the fireball and break through to the primordial chaos realm after the heavenly Dao realm. Once he successfully broke through, he would become a supreme existence of the great Dao realm. Even if he removed the 10 colored flames that protected him, he would no longer have to fear. No? Yes, Yi Xian was well aware of all this, but the various heavenly Dao old monsters in the void outside the 10 colored flames, including the primordial chaos old turtle, the heaven-suppressing sacred ape, and the nether wolf, were all kept in the dark. At this moment, when they heard Yi Xian say such grand words, that he had just refined the primordial chaos pellet, he was actually going to break through in public and break through to the primordial chaos Dao realm after the heavenly Dao realm, and he had even summoned the 10 colored flames that was a legendary existence even in the endless years of the primordial era. The old monsters of the heavenly Dao were stunned at first, but then their bodies trembled violently. Their expressions changed drastically as they sucked in cold breaths. Cries of shock that were like a tide instantly resounded in the sky and earth, filling the entire vast void. Heavens, the nether wolf is actually in such a sorry state, almost to the point of being heavily injured. This is a primordial chaos old monster after the heavenly Dao, a supreme existence of the great Dao realm. He was actually caught off guard and injured by the violent bear. This is truly heaven-defying. Breaking through to the primordial chaos realm? This violent bear has such big words. He actually wants to break through to the primordial chaos Dao realm in public. Wasn't the primordial chaos pellet he just refined already destroyed? Furthermore, even with such a heaven-defying treasure pill, it would take at least 100 years to successfully break through. Where did he get the confidence to break through in public? 10 colored flames? Hiss! This is the legendary top-notch flame. Even the Shenong 9 colored flames is far inferior to it, and it actually appeared. Where did this violent bear come from? He actually has such a strange flame in his hand, but he has always been unknown. This is simply impossible, too strange. This venerable one has a bad feeling, as if everything that happened today had already been planned. From the beginning to the end, this violent bear did not panic in the slightest. Could it be that everything was within his expectations or even control? If that's really the case, then it's too terrifying. At the very least, it means that he has a certain degree of confidence in successfully breaking through. Heavens, this is too shocking. What a familiar feeling, as though I've seen it before. Furthermore, the 10 colored flames are too stunning. I have a bold guess. Could it be formed from the fusion of the Shenong 9 colored flames and the Red Lotus karmic fire? Are you saying that this violent bear is actually the magic hall's owner, Yi Xian? Heavens, we actually forgot about him. Although the possibility isn't high, it's definitely not impossible. If the violent bear is really the magic hall's owner, Yi Xian, in disguise, how did he return from the primordial chaos turbulence? A heavenly Dao realm expert shouldn't have such means. Roar. Screech. Screech. Along with the earth-shattering cries of astonishment, the abyss wolf, who had suddenly fallen into a daze, finally regained his senses. He raised his head and let out a vicious howl. The killing intent in his body had reached its peak at this moment. 10 colored flames? It's actually 10 colored flames. Darn it, it must be. You actually returned from the primordial chaos turbulence. As a peak heavenly Dao realm expert who had reached the great circle of the 9th step millions of years ago, he naturally knew how terrifying the 10 colored flames were. Even a great Dao expert at the primordial chaos realm wouldn't dare touch it lightly. In other words, he could only watch as the suspected magic hall's owner, Yixian, roamed freely under the protection of the 10 colored flames. However, he was completely helpless and could do nothing. At the same time, inside the 10 colored flames, Yixian immediately returned to his human form. With a wave of his hand, he brought out the Shenong treasured cauldron. With a flash, he appeared at the cauldron's mouth, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He sat down cross-legged. Phew! Phew! This breakthrough was a decision he made after careful consideration. Therefore, there was no reason for him to hesitate. With a wave of his hand, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. Streaks of light shot out. They were all resources he retrieved from the undying world in his body. He was going to use them for this breakthrough. Not only were there 10 heavenly Dao blood essences, they were all top-grade items. The most important resource was a level 31 primordial chaos pill. In order to ensure success, Yixian had invested a lot in this breakthrough. He couldn't fail. He had to succeed. Inside the 10 colored flames, the Shenong treasured cauldron floated in the center. Yixian, who had returned to his human form, sat cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. In front of him floated a large amount of top-grade cultivation resources, including a level 31 primordial chaos pill. These resources were all prepared for this closed-door cultivation to break through to the great Dao realm. After everything was ready, Yixian's eyes flashed. The power of the cauldron's domain was activated. All the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist and swallowed into his stomach. Then, some of the cultivation resources melted in Yixian's mouth. A majestic river of energy quickly flowed through Yixian's body. The expected sound of chains rattling could be heard. There was only one shackle this time. However, it was much thicker than before. It was almost as thick as the spine of Yixian's physical body. After all, he was going to break through to the primordial chaos Dao realm after the heavenly Dao realm. It was only natural that such a thick shackle would appear in his body. However, Yixian didn't take it to heart. No matter how thick it was just a shackle. As long as he could tear it apart, he would be able to break through successfully. From then on, his cultivation would break through to the heavenly Dao realm and enter the primordial chaos realm after the heavenly Dao realm. From then on, he would become a supreme existence at the great Dao realm. He quickly calmed himself down and threw away all the distracting thoughts in his mind. Closing his eyes, he immediately activated the huge river of energy that had just formed in his body. It began to circulate in the hundreds of meridians in his body over and over again. This time, other than the chaos medicine and other top-grade cultivation resources that were usually used for breaking through, Yixian not only swallowed 10 supreme-grade heavenly Dao blood essences, but he also swallowed a level 31 primordial chaos pill. In addition, the breakthrough this time was to break through to the primordial chaos Dao realm after the heavenly Dao realm. The shackles in his body were extremely thick. Therefore, as the large circulation started, Yixian's meridians, limbs, and bones instantly felt an intense pain. It was so intense that even he almost couldn't bear it. However, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure it. Gradually, the beads of cold sweat on Yixian's forehead disappeared. His tightly knitted brows also slowly relaxed. He forgot about the pain and gradually entered a good state. Then, as time passed, he sat cross-legged at the mouth of the Shenong treasured cauldron. His body glowed with endless light. He had completely forgotten about everything else and had completely lost consciousness of time. After an unknown amount of time, the great river of energy formed in the meridians in his body was finally completely refined. After that, with just one strike of the accumulated energy, the incomparably thick shackles broke with a sound. At this moment, the anticipated system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm. Level 1 of the primordial chaos. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm. Level 1 of the primordial chaos. Level 1 of the primordial chaos. He had finally broken through to the heavenly Dao realm and stepped into the primordial chaos Dao realm after the heavenly Dao realm. This was the highest level of cultivation in the primordial chaos void. Even the 3,000 chaos demon gods that were born at the beginning of each primordial chaos era were only at this level of cultivation. Also, in other words, the current Yixian was already standing on the same level as the chaos demon gods. Of course, even in the primordial chaos realm, there were strong and weak. He had just broken through, and his cultivation was at level 1 of the primordial chaos Dao realm, the weakest existence in the primordial chaos Dao realm. This matter, in fact, among the chaos demon gods, even if they were at the peak of the primordial chaos great Dao realm, there were strong and weak existences. This was related to the power of the primordial chaos law that they controlled. However, the peak of the primordial chaos great Dao realm was still too far away from the current Yixian. He had just entered this realm and was only at level 1 of the primordial chaos great Dao realm. However, he still had the bloodline ability of the 9 devil ape transformation. After activating it, his cultivation level would increase by a small level. After that, each transformation would increase his cultivation level by 1 level. Also, this meant that after the breakthrough, although Yi Xian's cultivation level was still at level 1 of the primordial chaos great Dao realm, after activating the bloodline ability of the 9 devil ape transformation, his cultivation level would instantly reach level 2 of the primordial chaos great Dao realm. If he were to use the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape to the first transformation, his cultivation would increase by another level, reaching the 3rd level of the Grand Mist realm. At this rate, when he reached the 7th transformation, Yi Xian's cultivation would reach the peak of the 9th level of the Grand Mist realm. However, this should be the end. After the primordial chaos great Dao realm, there was still the supreme chaos great Dao realm. The 8th transformation would most likely be suppressed by the chaos great Dao realm, including the 9th transformation. It didn't matter. The primordial chaos great Dao realm was the highest cultivation level in the primordial chaos great Dao realm. In the entire primordial chaos great Dao realm, not a single chaos great Dao realm expert had been born in the primordial chaos great Dao realm for countless years. As long as Yi Xian was able to reach the peak of the great Dao of the 9th step of the Grand Mist realm, he would be able to run amok in this vast and boundless Grand Mist void. He would be able to sweep through everything without any fear. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the Shenong treasured cauldron, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, although he had not activated the bloodline ability of the 9 devil ape transformation in his body, he already had a very strong intuition. The suppression of the great Dao that had always existed had completely disappeared as his cultivation level officially broke through to the primordial chaos great Dao realm. And moreover, perhaps it was because he had already broken through the heavenly Dao realm and entered the primordial chaos great Dao realm after the heavenly Dao realm, but he could clearly feel that the primordial chaos great Dao realm outside the treasured cauldron was surging into his body. It was slowly but continuously changing his physical body, and even his soul sea was undergoing a transformation and sublimation. Feeling the transformation of his soul sea and physical body, Yi Xian was enlightened. He understood that he could not activate the bloodline ability of the 9 devil ape transformation because he had just entered the primordial chaos great Dao realm. The primordial chaos great Dao realm outside the treasured cauldron was still changing his soul sea and physical body. This process was slow and long, and it was far from over. The strength of his physical body was only comparable to his actual cultivation level, which was the primordial chaos great Dao realm. If he forcefully activated the bloodline ability of the 9 devil ape transformation, his physical body would not be strong enough. Even if Yi Xian could display the strength of a primordial chaos great Dao realm level 2, he would not be able to maintain it for long. Moreover, it was very likely that it would affect his body to a certain extent because his physical body could not withstand this level of strength. Only just the activation of the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline ability was already like this. If this bloodline ability was activated to the first transformation, the second transformation, or even higher levels, the situation would obviously be even more obvious. Upon realizing this, Yi Xian frowned and murmured worriedly, "It seems that activating the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline ability will take some time. This is going to be troublesome." At the same time, outside the 10-colored fireball, as he successfully broke through and entered the primordial realm, becoming a supreme existence at the level of the Great Tao, the Heavenly Tao Old Monsters and the Primordial Chaos Old Monsters who gathered in the void around him also completely exploded in an instant. The Primordial Chaos Tao realm was no small matter. Even Hong Ke, the ancestor of the remnant people from 1,000,000 years ago, had created the 9 Heavens Great Tao Elixir, which allowed the 2 sides of the Milky Way to finally have the only supreme cultivation resource that was helpful for stepping into the primordial chaos Tao realm. However, even if there was enough 9 Heavens Great Tao Elixir to consume, the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm would easily require millions of years to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the Heavenly Tao realm. The level 31 Primordial Chaos Elixir refined by Yi Xian was clearly far more helpful in breaking through to the Primordial Chaos Tao realm than the 9 Heavens Great Tao Elixir that Hong Ke had created back then. In particular, the Primordial Chaos Elixir that Yi Xian swallowed this time was an item that had undergone the baptism of the Primordial Chaos Elixir tribulation. It could be said to be the best of the best, and its medicinal effects were even more prominent. Even so, after swallowing this primordial chaos elixir and going into seclusion in the 10-colored fireball, Yi Xian still spent nearly 2 years to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm. To break through the bottleneck of a major realm and spend 2 years in seclusion, this was indeed a little surprising to Yi Xian. He originally thought that he would be able to smoothly break through in about a year and come out of seclusion. However, to the various old monsters on the left bank of the Milky Way, the Nether Wolf, and the other old monsters of primordial chaos after the heavenly Tao, this short 2 years was completely negligible. Compared to the 1,000,000 years after consuming the 9 Heavens Great Tao Elixir, it was simply too fast. Over the years, there had been more and more old monsters gathered around this void. When Yi Xian took out the 10-colored flames and turned them into a fireball to protect himself, only the Nether Wolf of the 13 old monsters of primordial chaos from the left bank of the Milky Way arrived. However, later on, the other 12 old monsters of primordial chaos arrived one after another, including the black-blooded blue crocodile that Yi Xian had met before. These 13 old monsters of primordial chaos stood guard in the void hundreds of billions of miles away from the 10-colored fireball. Each of them occupied a corner. This was the inner encirclement. Outside the outer encirclement was around 500 billion miles away from the 10-colored fireball in the void. Surrounding them were the old monsters of heavenly Tao from the various forbidden grounds of the ferocious beasts and the remnants of the heavenly Tao. There were both heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and remnants of the heavenly Tao. There were already more than 1,000 of them. Among them were the old turtle of primordial chaos and the sacred ape of primordial chaos, who had sworn brotherhood with Yi Xian not long ago. They were famous existences among the more than 1,000 old monsters of heavenly Tao. However, when faced with the Nether Wolf, the black-blooded blue crocodile, and the other old monsters of primordial chaos, they could only retreat to the second encirclement 500 billion miles away. In fact, other than the old monsters of heavenly Tao, there were also a large number of mighty figures and desolate venerables in the void 1,000,000,000,000 miles away. They did not have the qualifications to participate in this matter at all. They could only watch from afar in the void 1,000,000,000,000 miles away. Over the past 2 years, although the old monsters of heavenly Tao who were in the second encirclement 500 billion miles away did not have the qualifications or opportunity to make a move, the 13 old monsters of primordial chaos who were in the inner encirclement only 1,000,000,000,000 miles away from the 10-colored fireball had all made a move without exception. However, the power of the 10-colored flame was too shocking. Just the Shenong 9-colored flame was enough to make all the old monsters of the heavenly Tao fear it. After reaching the level of the 10-colored flame, even the old monsters of the heavenly Tao would not dare to touch it lightly. Therefore, even though the 13 old monsters of primordial chaos had all tried to attack the 10-colored fireball, wanting to destroy it and capture Yi Xian, who was protected by the fireball, they only used various long-range attacks from 100 billion miles away. They did not dare to directly approach and face the 10-colored fireball head-on. Although this long-range energy attack was extremely terrifying because it came from the hands of the old monsters of primordial chaos, it could only make the 10-colored fireball's flame wall shake violently. In fact, over the past 2 years, although the 10-colored fireball's flame wall shook violently from time to time, under the protection of the Shenong Cauldron's domain, the 10-colored fireball had never truly collapsed. All of this, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the 10-colored fireball at the mouth of the Shenong Cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog, had already expected this before he entered seclusion. But, as his seclusion began, his mind was completely immersed in it. Gradually, he forgot everything around him. Yi Xian no longer sensed anything that was happening outside the fireball. He was completely unaware of it. From then on, time slowly passed. Yi Xian's body was filled with top-grade resources like the Chaos Herbs, Heavenly Dao Blood Essence, and a level 31 Primordial Chaos Pill. They were gradually refined in his limbs and meridians, fusing into his body. During this process, his sea of consciousness and body were undergoing a baptism and transformation, transforming from the Heavenly Dao realm to the Primordial Chaos realm. Following that, with the advancement of this transformation, Yi Xian's body began to emit the primordial chaos aura after the Heavenly Dao. It was very weak in the beginning, but it continued to rise. Later on, it became richer. The rich primordial chaos aura emitted from the Shenong Cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. It reached the 10-colored fireball outside the cauldron and enveloped the 500 million kilometer void. Following that, it spread out from the fireball's void. It was first detected by the 13 old monsters of primordial chaos that were surrounding the fireball, causing their expressions to change abruptly. No, after a long while, it was detected by the 1,000-odd Heavenly Dao old monsters in the second layer of the encirclement 500 billion kilometers away. When these Heavenly Dao old monsters realized what was happening, their reactions were even more intense. Nearly all of them trembled violently as their breathing quickened. This was what they were most looking forward to. Unfortunately, it wasn't happening to them. 2 years passed in a flash. With the end of Yi Xian's seclusion, he successfully broke through the Heavenly Dao and stepped into the primordial chaos realm, becoming a supreme existence at the great Dao level. The primordial chaos aura that emanated from his body finally reached a peak state. Rumble. Boom. At that moment, the primordial chaos void outside the 10-colored fireball sensed it. High in the dark void, there was suddenly an earth-shattering rumble of thunder without any warning. However, although the sound of the thunder was alarming, there wasn't a single tribulation cloud in the void. There was nothing. This was a sign that the primordial chaos lightning tribulation was about to descend. The primordial chaos lightning tribulation was not like the primordial chaos pill tribulation. Although the primordial chaos pill tribulation also contained the power of primordial chaos, its power was limited. It was between the Heavenly Dao lightning tribulation and the primordial chaos lightning tribulation. The power of the primordial chaos lightning tribulation was even more powerful. It was a baptism and test that a peak Heavenly Dao realm expert at the 9th stage of perfection would experience after successfully breaking through the Heavenly Dao and stepping into the primordial chaos Dao realm. The appearance of this primordial chaos lightning tribulation meant that a primordial chaos old monster was about to appear. In other words, the violent bear in the 10-colored fireball had successfully broken through and stepped into the primordial chaos realm after a short 2 years of seclusion. These thoughts flashed through their minds. Whether it was the 13 old monsters of primordial chaos like the nether wolf and the black-blooded blue crocodile or the 1,000-odd Heavenly Dao old monsters in the second layer of encirclement, all of them trembled violently. Their expressions changed as they cried out involuntarily. Chapter 5163. Rumble. Boom. As Yi Xian broke through, the primordial void outside the 10-colored flame ball sensed it. Without any warning, an earth-shattering thunderclap came from high up in the dark void. The sound of the thunder was extremely shocking, but there was not a single tribulation cloud in the void. It was empty. This was the sign that the primordial lightning tribulation was about to descend. His appearance meant that a grand mist old monster was about to appear in the world. In other words, the violent bear in the 10-colored flame ball had successfully broken through and stepped into the primordial chaos realm after a short 2 years of seclusion. Brain, as these thoughts flashed through their minds, regardless of whether it was the nether wolf, the black-blooded blue crocodile, or the 1,000 over heavenly Dao old monsters in the second layer, all of them trembled violently. Their expressions changed as they cried out involuntarily, "Heavens, the primordial lightning tribulation? This is the sign of a breakthrough." The 14th primordial chaos old monster on the left bank of the Milky Way has been born and is about to appear. It's only been 2 years. What kind of effect is this? It's simply too shocking. In just 2 years, he stepped into the primordial chaos realm from the peak of the 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Dao. When could the gap between the Great Dao be crossed so easily? Treasure pill. It must be the effect of that treasure pill. This violent bear refined more than one supreme treasure pill, at least 2. Before we arrived, one of them must have successfully passed the baptism of the pill tribulation and been kept by him. We didn't even see it. It can't be wrong, otherwise, that supreme treasure pill would have been detonated by him, almost causing the nether wolf to be heavily injured. If he only had this one treasure pill, how could the violent bear enter the great Dao primordial chaos after breaking through to the heavenly Dao? It's too terrifying. It only took a short 2 years for a peak 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Dao old monster to step into the primordial chaos realm. The medicinal effect of this supreme treasure pill is simply unheard of and unimaginable. There should be more than 2, right? One was detonated by him, and the other was swallowed by the violent bear himself. If there's a third, this old man's heart is beating so fast that it's about to jump out of his throat. Not to mention 3, even if there are 30, so what? The violent bear is already a primordial chaos old monster above the heavenly Dao. Do you have the qualifications to covet the supreme treasure pill in his hands? So what if you're Grand Mist old monster? After all, he has only just broken through, and there are now 13 great Dao realm experts of the same level as him surrounding the 10-colored fireball. Moreover, his cultivation has already stabilized after his breakthrough. Even if Wild Bear successfully broke through, he has no choice but to submit. If he really is the Demon Palace Master, Yi Xian, then today's matter will be even more difficult to resolve. His reputation is too fierce, and the threat is too strong. These 13 Grand Mist old monsters won't let him leave so easily. They might even suppress him on the spot. A true world-shaking battle is about to erupt. A clash between the Grand Mist level powerhouses? We don't want to be caught in the crossfire. Roar! Screech! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Cries of alarm echoed out like a tidal wave, as all these heavenly Dao beasts and old freaks threw their heads back and roared wildly, retreating to avoid 1,000,000,000 miles away. While the supreme experts and desolate venerables, who were originally standing in the void 1,000,000,000 miles away, trembled violently. Their expressions changed drastically as they retreated once again, retreating to a distance of 2,000,000,000,000 miles away. There was nothing they could do. Even if it was a supreme expert or a desolate venerable, they were just ants to the Grand Mist eccentrics after the heavenly Dao. Once the Grand Mist level battle erupted, if they were too close, they might not even be able to withstand the aftershocks of the battle and could only retreat. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, there were only 13 Grand Mist eccentrics left within a radius of 1,000,000,000,000 kilometers around the 10-colored fireball. Even though this vast expanse of space had been emptied out, the atmosphere had become even more oppressive and oppressive. An iron-blooded killing intent that was so dense that it could not be dispersed was rapidly spreading. Swish! A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian walked out of the cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he kept the Shunnong cauldron into his body. At that time, he was in his human form. He was dressed in a blue robe and looked extremely young and handsome. His expression was calm and his eyes were cold. Although there was no sadness or joy in them and he was like an ancient well without ripples, he imperceptibly emitted an oppressive aura that made others unable to look at him directly. Bai Yu Gang had just broken through, so the current Yi Xian could not activate the 9 Devil Ape transformation bloodline ability. After stepping into the Grand Mist realm, the invisible Grand Mist power drifting in the void was still changing his sea of consciousness and treasure body. This process was slow and long and was far from over. Now, the current him, the strength of his physical body was only compatible with his true realm, which was the Grand Mist level 1. If he forcibly activated the 9 Devil Ape transformation bloodline ability, because the strength of his physical body was not enough, even if Yi Xian could display the power of the Grand Mist level 2, he was afraid that he would not be able to last long. And it was very likely that it would have a certain impact on his body because his physical body could not withstand this level of power. Only, just activating the 9 Devil Ape transformation bloodline ability was already like this. If this bloodline ability was displayed to the first transformation or even higher level, the situation would obviously be even more serious. In other words, his current true battle strength was only the same as his cultivation realm, the Grand Mist level 1. Only with the continuous advancement of the transformation of his sea of consciousness and physical body to a certain extent could he activate the 9 Devil Ape transformation bloodline ability and possess the power of the Grand Mist level 2, then the first transformation, the second transformation, until the final transformation of his sea of consciousness and physical body was completed, he would be able to withstand the peak power of the 9th transformation. And if this transformation process was allowed to progress normally, it would obviously take a long time, but it doesn't matter. Yi Xian can use the battle to speed up the entire process. A Grand Mist level battle? So what if it's one against many? The more bloody the baptism, the faster the transformation process will be completed. Walala, whoosh, as he muttered softly, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. With a wave of his hand, the sound of waves of flames was heard. The 10-colored fireball that surrounded and protected him collapsed, turning into a majestic and endless sea of flames. Then in an instant, it shrank to the extreme and turned into a 10-colored flame the size of a finger. It shot into the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows and disappeared. At this moment, as the 9-colored sea of flames disappeared, the void that was originally covered by the sea of flames was no longer blocked. Everything inside was revealed. In the empty space, there was only a single human figure standing there. He wore a blue robe and had his hands behind his back. His eyes were cold and his expression was devoid of sorrow or joy. It was Yi Xian. Look at this. When his figure appeared, it was no longer the violent cosmic bear that had rushed into the 10-colored fireball. The thousands of heavenly Dao's old monsters, the Almighties, and the barren supremacies in the void trembled violently. However, they had expected it. They sucked in cold breaths, and cries of surprise rose again. When the 10-colored fireball disappeared, the violent cosmic bear that had rushed into the 10-colored fireball was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the figure of a human powerhouse appeared. The thousands of heavenly Dao's old monsters, the Almighties, and the barren supremacies in the void were first stunned. Then their bodies trembled violently. However, what appeared on their faces was that they had expected it. Then, as they sucked in cold breaths, cries of surprise rose again in the void. It's really him. I should have guessed it a long time ago. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. Although there are as many experts on the left bank as there are hairs on a cow, for so many years, there have been very few experts who can shake or even kill the top 10 beasts on the left bank's Heavenly Dao Ferocious Beast list. Previously, the master of the magic hall did it. Then, a violent cosmic bear appeared out of nowhere and was even more ferocious than him. This is not normal, I understand now. The reason why the pill tribulation descended 4 years ago was not because the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had comprehended the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly Dao treasured liquid left behind by the ancestor of the remnant people, Hong Quebec. That was only one aspect. More importantly, he had already comprehended the supreme pill formula of the primordial pill at that time, which led to the primordial pill tribulation. Hiss! It's too shocking. Just a pill formula is enough to cause the primordial pill tribulation to descend. No wonder the supreme pill he refined has such a miraculous effect. After swallowing it, a peak 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Tao successfully broke through and stepped into the primordial Tao realm after the Heavenly Tao realm in just 2 short years. Unfortunately, all of this has been exposed. Such a supreme pill is too shocking. Even a grand Tao realm existence in the primordial Tao realm cannot help but be moved. The master of the magic hall, Yixian, has just broken through. Facing the 13 old monsters of the primordial Tao realm who have already stabilized their realms, he is destined to be suppressed here today and fall into the miserable state of being suppressed for eternity. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Boom. In the next moment, along with the cries of surprise and lamentation in the surrounding void and the disappearance of the 10-colored fireball, the primordial Tao realm in the outside world seemed to have sensed it. Suddenly, in the dark void high above, an earth-shaking rumble of thunder suddenly sounded without warning. The sound of the thunder was incomparably shocking, but there was not a single tribulation cloud in the void. It was completely empty. This was the sign that the primordial lightning tribulation was about to descend. Subordinate Yu Yixian's primordial lightning tribulation moved. When it arrived at Yixian, the 13 old monsters of the primordial Tao realm who were surrounding the void were all stunned, and their expressions were all different. Among them, the expressions of the nether wolf and the black-blooded blue crocodile were the most unsightly. They were so black that it was almost possible to squeeze water out of them. Among the 13 old monsters of the primordial Tao realm, the 2 of them were the earliest to appear in the world. However, in reality, the strength of the 13 old monsters was basically the same. This was because all of them had just broken through to the primordial Tao realm and had only come out of seclusion after stabilizing their cultivation. It had only been slightly more than a year since they appeared in the world. In terms of cultivation, the 13 old fellows were all at the first level of the primordial Tao realm. Although there were differences in strength, there was not much difference between them. They were basically evenly matched. Therefore, when the news of the arrival of the nether wolf and the black-blooded blue crocodile, the master of the magic hall, Yixian, a peak 9th stage Heavenly Tao realm expert, escaping from under their noses, almost all of the other 11 old fellows had mocked and ridiculed. The strength of the 3 old fellows was equal. None of them feared the other, and none of them were willing to submit to the other. Although the nether wolf and the black-blooded blue crocodile were furious, they could do nothing to the other 11 old fellows. They imperceptibly placed this debt on Yixian's head, and their resentment towards him could be said to be extremely deep. Originally, they thought that Yixian had voluntarily exiled himself to the primordial chaos and was no longer able to return. Thus, although they felt hatred in their hearts, they slowly forgot about this matter. But now, not only had Yixian returned, he had even used the identity of the violent starry sky bear to wreak havoc on the left bank and deceive them. This was simply hateful, and it made the 2 of them suddenly feel as if they had been played once again. Especially the nether wolf, he had been tricked by Yixian in public 2 years ago. At the price of self-destructing a primordial chaos pellet, he was almost heavily injured. At that time, Yixian had not yet entered seclusion, and was not a primordial chaos old monster. He was merely a peak heavenly Tao at the 9th level of perfection. This matter would definitely cause him to be ridiculed by the other old monsters. Even the black-blooded blue crocodile, who had been ridiculed with him earlier, would very likely join in and ridicule him in order to divert the attention of the other old monsters. All of this made the nether wolf so furious that he was about to explode. When he saw Yixian's figure appear, he raised his head and roared, "It's you!" Rumble. Without further ado, just as the roar sounded out, his figure, which was tens of thousands of kilometers long, shot out like a meteor. His speed was extremely fast as he charged towards Yixian. After reaching the primordial chaos Great Tao realm, regardless of whether it was a ferocious beast or a remnant, the size of their body could be as large as a star domain and the size of a speck of dust. The nether wolf's current size was just a casual result. Although the heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in the surrounding void were all tens of millions of kilometers in size, in terms of aura and strength, they could not be compared at all. At this moment, he roared in fury, and the power in his body was pushed to the limit. His speed was too fast, and his power was too violent. Wherever his body passed, the void would rapidly collapse. Such a powerful aura caused even the expressions of the thousands of heavenly Dao old monsters in the distance to change. However, the primordial lightning tribulation of the magic hall master, Yi Xian, was about to descend, but the nether wolf was not afraid. He had also experienced the primordial lightning tribulation, and he had withstood it then. Although he had suffered quite a few injuries 2 years ago, in the netherwolf's opinion, his full-strength attack in anger, coupled with the power of the primordial lightning tribulation, was definitely enough to kill the magic hall master, Yi Xian, in an instant. Although 2 years was too short and his injuries had yet to recover, facing the primordial lightning tribulation was not a matter of life and death. The impact and threat was not small. After all, he had not reached the second level of the primordial lightning tribulation. However, as long as his opponent died, the primordial lightning tribulation would disperse. This was a great tribulation that belonged to the magic hall master, not him. Therefore, he didn't have the slightest bit of worry. He was determined to kill Yi Xian in front of everyone and wash away his humiliation. Of course, after killing his opponent, it was only right for him to smoothly obtain his storage magic treasure and various secret treasures. I was thinking that you looked familiar, but I recognized you when you barked. I didn't expect you to be, you old dog. Yi Xian had naturally recognized the nether wolf long ago. At this moment, he said this on purpose to provoke him. Crack! Oh! Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already waved his hand. At this moment, the spiritual lightning technique was fully activated. Without any warning, a blood-red bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air above the nether wolf's head. It was hundreds of millions of kilometers in diameter, and with a clear cracking sound, it instantly enveloped the nether wolf's enormous body and drowned it. An exceedingly shrill howl sounded out as a mist of blood exploded out. At this moment, the nether wolf had been caught off guard and unexpectedly bled. Even though it hadn't perished, its injuries from before hadn't healed, and now that new injuries had been added to it, it was probably to the extent of being heavily injured. Gotcha? Oh? In the next moment, Yi Xian waved his hand, and without any warning, a blood-red bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air above the nether wolf's head. With a diameter of hundreds of millions of kilometers, it exploded with a clear cracking sound. In an instant, it enveloped the nether wolf's enormous body and drowned it. An incomparably mournful howl rang out as a bloody mist exploded. The nether wolf was completely caught off guard and unexpectedly bled. Although it did not die, its previous injuries had not healed. Now that it was injured again, it was likely that it had reached the level of serious injury. As expected, 2 years ago, Yi Xian had yet to break through and was not at the primordial realm. With his cultivation at the peak of the 9th stage, even if he used the spiritual lightning technique with all his might, it would be impossible for him to hurt the nether wolf. This was because the blood-red lightning could not hit the target at all. Before it appeared, there would be a warning and the nether wolf would avoid it. However, now Yi Xian had already broken through and stepped into the primordial realm. He had also become an existence at the great Dao level. When he used it with all his might, the power of the spiritual lightning technique was already worlds apart from before. Although he had just broken through and his realm had not completely stabilized, the nether wolf was only at the first level of the primordial realm. Yi Xian had always been invincible among his peers. Even if his realm had not stabilized, he was not weaker than the nether wolf in a head-on battle. However, therefore, a casual spiritual lightning technique had caused the nether wolf to suffer new injuries and be heavily injured. There was no suspense at all. Yi Xian was certain that this would be the result he had long expected. "Awu, you actually injured this venerable? Damn it. This is simply damnable." In next to no time, the sea of lightning formed from the blood-red lightning dispersed, and the nether wolf's figure was revealed. Half of its body was completely covered in a golden red color, and this scene caused the figures of the experts in the distance to shake violently while their expressions changed violently. However, he was only heavily injured. This spiritual lightning technique was not enough to cause the death of a primordial realm old monster who had stabilized his realm. As the sea of lightning dissipated, the nether wolf raised its head and let out a mournful howl. At the same time, the voice of the divine sense was transmitted, and its figure flashed once again, charging toward Yixian. He was furious. He did not even care about his current state of heavy injuries. His eyes were blood red, and his only thought was to kill Yixian on the spot. Since you want to die, then this lord will send you on your way. Boom! When he saw this scene, a cold light flashed in Yixian's eyes. He spoke softly, and with a sway of his body, he had already transformed into a starry sky berserk ape. His body was also tens of millions of kilometers long, about the same size as the nether wolf. When he punched out, a terrifying aura swept out, and the space within a radius of 10 billion kilometers was instantly thrown into chaos. Rumble! Boom! At the same time, Yixian's primordial lightning tribulation also exploded under the detection of the void. Suddenly, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder came from high up in the dark void without any warning. An invisible force of lightning enveloped the 10 billion kilometers of void where Yixian and the nether wolf were fighting. Its momentum was incomparably shocking, causing the place to become even more chaotic. Although there was not a single tribulation cloud in the void, and there was nothing there, only a violent and endless power wreaking havoc. However, there was an invisible and terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. Even the thousands of Heavenly Dao's old monsters who had already retreated 1 trillion kilometers away were shocked. When they regained their senses, they cried out involuntarily, "Hiss! The nether wolf is actually heavily injured. It's only been a single exchange." He was careless. Perhaps in his consciousness, he still thought that the master of the magic hall, Yixian, was the peak of the Heavenly Dao back then. Before he could change his mind, he was hit head-on. The current master of the magic hall is also the old monster of primordial chaos after the Heavenly Dao. His spiritual lightning technique is impossible to guard against, and there are no signs at all. On the same level of foundation, even the old monster of primordial chaos would have a headache and fear. He was too rash. Right now, the nether wolf is already heavily injured. If he was only facing the master of the magic hall, Yixian, who had just broken through and had not completely stabilized his realm, then it would be fine. However, he was currently undergoing the primordial lightning tribulation, and the nether wolf was entangled with him in battle. His aura would definitely be locked onto by the primordial lightning tribulation. The final outcome of this battle is really too difficult to predict. I still don't think that the master of the magic hall, Yixian, will be able to inflict more injuries on the nether wolf. Even if he can cause the nether wolf to suffer new injuries, the latter is not a stupid person. He will realize that the situation is not good and will definitely retreat when the situation is not good. Furthermore, the outcome of this battle will definitely cause the master of the magic hall, Yixian, to be injured. When that time comes, the other 12 old monsters of primordial chaos will be able to easily suppress him. In the end, the master of the magic hall, Yixian's fate has already been decided. There is no way to change it, and there is no way to reverse it. No matter how ferocious he is now, it is only a final struggle before he is suppressed. Roar! Roar! Rumble! Along with the cries of alarm in the surrounding void, the old monsters from all sides surrounded the battlefield that spanned billions of miles. Although the aura was still extremely chaotic and nothing could be seen, only a chaotic and violent energy was surging and wreaking havoc. However, amidst this shockingly violent aura, the roars of the violent ape and the howls of the nether wolf could be heard from time to time. Mixed within it was the earth-shattering rumbling of thunder. Just from this point alone, one could imagine the terrifying might of the battle between Yixian and the underworld wolf at the pinnacle of the battle. Gradually, the raging aura of this berserk strength chi became more and more intense. However, the cries of alarm that came from all directions slowly stopped. Far away 3 to 4 trillion miles away, the almighty experts and desolate venerables from the ominous beast forbidden lands and the remnant star area on the left bank held their breaths and opened their eyes wide. They didn't want to miss a single moment as they paid close attention to the battle. Although they couldn't see anything, this was a battle of the great Dao at the Grand Mist level. It was rare for them to witness it. A little closer, in the void a trillion miles away, the 1,000 or so heavenly Dao old monsters were so excited that their bodies were trembling slightly. Due to the close distance and the fact that their cultivation levels were higher, they could more or less comprehend some things. This, a battle of the great Dao at the level of Hongmeng, had a special enlightenment to them. Even if they didn't gain much, it was already rare and precious. As for nearby, 200 billion miles away, the 12 grand mist old monsters all frowned. Their expressions became more and more serious and uneasy. Time passed. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, half an incense stick of time had passed. Bam. Whoa! Right at this moment, in the central region, a shocking explosion suddenly sounded out. Following that, the miserable howls of the nether wolf could be heard. It was unprecedentedly mournful. Rumble. At this moment, the last bolt of invisible lightning struck down, and the primordial lightning tribulation that belonged to Yi Xian dissipated. The entire void suddenly fell into silence. At the same time that the storm stopped, a figure walked out from the gradually weakening aura. It was Yi Xian. Bam! Up ahead, in the central region where the great battle was taking place, a shocking explosion suddenly rang out, and right after that, the miserable howls of nether wolves rang out. It was unprecedentedly miserable and shrill. Rumble. At this moment, the last bolt of invisible lightning struck down, and the primordial lightning tribulation that belonged to Yi Xian dissipated. The entire void suddenly fell into silence. At the same time that the storm stopped, a figure walked out from the gradually weakening aura. It was Yi Xian. At this moment, the cultivation aura that emanated from his body was clearly much more condensed and powerful than when the battle started half an incense stick of time ago. Before this battle, Yi Xian had just broken through, and his realm had not stabilized, so he could not activate the 9 Devil Ape Transformations bloodline ability. Because he had just stepped into the primordial realm, the invisible primordial energy drifting in the void outside the treasured cauldron was still changing his sea of consciousness and treasured body. This process was slow and long, and it was far from over. At that time, the strength of his physical body was only compatible with his true realm, which was the first level of the primordial realm. If Yi Xian forcefully activated the bloodline ability of the 9 Devil Ape Transformations, because his physical body was not strong enough, even if he could use the power of the second level of the primordial realm, he would not be able to last long. Extremely, it might have a certain effect on his body, because his physical body could not withstand this level of power, but after half an incense stick of time, his realm had stabilized. Although he could not use the first transformation, just activating the bloodline ability of the 9 Devil Ape Transformations was no longer a problem. Activating the bloodline ability of the 9 Devil Ape Transformations could instantly raise his cultivation realm by a small level. At the last moment of the battle, Yi Xian had obtained the power of the second level of the primordial realm. Unless it was a sneak attack, it was basically impossible for a second level of the primordial realm to explode a first-level expert with one punch. But at that time, Ming Lang was already seriously injured, and in addition to the fact that he had been fighting with Yi Xian all this time, he had a clear understanding of his strength. He simply did not expect that he could suddenly raise his cultivation realm by a level in the middle of the battle. So when Yi Xian punched out, Ming Lang underestimated his opponent and did not treat it seriously at all. By the time he realized that something was wrong, everything was already too late. With this punch, Ming Lang exploded, his body exploding into a majestic blood mist that was absorbed by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand and sent to the fire pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Shinnong treasured cauldron to condense the blood essence. But the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of a primordial realm ferocious beast's body would surely be able to be refined into a primordial blood essence. This was too precious, and Yi Xian was extremely delighted. After the primordial realm was the final level of the supreme primordial realm. Even though Yi Xian had just stepped into the primordial realm and was completely unaware of the supreme primordial realm after the primordial realm, this primordial blood essence would surely be of great use in the future, so he kept it in his possession. Biprimordial realm experts were too rare, so every single primordial blood essence was a supreme resource that was rare and precious. Of course, besides this primordial blood essence, Yi Xian had other gains from this battle. The Heavenly Dao Quintessence Elixir and even the 9 Grand Dao Treasured Elixir in Ming Lang's possession were included. Besides that, there were also some other top-rate cultivation resources. Everything was taken away by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand as the spoils of war. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in his ape form, walked out of the violent energy that was gradually calming down. His treasured body was completely unharmed, and his eyes flickered with a blazing bright light. Moreover, the aura of his cultivation that effused out from his body had clearly attained the 2nd level of the primordial realm. Such a cultivation was world-shocking. After all, even the 3,000 chaotic fiend gods that were born at the beginning of the primordial era were practically all at the 1st level of the primordial realm. Moreover, only a few amongst them possessed a cultivation at the 2nd level of the primordial realm as soon as they were born. In other words, Yi Xian's current strength could be considered to be at the top even amongst those 3,000 chaotic fiend gods. Even though there were still 12 formidable primordial realm experts standing guard in the surroundings, and they were only 100,000 kilometers away from Yi Xian in space, all 12 of them were at the 1st level of the primordial realm without exception. Even though there was a slight difference in their combat strengths, the difference wasn't great. Even the strongest amongst them was still quite a distance away from attaining the 2nd level of the primordial realm. In other words, the current Yi Xian was definitely worthy of being called the strongest person in this vast and boundless primordial chaos void. Even among the old monsters of primordial chaos that had just been born, he was still able to stand out from the crowd. Such supreme grace and unparalleled dominance. As soon as his figure appeared, the cultivation in his body spread out, instantly causing the thousands of Heavenly Dao's old monsters to tremble in unison. Even more so, even this ancient primordial realm void seemed to tremble slightly at this moment, as if it was throbbing in fear of Yi Xian's current terrifying cultivation. Even further away, the mighty figures and desolate venerables from the ominous beast Forbidden Grounds and the remnant star domain on the left bank were so frightened that their knees went weak. If they hadn't clenched their teeth and held on, they would have knelt down on the spot. Although the 1st level of the primordial realm and the 2nd level of the primordial realm were both at the early stage of the primordial realm, and there was only a small difference between them. However, the aura and pressure were completely different. The invisible deterrent force against the mighty figures and desolate venerables had increased by more than several times. The 12 Grand Mist old monsters, who were only 200 billion kilometers away from Yi Xian, saw that he had walked out of the violent battle by himself, and that the cultivation aura in his body had become so powerful in a short period of time for an incense stick to burn. Similarly, everyone's bodies trembled violently, and their expressions changed drastically as they gasped and cried out involuntarily. What happened? The Nether Wolf actually died. How is this possible? In just a short period of time, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, killed the Nether Wolf. This is simply heaven-defying, too shocking. Although the Nether Wolf is already heavily injured and has to endure the might of the primordial lightning tribulation with him, it is still a supreme primordial realm great Dao. Even if it is killed, it is impossible to end everything in such a short period of time. The 2nd level of the primordial realm. Heavens, the cultivation aura emanating from his body has actually reached the 2nd level of the primordial realm. What exactly happened? All of this is simply like an illusion. It is simply unrealistic, but it really happened. In just a short period of time, the master of the magic hall, who had just broken through and stepped into the primordial Dao realm, actually became a terrifying existence at the 2nd level of this realm. When did it become so easy to advance in the primordial realm? This old man has heard before that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has a very heaven-defying bloodline ability that can forcefully raise one's cultivation by an entire realm. Moreover, there is no time limit. It seems like this is most likely the reason. This child cannot be left alive. That's right. If he continues to grow, we will all be killed by him one by one in the future. Let's join hands and take advantage of the fact that he has yet to mature to kill him here today. Ruthless. Chapter 5164. As Yi Xian killed the underworld wolf, his own cultivation rose to the second level of grandmist. The 12 grandmist old monsters, who were only 200 billion kilometers away from him, all trembled violently. Their expressions changed drastically as they sucked in a cold breath and cried out involuntarily, "I've heard that the Magic Hall's master, Yixian, has a heaven-defying bloodline ability that can forcefully raise one's cultivation by a large realm. Furthermore, there's no time limit. From the looks of it, this child cannot be left alive. That's right. If he continues to grow, we will all be killed by him one by one in time. Let's join forces and take advantage of the fact that he has yet to mature to kill him here today." Ruthless. As the exclamations rang out, the 12 grandmist old freaks instantly reached a consensus. They wanted to join forces and kill Yixian before he fully matured. They were indeed frightened. On the one hand, it was because the nether wolf had been killed. On the other hand, it was because Yixian's cultivation speed was too shocking. Even in the heavenly Dao realm, breaking through a minor realm required a long time. While, after reaching the primordial Dao realm, breaking through a minor realm required an even longer period of time. It could easily take more than 100,000 years. While Yixian had just broken through, and it had only been a great battle. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, his originally unstable cultivation had already become incomparably solid, and he had even broken through from the first level of the Grand Mist realm to the second level of the Grand Mist realm. This, even the word miracle, wasn't enough to describe all of this. While they were envious, jealous, and resentful, they also felt an extremely strong sense of fear. Currently, Yixian was only at Grand Mist Stage 2. Although he was stronger than them, it was still possible to kill him if the 12 Grand Mist old freaks joined forces. However, if Yixian was given a little more time to grow to Grand Mist Stage 3 or even the mid-stage Grand Mist Stage 4, at that time, even if they joined forces, it was impossible for them to be Yixian's match. While, if they were targeted by Yixian alone, they would definitely perish after a huge battle. The slightest bit of carelessness could even result in instant death. They were all existences that had lived for countless years. They were born when the early primordial chaos era was ending and the middle was approaching. Just entering seclusion at the peak of the heavenly Dao realm at the 9th stage of perfection took them millions of years to break through to the primordial chaos great Dao realm. Therefore, they cherished their lives and their cultivation Dao attainments more than anyone else. The more powerful an existence was, the more afraid they were of death. This was not without reason, because the more powerful an existence was, the more suffering they would have to go through. Naturally, they would cherish it even more. Therefore, in their eyes, the current Yixian had already become a huge threat, a true thorn in their side. No matter what, they had to join hands to kill him today. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to sleep and eat in peace. Boom. Rumble. With these thoughts flashing through their minds, the 12 powerful primordial chaos old freaks moved. Among them were remnant old freaks and supreme ferocious beasts. Although they were of different sizes, the cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were extremely terrifying. Even heavenly Dao realm experts would tremble in fear when facing such a terrifying pressure. There was no way they could withstand it. Amidst heaven's frenzied roars, the void rapidly collapsed. Rumbling thunder resounded in all directions as the void within 1 trillion kilometers was completely enveloped by chaotic and violent forces. It was impossible to see anything. The 12 powerful primordial chaos old freaks gathered around Yixian and began a terrifying battle royale that had never been seen before in history. The scene was too shocking. It was just a chaotic battle between 13 people, but their auras wreaked havoc in the vast void that spanned 1 trillion kilometers. The mighty figures and desolate supremacies who were watching from afar were so frightened that they nearly fell to the ground. Without any hesitation, they turned and fled. They were 3 to 4 trillion kilometers away from Yixian's location in the void, but they still found it unsafe. They retreated once again and only stopped when they were 7 to 8 trillion kilometers away. They wore looks of horror as they looked back at the battle. As for the 1,000+ heavenly Dao old freaks that had retreated 1 trillion kilometers away, they nearly peed themselves in fright. This was a chaotic battle between 13 primordial chaos old freaks. The violent auras wreaked havoc at an alarming rate. The chaotic battle spanned 1 trillion kilometers, and its periphery was already right in front of them. If they were not careful, they would be implicated. When these primordial chaos old freaks engaged in a chaotic battle, they pushed their powers to their limits. Even if the remnant forces brushed past them, the outcome was certain that they would not be able to withstand it. It was only natural that they would be heavily injured on the spot. It was even possible that they would perish. Under such circumstances, no one wanted to be caught in the crossfire. The thousands of heavenly law ferocious beasts and the old monsters did not hesitate at all. They turned around and retreated immediately. They did not stop until they were 3 to 4 trillion miles away in the distant void. Then they turned around and looked into the distance again. Although they were frightened and worried that they would be implicated, 3 to 4 trillion kilometers away should be considered a safe distance. After all, they were all heavenly Dao old freaks. Although they were far from being comparable to the primordial chaos old freaks, they were not as weak as ants. Furthermore, this kind of primordial mountain-level battle, especially the full-scale chaotic battle between 13 primordial chaos old freaks, had an equally shocking effect on them. Such as this opportunity was simply an opportunity for them. In the future, when they entered seclusion to break through to the primordial chaos Great Dao realm, it was very likely that they would benefit from this battle and gain more enlightenment. Therefore, although they were a little afraid of such a battle, they would definitely not miss it. Even if there was a certain amount of danger, they would definitely stay far away and watch from afar with anxiety and excitement. Roar. Screech. Screech. Boom. Rumble. In the void, shocking roars and screeches could be heard from time to time. The rumbling of thunder was even more continuous, and it did not stop for even a second. Although, of course, they couldn't see anything in this battlefield that spanned a distance of 1 trillion miles. However, just from the sounds they could hear and the chaotic and violent aura in the void before them, they could imagine how astonishing this battle was. The aura in the entire vast void was too violent and chaotic. Even the void was constantly collapsing. Following that, under the influence of the powerful primordial chaos void law, it quickly healed. Then, due to the violent power of the chaotic battle, it would once again collapse and heal, and the cycle would repeat. Time slowly passed. Everything continued in a chaotic and violent manner. No one knew the details of the battle that was taking place in this chaotic void that spanned 1 trillion kilometers. However, one thing was certain, and that was that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was definitely still alive. Otherwise, the battle would not be so shocking. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. At this moment, in the center of the chaotic battlefield, a shocking roar suddenly rang out. Following that, Yi Xian's excited voice rang out, revealing endless arrogance. The first transformation of the 9 devil ape transformations. Third order of primordial chaos. Roar. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and this shocking battle that was almost unprecedented in the history of the primordial chaos era continued. No one knew the details of the battle, but it was certain that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was still alive. Otherwise, the battle would not be so shocking. Roar. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the center of the chaotic battlefield where the aura was berserk. Following that, Yi Xian's excited voice rang out, revealing endless arrogance. The first transformation of the 9 devil ape transformations. Third order of primordial chaos. Roar. As the voice of his divine sense faded away, Yi Xian let out another roar. His aura was even more shocking than the previous roar, because at this moment, he had already stepped into the 3rd level of the Grand Mist realm from the 2nd level of the Grand Mist realm. When Yi Xian had just appeared from the 10-colored fireball, he had only smoothly broken through, and his realm had not yet stabilized. At that time, he was still unable to activate the 9 Devil Ape Transformations bloodline ability because he had just stepped into the primordial chaos realm. The formless primordial chaos energy drifting in the void outside the treasure cauldron was still changing his spiritual sea and body. This process was slow and long, and was far from over, At that time, the strength of his physical body was only comparable to his actual realm, which was the first order of primordial chaos. Although he could forcibly activate the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline ability, his physical body was too weak. Even if Yi Xian could unleash the power of the second order of primordial chaos, he would not be able to maintain it for long. It was very likely that it would affect his body to a certain extent because his physical body could not withstand this level of power. After the intense battle with the Dark Wolf for half an incense stick's worth of time, Yi Xian's newly broken through cultivation had already stabilized. Although he was still unable to use the first transformation, merely activating the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape was no longer a problem. As a result, his cultivation had also soared by a level, reaching the second level of the Grand Mist realm. All of this had happened 3 days ago. Over the past 3 days, the thousands of heavenly Dao's old monsters, as well as the powerful figures and desolate supremacies from the fierce beast Forbidden Grounds and the remnant star region on the left bank, could not see the details of this earth-shattering battle. However, over the past 3 days, the chaotic battlefield, which spanned over 1 trillion miles, had always been violent and chaotic, and its momentum was shocking. Only just based on this point, it was enough to imagine the astonishing extent of this unprecedented battle. Yi Xian had indeed never been at a disadvantage. After all, he already had the battle strength of the second order of primordial chaos, which was an absolute advantage. However, in this battle, he was not facing a few primordial chaos old monsters, but 12 of them. This group of old guys were all ancient existences who had lived for a long time. Not only did they have all kinds of bloodline abilities and heaven-defying methods, but their battle experience was also very impressive. Therefore, over the past 3 days, Yi Xian had fought against these 12 old guys alone. Although he had never been at a disadvantage, he had never gained the upper hand either. In the past 3 days, the battle had almost been at an equal level. Double the two sides exchanged blows, and both sides were injured. While, to Yi Xian, this kind of hardy battle was undoubtedly what he yearned for the most. Only this kind of fierce battle could increase the speed of his transformation to the extreme. Now that 3 days had passed, Yi Xian had a few injuries on his body, but the more he fought, the more valiant he became. The speed and extent of his growth was simply shocking. It was at this moment when he raised his head and let out the first shocking roar. After breaking through to the primordial chaos Dao realm, his sea of consciousness and physical body had undergone a transformation to the extent that he could finally withstand the terrifying power of the third order of primordial chaos. When this realization quietly rose in his heart, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He immediately activated the bloodline ability of the 9 devil ape transformations, which he had previously activated, to the first transformation. Double with the arrival of the first transformation, his divine sense, the qi and blood force in his body, and the cultivation force in his meridians all suddenly soared. When the second roar came out of his divine sense, Yi Xian was no longer at the second order of primordial chaos Dao realm, but a supreme existence at the third order of this realm. One more step, and he would be able to step into the fourth order of the primordial chaos Dao realm. Of course, this was not his true cultivation realm. His true cultivation realm was still at the first order of primordial chaos Dao realm. All of this was only possible because he had activated the bloodline ability of the 9 devil ape transformations to the first transformation. There was no difference because the battle strength was real, and there was no time limit. As long as Yi Xian did not exhaust himself, as long as he did not remove the bloodline ability of the 9 devil ape transformations, his terrifying strength at the third order of primordial chaos Dao realm would always exist. Yi Xian had long expected all of this. In fact, whether it was the previous battle with the Dark Wolf or the chaotic battle with the 12 primordial chaos old monsters, Yi Xian had done it on purpose. Everything was exactly what he wanted. He originally wanted to use this kind of battle to accelerate the transformation of his sea of consciousness and body as much as possible, but to everyone else, this was too shocking. First, after the previous battle with the Dark Wolf, Yi Xian had stepped into the second order of primordial chaos Dao realm from the first order of primordial chaos Dao realm. Just that one time was enough to shock all the old monsters. Now, the 12 primordial chaos old monsters were fighting with him because of this reason. They gritted their teeth and made a move. They swore that they would join forces to suppress him here today. And now, after 3 days of this unprecedented chaotic battle, Yixian was not suppressed. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantageous position, but his cultivation realm had also skyrocketed like 3 days ago. This made everyone speechless. When his second roar was heard, it revealed a strong and clear aura of the third order of primordial chaos Dao realm. The 1,000 over heavenly Dao realm old monsters, as well as the many powerful figures and desolate venerables, who had retreated hundreds of millions of miles away, were all shocked. After their bodies trembled in unison, their expressions changed drastically. Then, accompanied by a wave of gasps, almost all of these old fellows cried out involuntarily. Their voices were trembling, revealing endless fear. Third order of primordial chaos Dao realm. The aura of this roar is definitely that of the third order of primordial chaos Dao realm. Compared to the first roar, it is much, much stronger. What happened? What exactly happened? In just 3 days, the master of the magic hall, Yixian's cultivation realm actually broke through again. He directly jumped from the second order of primordial chaos Dao realm to the third order of primordial chaos Dao realm. This is simply killing. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. So the heaven-defying bloodline ability he grasped is called the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. And now, the master of the magic hall, Yixian, is only using the first transformation. If the first transformation is already able to cause his cultivation to skyrocket by a small level, then what about the second and third transformations? Could it be that each transformation can increase his cultivation by a small level? This is simply too terrifying. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. So the heaven-defying bloodline ability he grasped is called the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. And now, the master of the magic hall, Yixian, is only using the first transformation. If the first transformation can directly increase his cultivation realm by a small level, then what about the second and third transformation? Could it be that each transformation can increase his cultivation realm by a small level? This is simply too terrifying. Following Yixian's second roar, a strong and clear aura of the third order of primordial chaos Dao realm could be felt. The thousands of heavenly Dao realm's old monsters, as well as the many experts and desolate supremacies, who had retreated hundreds of millions of li away, were all shocked. Everyone trembled at the same time, and then their expressions changed greatly. Then, accompanied by the sound of people gasping like a tide, these old fellows cried out in alarm, their voices trembling, revealing endless fear. They had never expected that the primordial chaos Dao realm after the heavenly Dao realm would be able to use such a heaven-defying bloodline ability to forcefully increase one's cultivation realm. Moreover, just the first transformation was enough to allow the master of the magic hall, Yixian, to possess the terrifying cultivation realm of the third order of primordial chaos Dao realm. Under such circumstances, if he were to use a few more transformations, wouldn't his cultivation realm reach the peak of the 9th order of primordial chaos Dao realm? If that was really the case, who in this vast and boundless primordial chaos Dao realm would be able to withstand his attacks? After all, the remaining 12 primordial chaos Dao realm's old monsters on the left bank were all at the first order of primordial chaos Dao realm. This was simply too terrifying. It was absolutely terrifying. Even the thousands of heavenly Dao realm's old monsters, the various experts, and the desolate supremes in the distant void realized it. Naturally, the 12 primordial chaos Dao realm's old monsters who were fighting fiercely with Yixian also realized it. When Yixian's second roar sounded out, emitting an intense and clear aura of the third level of Grandmist, the reactions of the 12 Grandmist old monsters were even more intense. All of them cried out in shock, and even their voices were trembling. Damn it, what's going on? In a short period of 3 days, his cultivation and strength actually rose explosively once more, and it rose by a minor realm. If this continues, then all of us will perish here. 9 transformations of the demonic ape? I've never heard of such a heaven-defying bloodline ability before. It's effective even in the primordial chaos Dao realm. How did this guy do it? It's only the first transformation, and it's already allowed him to reach the third order of primordial chaos Dao realm. If this continues and there are a few more transformations, we won't have any chance of survival. That kind of situation shouldn't happen in a short period of time. Otherwise, he would have already entered the second transformation. Although this kind of bloodline ability is heaven-defying, it still has some kind of restriction that we don't know about. No matter what, we can't let him continue to grow. We can barely endure the third order of primordial chaos Dao realm. After all, we are still in the early stage of primordial chaos Dao realm. However, if he enters the second transformation, there will be no hope when he enters the fourth order of primordial chaos Dao realm. That's right, no matter what, we have to kill this kid today. Moreover, we don't have much time left. Fellow Daoists, we can't hold back anymore. Let's use our strongest abilities and methods. This is a gamble. If we don't kill him today, even if we escape, he will find us in the future and deal with us one by one. Attack with all your might. Destroy him. Ruthless. Ruthless. Boom. Rumble. Realizing the danger they were in, the 12 Grand Mist eccentrics raised their heads and roared wildly. Immediately afterward, thunderous booms rang out from the chaotic battle in the void that spanned a distance of 1 trillion kilometers. It was obvious that the sense of urgency in the hearts of the 12 old fellows had become even stronger. They felt that their lives were in danger, and now, they no longer held back. They used their strongest abilities and methods, hoping to kill Yixian in one fell swoop. Kill him on the spot. In the void, an earth-shattering rumble sounded out. The 12 old fellows once again rushed forward, each using their strongest techniques to surround and kill Yixian. Previously, when the 13 of them were fighting in a chaotic battle, the chaotic void was only about 1 trillion miles in diameter. But now, the scene was even more shocking. Nothing could be seen within a 2 trillion miles radius. Only violent energy was wreaking havoc. Qi energy was chaotic, and it was a ghastly sight. Boom. Rumble. Facing this scene, Yixian raised his head and let out a heaven-shaking roar. His body flashed as he charged forward. The power in his body was pushed to the limit as he directly punched out. He was still in his ape form, and his body was millions of miles long. He had activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, and he had even used the first transformation, so his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the Grand Mist realm. The group of Grand Mist old monsters surrounding him were only at the 1st level of the Grand Mist realm. The gap between them was simply too great. Although a full-powered strike from a 3rd order old monster could not guarantee that it would be able to blast a 1st order old monster to death, if a 3rd order old monster was hit by a single punch, it would be difficult to avoid serious injuries. It was precisely because of this that when Yixian punched out, the expressions of the few Grand Mist old monsters in front of him changed. Their bodies suddenly froze, and they stopped in midair, defending with all their might. Boom! The sound was so loud that even the void exploded, forming a huge black hole. One of the Grand Mist old monsters had half of his shoulders stained with blood and was heavily injured. However, he quickly retreated, and his original position was replaced by another Grand Mist old monster, causing Yixian to miss the opportunity to pursue and kill him in one fell swoop. Damn it! The power of the 3rd level of the Grand Mist realm is indeed terrifying. Fellow Daoists, please don't panic. We can't fight against this level of power. We can't fight head-on, we can only restrain him from the side. Fellow Daoists at the front, try your best to restrain his power while protecting yourself. As for the other fellow Daoists, use your full strength to kill him as soon as possible. Boom. Rumble. The violent power of the punch shocked everyone. The group of old monsters cried out in alarm one after another, and they immediately changed their strategy. Facing the 3rd level of the Grand Mist realm, which was the peak of the early stage of this realm, they couldn't fight head-on. They could only look for an opportunity to attack from the side. However, no matter what, there would definitely be a few old monsters in front of Yixian to restrain his power and attention. For Yi Xian, this was enough. He wasn't in a hurry to kill these old fellows immediately. After all, they were grand mist old monsters, and all of them had lived for countless years. They were too difficult to deal with. He was only at the 3rd level of the Grand Mist realm, so he couldn't guarantee that he could kill them in one strike. Therefore, Yi Xian's current goal was to use these old fellows as whetstones to temper himself through bloody battles, and to increase the speed and progress of his transformation as much as possible. His goal was the 2nd transformation of the Devil Ape. As long as he could successfully use the 2nd transformation, his cultivation would reach the 4th level of the Grand Mist realm and step into the middle stage of this realm. At that time, it would be the end of these old fellows. Boom! Screech, rumble. In the air, earth-shattering booms rang out, mixed with wild roars and screams. The battle between Xian and the 12 Grand Mist eccentrics had already entered a white-hot state. An enormous expanse of space that spanned an area of 2 trillion kilometers had already been completely enveloped by violent and chaotic energy. Nothing could be seen, and only terrifying energy was wreaking havoc. Unknowingly, this earth-shattering battle continued for another 3 days. The situation of the battle in the past 3 days was completely different. During the first 3 days of the battle, Yi Xian had only activated the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline ability and didn't use the 1st transformation. At that time, his cultivation was at the 2nd level of the Grand Mist realm, and he was fighting against 12 Grand Mist old monsters who had lived for countless years. The overall strength of both sides was basically equal, and during the 3 days of battle, they were evenly matched. No one had the upper hand. But in those 3 days, Yi Xian had undoubtedly gained a lot. Through this level of bloody battle, he had been constantly tempering himself. After breaking through to the Grand Mist realm, his sea of consciousness and body's transformation had advanced, so he had the ability to withstand the power of a 3rd-level Grand Mist realm expert. In the end, Yi Xian successfully executed the 1st transformation of the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline ability, and his cultivation rose by a level. From then on, he possessed the strength of a 3rd-level Grand Mist realm expert. After that, the heaven-shaking bloody battle continued. Now, another 3 days had passed, and with the strength of the 3rd level of the Grand Mist realm, Yi Xian was engaged in an intense bloody battle with the 12 Grand Mist old monsters. The situation was completely different from the previous 3 days. For the past 3 days, the scales of the battle had been tilting towards Yi Xian's side. This was to be expected. Right now, he was already at the 3rd level of the Grand Mist realm, and he was at the peak of the initial level. With another small breakthrough, he would be able to step into the mid-level Grand Mist realm. If it was a one-on-one battle, the 12 Grand Mist old monsters were no match for him. In a head-on battle, they would be killed in a short period of time. Although all 12 of them had used their strongest trump cards, worked closely together, and joined forces to attack Yi Xian. It was almost flawless, but to them, Yi Xian was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. No matter which direction he charged in, if the Grand Mist old monster in that direction didn't retreat, the result would be like a little lamb that had met a fierce tiger, a tragedy. Matter in truth, the reason why the 12 Grand Mist old monsters were only suppressed and didn't fall after 3 days was completely because Yi Xian's ambition wasn't in this. His purpose was only to use this group of old fogies as whetstones to temper himself through bloody battles and improve the speed and progress of his transformation as much as possible. The reason why he fought with these old monsters was because he wanted to reach the 2nd transformation. As long as he could successfully execute the 2nd transformation, his strength would reach the 4th level of the Grand Mist realm and step into the mid-level Grand Mist realm. At that time, these old monsters would be in big trouble. Yi Xian could easily kill one of them with a head-on attack. Like this today, 3 days had already passed. Although he had just reached the level of being able to withstand the power of the Grand Mist 3rd Order and successfully displayed the 1st transformation of the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline, it really hadn't been that long. However, in these 3 days, Yi Xian had been fighting non-stop. Sometimes, he could clearly avoid the attacks of the Grand Mist old monsters, but in order to temper himself, he chose not to dodge and instead gritted his teeth and endured the attacks head-on, Only this kind of tempering and testing of iron and blood would have the best effect on the transformation of his sea of consciousness and his body. Because in order to make his sea of knowledge and body reach the level of being able to withstand the power of the fourth level of the Grand Mist realm as soon as possible, Yixian was desperate to make use of all the opportunities. Unknowingly, as this bloody battle continued, the strength of his sea of knowledge and body was rapidly increasing. Now, he was only a fine line away from being able to withstand the terrifying power of the fourth level of the Grand Mist realm. Everything was clear to Yixian like a candle flame. When he realized that the final impact was coming, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The power in his body was pushed to the limit in an instant. He raised his head and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Roar, shio, rumble. The ferocious ape unleashed a series of indiscernible whistling sounds as it teleported behind one of the primordial beasts in the blink of an eye. A cold light flashed in its eyes as it raised its fist and unleashed a barrage of punches. From start to finish, in this shocking battle that was very likely to be unprecedented in the history of the Grand Mist era, Yixian had not used teleportation. His purpose was only to train himself, not to kill the enemy as soon as possible. Naturally, there was no need to use teleportation. It was also because of this that after 6 days of bloody battle, the 12 Grand Mist old monsters that had been besieging him had already acted as if it was a conditioned reflex. They did not expect Yixian to suddenly teleport at this moment. Everything was caught off guard. When everything happened, the old man who realized that something was wrong was already too late to react. Because he locked onto his figure and aura and directly teleported to the old man behind him. It was the black-blooded blue crocodile that had forced Yixian into a desperate situation with the dark wolf. Although this old man's aura was violent, his huge crocodile tail was extremely shocking. With a swing of his tail, tens of millions of miles of void would collapse. But, in fact, his character was extremely cautious. During the 6 days of battle, although the black-blooded blue crocodile had attacked Yixian from the side several times at close range, he usually retreated after a single attack. He would not take too much risk at all. But even so, for days ago, in a moment of carelessness, he was still brushed past by Yixian's all-out punch. A small portion of Pang Da's enormous body was already stained with blood, and it looked extremely frightening in a blue light. Today, after realizing that danger was approaching and that it was definitely a matter of life and death, the black-blooded blue crocodile's heart was in his throat. His eyes narrowed and he did not hesitate at all. He immediately reacted, roar, rumble. At the same time as a shocking roar, the huge crocodile tail behind him directly swept over. At the same time, the root of the crocodile tail was cut off at the same time. The figure that lost its huge tail was like an arrow that had left the bow, shooting forward rapidly. Too decisive, too ruthless. Elder, this fellow knew that he wouldn't be able to withstand Yixian's all-out attack, so he actually broke his wrist at the most critical moment. The enormous crocodile tail left his body and swept towards Yixian. While his original body, however, took advantage of this opportunity to dash forward. With this kind of self-mutilating method, he tried to escape from Yixian's hands and survive. If I let you escape like this, then today, where will I put my face? Seeing this scene, Yixian's eyes flashed with a cold light. At the same time the voice of his divine sense was transmitted, his figure suddenly blurred. His speed was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was behind the black-blooded blue crocodile. His fist rumbled like thunder as it directly smashed towards the back of the crocodile's head. Yixian had used all his strength in this attack. The black-blooded blue crocodile was destined to be unable to withstand this attack. It was destined to fall here.